Chapter 3503. The problem is that after the black bear spirit is destroyed, you and I. Myriad Lion King's eyes were filled with worry. Will it be like what old bear said? What's the use of thinking about this now? Golden Condor King sneered. Since the day you and I entered Black Cloud Ridge, today's fate has already been decided. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter what, we'll live longer than the black bear. Perhaps, we should also consider finding a powerful backer. Myriad Lion King seemed to have thought about it and said in a low voice. Golden Condor King sneered. We are the infamous demons of Black Cloud Ridge. Those Confucian cultivators, who would fancy us? They're probably afraid that they won't be able to escape in time? Sigh, it's difficult. Myriad Lion King shook his head. The white lion fur on his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. He looked at Black Wind Ridge in the distance and seemed to be angry. It's all because of that damn black bear. He ordered the boy to move our muscles today since we haven't attacked for a long time. Why should we attack? Golden Condor King laughed. That group of people just wanted us to surround Black Wind Ridge. They didn't say that they wanted to attack it. Why should we work so hard? Forget it. We've been surrounded for many days. Even if Black Bear has some food, it should be used up by now. Let's wait for them to rush out. Myriad Lion King thought for a while and nodded slightly. But at this moment, Golden Condor King smiled and asked, if Black Bear Spirit and the rest rush out, what should we do? Black Bear subordinates? Kill? Don't leave a single one alive. Myriad Lion King opened his mouth. The fangs in his bloody mouth were very long. He then spat out 5 words coldly. Golden Condor King nodded. I'm afraid that's the only way. Black Bear Spirit said it well. We're from the same root. Why be so anxious to kill each other? Bullshit. I'm a white lion. I have nothing to do with Black Bear. Myriad Lion King sneered. If you're merciful, you can go easy. Let's see how those people will deal with your Cloud Ridge. I didn't say anything. I just admired the poems of hidden immortal continents Confucian cultivators and casually recited a few lines. You admire? If the Confucian cultivators you ate didn't turn into feces in your stomach, they could turn into a few poems. The Myriad Lion King sneered again. Putting aside the fact that the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King had surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's formation, the Black Bear Spirit hurriedly retreated into the formation. What appeared before his eyes was the simple cave abode that Xiao Hua had previously opened in the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the front of the cave was divided into 2 parts. The upper part was the people led by the Chongling Princess of Jianghu country. They had set up tents and stayed at the side of the cave. The lower part was a group of demons from Black Wind Ridge. Unlike the Chongling Princess people, these demons did not have any formations. They were casually scattered among the mountains. Some were lying down, some were standing, and some were in groups of 3 or 5. However, their gazes were all focused on the tents on the mountain. As for the human and demon, there were some thorns and rocks in the middle. There were even some heavily armored soldiers standing there with spears in their hands. They were very vigilant and alert. But the heavy armor and the spears in their hands could not wipe away the terror in the eyes of these soldiers. This was because they were facing the naked gazes of hundreds or even thousands of demons. These gazes were like sharp swords, piercing through their heavy armor and landing on their bodies. It was as if their flesh was exposed to the world, and the fragrance of their flesh and blood had already spread to the mouths and noses of the demons. At the foot of the mountain, one of the fairies swallowed his saliva. In an instant, the soldiers' ears were filled with the sounds of saliva drooling. They could even see that many fairies were already drooling. Not good. The leftmost soldier saw that the few demons closest to him had slightly moved their feet and were moving towards them. He was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly inform the princess the demon can't take it anymore." Fortunately, just as a soldier was about to retreat and the few demons in front of him were about to take a step forward, the Black Bear Spirit's cold snort sounded out. The few demons were shocked and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads and looked in other directions. The other demons also shrunk their necks and shifted their attention away from the soldiers. There were even a few demons that tried to cover it up by grabbing a few rare blades of grass from the ground and putting them into their mouths to chew on. Master has already decreed that my Black Wind Mountain Range bloodline must not eat human flesh. Who dares to make me lose face? I will kill him. The Black Bear Spirit shouted fiercely. Furthermore, the soldiers of Jianghu country are our comrades. If anyone dares to look at them, I will dig out their eyeballs. After speaking, the Black Bear Spirit did not look at the other demons. He turned and landed in front of the cave residence and quickly walked in. However, his face turned bitter as he faced the demons. Damn it. Without waiting for the black bear spirit to enter the cave, he shouted, "Are you guys done with your discussion? When are we going to charge out? If we wait a few more days before the golden eagle and white lion attack, we will be in chaos. Boy, under my command, do not blame me when they eat people." The inside of this simple cave residence was not much different from before Xiaohua had left. However, other than the Chongling princess, Xiao Jian and the others, there was an additional white-haired old man under Xiaohua's seat. This old man frowned slightly. Hearing the black bear spirit's complaints, he turned to look at Qin Xiaoyao, who was also sitting next to him, and Lu Yi, who was holding a horsetail whisk in the distance. He said, "Black Wind King, do not be impatient. Do not be impatient." The black bear spirit seemed very dissatisfied. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he sat down on a seat below everyone and complained, "Eldest sect Uncle Qin, go out and take a look yourself. This king's boy subordinates look at the soldiers of Jiang country. They have been hungry for many days. If there is no more food, this king really does not know how to restrain them." This old man's name was Qin Qingyu, and he was Qin Xiaoyao's martial uncle. Long before Xiaohua left, Qin Xiaoyao had brought a few of his disciples to the Jiang country to search for the Dao sect cultivators that had yet to be killed by the Copper Pillar Gua. When the Jiang country was destroyed, the Dao cultivators of the Jiang country naturally scattered and fled far away. The so-called Second Imperial Preceptor Qin Xiaoyao did not find him, and only found Qin Qingyu, who did not have time to escape. At that time, Qin Qingyu was planning where to go with his dozens of disciples and hundreds of Dao soldiers. When he heard that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the Black Wind Ridge who wanted to help the Jiang country restore the country, Qin Qingyu was immediately overjoyed. Who did not know the merit of becoming a dragon? At this time it was Xiaohua's time to use people, and his own help was 100 times better than the icing on the cake in the future. Therefore, Qin Qingyu did not hesitate to follow Qin Xiaoyao to the Black Wind Ridge. However, Qin Qingyu had not expected Copper Pillar Gua to be so determined to kill the Chongling princess, and even more so the Jiang family and Copper Pillar Academy's desire to kill Xiaohua. When he came to Black Wind Ridge with his Dao soldiers, all of Black Wind Ridge was surrounded by the Yao of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was disdainful of the Yao. He ordered his disciples to lead the Dao soldiers to resist, and had the Black Bear Spirit lead the Yao of Black Wind Ridge to attack. The Dao soldiers fought 1 against 3, and effectively blocked the flying beasts of Mo Yin Ridge. But the Yao of Black Wind Ridge were not a match for the beasts of Lion Mountain, and were defeated in one blow. Qin Qingyu had no choice but to listen to Xiao Jian's arrangements. He took the Dao soldiers and disciples to follow the Black Bear Spirit into the large formation Xiaohua had set up. Of course, Qin Qingyu had seen many large formations. At the start, he did not have much hope for this large formation. He was waiting for Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain to break through the formation, and then he would lead his people to break through. But reality caused Qin Qingyu's eyes to widen. The Yao of Lion Mountain and Mo Yin Ridge had attacked for many days, but the large formation was undamaged. The Yao of Black Wind Ridge were relaxed as though they were watching a show, watching the flying beasts and beasts fight with their lives outside the formation. Seeing this, Qin Qingyu grew more curious about Xiaohua, this nascent soul cultivator he had never met before. However, after a few days of curiosity, regret came again. Xiaohua didn't come back on time. Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock's attack also stopped. The birds and beasts actually surrounded them but didn't attack, and just like that they wasted their time. At the beginning, Qin Qingyu still had some confidence. He felt that a nascent soul cultivator would not go back on his word. But as time passed, 10 days passed until 100 days had passed. He was disappointed, gave up, and was extremely vexed. What made his heart jump the most was that he had fallen into the trap of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain. Because Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain did not attack, the people of Black Wind Ridge and the Yao had run out of food for a long time. Also, this mountain did not rely on water. Everyone did not even have water. The cultivators were naturally not afraid of this, but the Dao soldiers and Yao were. When the Yao of Black Wind Ridge retreated into the formation, they did not think so much and did not bring anything. The Princess of Chongling and the others carried some food in the small universe bag, but it could not support the consumption of the Black Wind Ridge Yao. In the end, each person and each Yao could eat very little every day. This was why the Black Wind Ridge Yao looked at the soldiers of Jiang country with such fervent gazes. Only now did Qin Qingyu understand. How could the Yao of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain have such a plan? How did they know of the food shortage plan? There must be an expert guiding them from behind, and their target was definitely not him. Other than the Princess of Chongling, it was probably that nascent soul cultivator Xiaohua. However, he could see that the other goal of the Yao's encirclement was to force Xiaohua to come out. But what made Qin Qingyu bitter was that Xiaohua's departure was very sudden and secretive. Even the majority of the Yao of Black Wind Ridge did not know. How could the Golden Eagle and White Lion know? I'm afraid that they've mistaken me for Xiaohua, and I'm the scapegoat. Chapter 3504. Thinking of this, Qin Qingyu unconsciously looked angrily at Qin Xiaoyao. If this guy had not lured him here, how could he have come here? Now that the situation was hopeless, how could he resolve it? Maybe this is the only way? Qin Qingyu's gaze swept across the Chongling princess and the angry black bear spirit, and made a decision. Black bear spirit friend. Qin Qingyu laughed and said, "Aren't I and the others discussing? The situation is dangerous now and it is time for us to work together. We cannot be anxious and cannot be suspicious. And you discuss. This king will wait for you to decide. This king does not know how to use brains, but this king knows how to use strength." The black bear spirit waved his hand and said disinterestedly. But just as the black bear spirit hung his head in annoyance, Lu Yi, who had been holding a horsetail whisk, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded at the black bear spirit. He smiled and said to Qin Qingyu, "Sect Uncle Qin, this one cannot come up with any ideas. I am bored here and want to go out for a walk. Haha, little friend Lu, do as you please. This is your master's cave residence, you are the masters here." Qin Qingyu bowed slightly, making people feel that Qin Qingyu was very amiable. "Many thanks, Sect Uncle Qin." Lu Yi bowed respectfully and slowly walked out. He walked to the black bear spirit's side and gave the black bear spirit a look. The black bear spirit blinked his small eyes to show that he understood. Then he lowered his head and soon dozed off. Fortunately, it was just a moment. He lowered his head as though he was really asleep. When he raised his head, he immediately opened his small eyes and said apologetically, Sorry, I am really tired. You discuss, I will go out and take a nap." Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he ran out while muttering, "Alas, fellow immortal Xiao." Qin Qingyu originally wanted to whisper something to Qin Xiaoyao, but when he saw the black bear spirit, he also left. He looked around and sighed, "It seems that we have to make a decision. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid that even Lu and fellow immortal black bear will have other thoughts." "Impossible." Xiao Jin furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I can understand if others are disloyal, but these two would never do that. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what others are thinking?" Qin Qingyu said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, don't you know this? Then what does fellow Daoist Qin mean?" Xiao Jin looked at Qin Qingyu and asked, "Should we rush out of the formation and fight those birds and beasts to the death? How is this possible?" Qin Qingyu smiled faintly. "You and I are well aware of the strength of our forces. Fellow immortal Heixiong's absence saves us the embarrassment of talking about it. The demons of the Black Wind Mountain are just a motley crew. They're not enough to accomplish anything. We're no match for those birds and beasts. What we need to do now is to figure out how to escape." "Martial uncle, how is that possible?" Qin Xiaoyao said with a bitter face. "If we could escape, would we have waited until now? If this disciple is not wrong, there must be elite soldiers of Bronze Pillar country outside Black Cloud Ridge. Even if we rush out of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock's encirclement, it's unlikely we can escape Black Cloud Ridge." "Xiaoyao, you think too highly of yourself," Qin Qingyu said with a smile. "You think these demons are here for you? Cough cough, your highness, don't be too nervous. Didn't fellow immortal Black Bear say it clearly? The Golden Eagle and White Tiger care about Senior Xiao. If it was only for your highness, they would not be so fanatical. Senior Qin, this one is no longer the princess of Jiang country. There is no need to call me your highness." The Chongling princess also had a worried frown. She smiled and said, "Actually, this one hopes that their target is me. This way, this one only needs to go out and the danger of Black Wind Mountain will be resolved immediately. There is no need to harm everyone's lives. The princess is definitely one of their targets." At the side, Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "But they are surrounding us and not attacking because they want to see our bottom line. Fellow Daoist Qin is right. There must be an encirclement outside this encirclement. But our consciousness is limited and cannot see far. We cannot see the situation outside Black Wind Mountain. In my opinion, there must be an even more powerful enemy who has set a trap for Senior Xiao." When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Jian sighed and said, "Before Senior Xiao left, he set up this formation to hide us, and he instructed us to pretend to have escaped from Black Wind Ridge so that the pursuers of the Copper Pillar Kingdom would think that we've escaped. Back then, I felt that Senior Zhao's actions were unnecessary. It would have been better for us to leave Black Wind Mountain. But now that I think about it, it is easy for us to leave Black Wind Mountain, but it is difficult to escape from the pursuers of Bronze Pillar Country. Especially Chongling and the others, they will fall into the hands of Bronze Pillar Country. The reason why Senior Zhao asked us to stay here was to leave the grudge between Tong Zhuguo and Jianghu for him to settle. So he can keep us alive. But he calculated wrong. We only paid attention to the movements of Bronze Pillar Country. We did not expect the spirits of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain to come. We were caught off guard. Since it's so grim, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape, right? Qin Xiaoyao was also filled with emotions as he followed Xiao Jian's words. Xiao Jian glanced at Qin Xingyu and said, "That's right. I feel that we are too weak right now. The only thing we can rely on is Senior Zhao's formation. We can't break out of the encirclement easily. Breaking out of the encirclement will only consume our strength. What we need to do is wait for Senior Zhao's return." Of course, fellow Taoist Qin sent disciples to search for news of other Jiang country cultivators before coming to Black Wind Mountain. If they can come, we can work together, maybe we have a chance of survival. The other disciples. Qin Xingyu grimaced. Right now Black Wind Mountain is likely a bait. The other disciples will only die if they come. Xiao Jian felt the same and nodded slightly in agreement. Granny Ji, Qianli and Kongli were sitting next to the Chongling princess. They followed the Chongling princess and did not speak. But from their expressions they seemed to agree with Xiao Jian's words. The problem is not whether we are willing to escape or not. Qin Xingyu frowned again and explained, it's because the situation is more powerful than us. It's the demons of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock that forced us to escape. Of course, this old man and even the people in the cave do not care about food and water, but the other spirits and soldiers cannot. It's not like you didn't hear fellow Taoist black bears shout just now. What if those demons go crazy from hunger? Even the black bear spirit can't control them, right? Xiao Jian heard this and said with a smile, I naturally agree with Sect Uncle Qin's words. It does not conflict with I's words. Since we know where the problem is, can't we solve the problem of food and water? How to solve it? Qin Xingyu grimaced and said, previously we sent people to charge out but Dao soldiers, the spirits and even, fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you try? The Golden Eagle is extremely fast, the White Lion's abilities are impressive. No one succeeded. We were not forced to the brink before. Xiao Jian answered. Also, we sent people here and there but forgot about the person who could escape. Fellow Taoist Xiao has a backup plan? Qin Xingyu stilled and said curiously. Xiao Jian shook his head. I do not have a backup plan. The person with the highest cultivation in this cave is Sect Uncle Qin. If Sect Uncle Qin wants to go out to find food, the Golden Eagle will not be able to stop him. Especially if the people of Black Wind Mountain prepare to break out together and move in all directions. Even if the Golden Eagle can stop Sect Uncle Qin, he will not know how to stop him. No. Qin Xingyu shook his head slightly. This old man has the highest cultivation here. If the formation is broken, this old man has the power to protect the princess. But if this old man escapes and cannot return in time, if something happens to the princess, will this old man not become a sinner of Jiang country? The Chongling princess heard this and stood up gracefully. She bowed respectfully and said, Elder Qin, Chongling thanks Elder again for your heart. But at this time, Chongling's safety is not important. If the hundreds of pixies and soldiers could not survive, how could Chongling survive? Chongling asks Elder to risk death to charge out of the encirclement and find enough food for the people of Black Cloud Ridge. Ah, Your Highness the Princess. Qin Xingyu still shook his head. The spirits are surrounding the mountain. This old man can easily charge out, but it will be difficult to return. This old man fears that I will fail the princess. Elder. The Chongling princess said seriously, at this time to speak the truth, Chongling has implicated everyone. Chongling is grateful that everyone has accompanied Chongling to this day. Do not say that you have failed. It is fortunate to be able to escape with your lives. You do not owe Chongling anything. As she spoke, the Chongling princess bowed to everyone again. Granny Ji and the others panicked and hurriedly stood to return the bow. Qin Xingyu seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, if so, this old man will go all out. Let's get out first and find food for Black Wind Mountain. Good. Xiao Jian clapped and said, Elder Qin should have done this long ago. I will summon the black bear spirit and have him give the order. hundreds of spirits will charge out together. Elder can take advantage of the chaos to leave. And? Qin Qingyu nodded. Actually, if this old man charges out of Black Cloud Ridge, food is easy to find. This old man will use at most half a day to return. Taoist Xiao, please ask Taoist Black Bear Spirit to act at night. This old man will charge when I hear the battle cries. Alright, we will also lead the soldiers to charge out of the encirclement with the Black Wind Mountain spirits. Qian Li and Kong Li could not help but agree. But just as they spoke, a soldier in black armor hurriedly charged in and shouted, Your Highness the Princess, not good, a dozen spirits are charging. Chapter 3505. Where is the Black Wind King? Qian Li was shocked. Without waiting for the Chongling Princess to speak, he hurriedly stood and shouted. The Black Wind King and Master Lu left the cave and went up the mountain. They have not returned yet. The soldier answered. Yeah. You go and stop those yaos. Kill whoever dares to come forward. Xiao Jian hurriedly stood and ordered Yuan Ya. Then he said to the Chongling Princess and Qin Xiaoyao, This one will go find the Black Bear Spirit. You two prepare. We will charge out of the formation together, pretend to attack and help Elder Qin charge out in the chaos. And we understand. The Chongling Princess and Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Yuan Ya, who had been silent, hurriedly stood, looked deeply at the Chongling Princess, and then quickly followed Xiao Jian out. The Black Wind Ridge people charged to the east, the Chongling Princess to the north. Xiaoyao, you take the Dao soldiers and charge to the south. Qin Qingyu saw Qin Jian leave and shouted again. This old man will go wherever I see a gap. Also, if you can charge out, then do so. Maybe this old man will attract their attention and you can easily leave. No matter who goes out, if they can bring food and water out, it will be a great achievement. Yes. Everyone was shocked. They had been surrounded by a group of yaos for 100 days. Now it was time to fight back. While they were just helping Qin Qingyu charge out, everyone was excited. After a simple assignment, Qin Qingyu rose to his feet and flew out of the cave residence. Flying out of the cave, Qin Qingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back in the cave, no matter how serious the Black Bear Spirit was, Qin Qingyu didn't care. Seeing the situation in front of him, he finally understood. The situation inside the formation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. However, in front of the tents set up by the soldiers of the Jianghu country, hundreds of Dao soldiers had already flown into the air. Each of them held a magic tool in their hands, and their faces were filled with vigilance. Below them, there were also hundreds of soldiers who were already fully equipped. They were also riding on horses, holding spears in their hands. Across from them, hundreds and thousands of fairies had begun to move in groups, advancing towards the soldiers step by step. Each of the fairies stuck out their scarlet tongues to lick their mouths. An indescribable thirst flashed in their eyes, and the primitive desire of hunger had overwhelmed all rationality. Black Bear Spirit, where's the Black Bear Spirit? Qin Qingyu couldn't help but yell. He knew in his heart that in the eyes of these demons, they were all food. Only the Black Bear Spirit was a threat. This king is here. Only then did the Black Bear Spirit turn around from behind the cave abode. He stepped on the demon cloud and rushed into the air, shouting, Stop! Whoever dares to take half a step forward, I will kill him immediately. The Black Bear Spirit roared angrily. Demonic chi surged from its body. Its usual cowardice was long gone. Its ferocious aura frightened the bear spirit in front of it. Your Majesty. The bear spirit at the front gritted its teeth and said, We know what your Majesty means, but we haven't eaten our fill for a long time. Master once said that he did not want us to eat humans, and we all remember that in our hearts. But now that there is nothing else to eat, we do not plan to eat humans as long as the soldiers of Jianghu country give their war horses to the little ones to eat. That's it. Don't say such boring things. The Black Bear Spirit sneered, These soldiers of the Jianghu country all rely on their war horses. Without them they would not be able to fight at all. Your Majesty, what battle is there to talk about now? The little ones are all hungry to the point that their hearts are stuck to their backs. How can they have the strength to fight? The bear spirit looked at the Black Bear Spirit, but his gaze would occasionally glance at the soldiers of Jianghu country and said, Besides, the little ones eat meat in order to live. Even if Old Master comes back, Old Master can't possibly say anything, right? Xiao Hua had left him some food that day, but Xiao Hua had never thought that there would be such a situation. Not only did the spirit demon eat a lot of food, the Dao soldiers that Qin Qingyu had brought with him also did not have any food. These people ate a lot more than ordinary people, so the food that Xiao Hua had given them was not enough. Of course, if not for Xiaohua's food, the Black Wind Ridge would not have been able to last for 100 days. Children, the black bear spirit thought for a moment, then raised his voice and said, I know you guys are hungry, but look, the soldiers in front of you are so hungry that they are all skin and bones. What can they do? Even these war horses were left with bones. Do you want to eat meat or gnaw on bones? What's more, the soldiers of Jiang country will defend against the enemy with us. Although we are demons, demons still have to have morals. How can we attack the warriors by our side? If you want to eat, you have to eat outside the formation. Those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock have surrounded us. I've been suffocated for a while. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to eat meat. I'll gnaw those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock into bones. Let's go, let's go. Although the few old and wise bear spirits were also greedy, they understood in their hearts that when they heard the black bear spirit's words, they also raised the weapons in their hands and shouted, We will go and eat the fat cow. It was fine if they did not mention the fat cattle, but when they heard the fat cattle, many of the bear spirits were drooling. Their gazes moved away from the Dao soldiers who were slightly emaciated, and swarmed down the mountain. The black bear spirit immediately relaxed. Qin Qingyu and the others also sighed in relief. The princess of Chongling, Qin Xiaoyao and the others all charged in front of the Dao soldiers and spoke about the matter of preparing to charge out. Everyone became alert. They were warriors and had been suppressed in the formation for nearly 100 days. They had long been impatient. Now that they were being treated as food by the demons, they felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing that they were going to go out and fight, a wave of passion rose in their hearts. Rather than being eaten by the demons, it was better to kill the demons. If they could charge out, they would charge out. If they could not, it was better to die. Yes. Many soldiers responded in unison and left under the leadership of Qian Li and Kong Li. Those Dao soldiers also flew to the other direction in front of the formation under the leadership of Qin Xiaoyao and others, quietly waiting for Qin Qingyu's order to fight. In front of the cave, only Xiao Jian, Qin Qingyu, and Lu Yi, who had just come down from the mountain, were left. Qin Qingyu glanced at Xiao Jian and said with a smile, Fellow immortal Xiao, you will be in charge of this battle. You will give the orders. All right. Xiao Jian nodded and said, We will rely on Elder Qin to deal with the Black Wind Ridge. We will wait here for Elder to return. I hope that Elder Qin will not fail our trust. Qin Qingyu looked at the soldiers and horses in the three directions and answered, Just as we discussed before, after this old man charges out, you can weaken your attacks and retreat to the formation. Wait half a day before you attack again. This old man will take advantage of the chaos to come in. After speaking, Qin Qingyu moved and flew to the left of the Chongling princess, and landed on the back of a soldier's horse. Xiao Jian knew that Qin Qingyu wanted to take advantage of the chaotic battle to escape, so he waved his hand and flew into the air. His hand formed a spell, and a beam of light came out of his hand, charging into the air in front of the mountain. It was like a stone being thrown into water. Many horizontal waves were generated in the air. After the horizontal waves, the ferocious birds and beasts surrounding the Black Wind Ridge were revealed. Xiao Jian shouted angrily, Everyone kill! Kill! The soldiers of Jiang country were the first to respond. They urged their war horses and charged out of the formation with spears in their hands. The hundreds of iron hooves rushed down the hillside like a torrent. Although the demons of Lion Rock were in a defensive formation, they were still caught off guard. In the instant of contact, more than 10 demons were pierced by the spears, and miserable screams could be heard. The soldiers of Jiang country rushed down the mountain ridge, and the hundreds of Dao soldiers also pounced towards the demons of Mo Yin Ridge from the air. Many flashes of light could be seen, and one magical artifact after another smashed down. Similarly, many fierce birds had their wings broken and fell from the sky. Roar roar. Of the three powers, the weakest Black Wind Ridge demons were different from before. As soon as the starving demons rushed out of the magic array, their eyes lit up. It was as if the aggressive demons in front of them were fat cows. Wind immediately appeared under their feet, and they pounced on them, screaming hysterically. These spirit demons were naturally not as fast as the soldiers of Jiang country. When they came into contact with the spirit demons of Lion Mountain, the spirit demons were already prepared. Although they did not resist in a particularly orderly manner, the weapons in their hands did not hesitate to fight with the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge. However, just as the battle began, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were once again terrified, because the bear spirits were not fighting like before. They all looked like they were going to perish together, and there was no method at all. As long as they saw an opening, they would immediately pounce over and open their bloody mouths to bite. Many demons were caught off guard and were bitten on the arms and nape of their necks. Ah! Screams came from the mouths of these demons. The successful bear demons bit off the flesh of these demons and chewed it in their mouths. As for those spirit demons who did not succeed, when they heard the sound of chewing meat and the smell of blood, they became even more anxious and crazy. They pounced towards their opponents without any regard for their lives. Seeing this, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were dumbfounded. Spirits did need to eat meat, but most of the meat was human and livestock meat. How could they eat spirit demon meat after becoming a spirit demon? Ever since they became spirit demons, they had long since developed a sense of self-awareness, differentiating themselves from those spirit demons that did not have intelligence. At this moment, looking at the blood in the mouth and body of the Black Wind Ridge bear spirit, as well as the madness in its eyes, how could it still have the integrity of a spirit demon? A spirit demon without any integrity? It was truly terrifying. Fairies were actually the same as humans. When they saw that they were about to become food for others, they felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily retreated. The fairies of Black Wind Ridge immediately gained the upper hand and slowly advanced down the mountain. Chapter 3506. In the sky, the Golden Eagle and White Lion were surprised to see the formation of the Black Wind Ridge open. However, the Golden Eagle spread its wings and shouted, "Myriad Lion King, be careful. I'm afraid this is the Black Wind Ridge's last resort. I urge all the boys to work harder and break this formation completely. Let's see how powerful that Taoist cultivator is." Since it's all in one throw, why care about their formation? Once we kill all these demons and humans, what's the point of keeping their magic formation? White Lion laughed and ignored the Golden Condor. With a flap of his body, he flew down the mountain. The Golden Eagle said, "If you don't go, I'll break the formation myself." Immediately after, it spread its wings and its body flashed with brilliance. A hurricane was born, and the huge body of the Golden Condor was like a meteor as it rushed towards Xiao Jian, who had revealed himself in midair. Its huge claws emitted a sizzling sound as they tore through the air. They were sharper than ordinary flying swords. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand as steadily as a mountain. There was a flash of brilliance, and the Golden Eagle only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Although the situation in front of him was still the same and he still saw the contempt in Xiao Jian's eyes, he still had an extremely bad feeling from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, before the Golden Eagle could do anything, its sharp claws touched an extremely tough restriction. The Golden Eagle was very familiar with this restriction. Oh no! The Golden Eagle was shocked. He knew that the formation had been sealed and he had hit the restriction. He hurriedly flapped his wings and prepared to fly up. However, at this moment, a strong force came from the restriction. This force wrapped around the Golden Eagle and smashed it down the mountain. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just hundreds of feet below the Black Wind Ridge, the Golden Eagle's body smashed into a mountain slope that was 100 feet high. Not only did it smash a big hole in the mountain slope, but it also smashed two ferocious beasts that were guarding there into meat paste. A cloud of dust gradually settled, and the extremely sorry figure of the Golden Eagle was revealed. Its shining golden feathers were gray, and it no longer had the majesty from before. At this time, among the Jiang soldiers fighting with the beasts, a figure suddenly moved. However, this figure did not charge into the sky, but flattened out dozens of feet. Dozens of feet away, it was the Changling princess riding a peach-red horse and swinging her weapon to kill the beasts. At this time, the Changling princess had just killed a beast. She was about to raise her whip when she felt something was strange behind her. She unconsciously flipped her hand and the whip was about to strike. "Princess, it's I." Qin Qingyu's voice sounded by her ear. "Martial Uncle Qin?" The Changling princess stilled and put away the whip in her hand. She did not understand why Qin Qingyu had suddenly appeared behind her. But before she could think, her body suddenly tensed and she flew off the peach-red horse. "Martial Uncle, what are you doing?" the Changling princess said urgently. "Your Highness Princess, I have received the great gift of the monarch. While I cannot die for the monarch, I must protect the princess' safety. Now is the best time to charge out of the encirclement. I cannot go alone." Qin Qingyu said in a low voice. "I will take the princess out even if I die to repay the monarch's favor." Seeing that she had been carried dozens of feet into the air by Qin Qingyu in a moment, what else could the Changling princess say? While she did not want to leave, she could only sigh inside and wait until they charged out of the encirclement. Jia. Qin Qingyu suddenly flew out. The Golden Eagle was naturally furious. It screeched and flapped its wings to charge into the air. But how could the power of the golden eagle compare to the capital star's formation? The enormous force had not completely disappeared from the golden eagle's body. It stumbled and did not fly up from the ground. Roar! On the mountain ridge dozens of feet away from the golden eagle, the white lion that had just bitten a few bear spirits roared angrily. Demonic clouds formed under its feet and it chased after Qin Qingyu. Also from the white lion's mouth, rays of light like flying swords flew out and stabbed towards Qin Qingyu. Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Qingyu ignored white lion and roared. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized stone rushed out. As soon as the stone appeared, it flashed with a green light and suddenly grew bigger. It smashed towards the beasts in front of Qin Qingyu's head that were blocking in the air. Protect the princess. At this time, Granny Ji Yuanya, who was on the left of the Chongling princess, and the dozen or so female generals on Pegasi moved. They each waved their weapons and urged their Pegasi to fly towards the white lion, preparing to block the white lion's attack for Qin Qingyu. As to Qin Xiaoyao, how could he not know Qin Qingyu's intentions? With an order, he led the Dao soldiers and several disciples to charge in Qin Qingyu's direction. Puff! Yuan Ye's demonic staff was the first to succeed, shattering a flying sword like light. However, his own body also lost balance and fell along with the leopard under his feet. Then, bang bang bang. There was a series of chaotic sounds. Granny Ji and the others first knocked down the white lion's attack, and many magic weapons also forced the white lion. The white lion had no choice but to temporarily abandon Qin Qingyu. Under its 4 hooves, the demonic clouds moved and it dodged to the side. Immediately after, there was a series of screams. Qin Xiaoyao led the Dao soldiers to kill a few ferocious birds and rushed behind Qin Qingyu. Boom boom boom. There were a few muffled sounds. Qin Xiaoyao's Dharma treasure hit a few ferocious birds in front of him. Those ferocious birds were all smashed into pieces and fell from midair. At this time, under the mountain ridge, the fastest golden eagle had just flown up and was still very far from Qin Qingyu. The white lion had dodged the desperate attacks of Granny Ji and the others, but it seemed impossible for him to catch up to Qin Qingyu. It seemed that Qin Qingyu was really going to take the Chongling princess and escape from the Black Wind Ridge. But at this time, boom boom boom. A series of roars came from the sky, and several rays of righteous qi suddenly fell, attacking Qin Qingyu and the flying stone magic weapon. Whoa! Qin Qingyu's expression did not change as though he had been prepared. His spiritual power was activated, and the flying stone vibrated. The primal energies of the universe within dozens of feet were immediately sucked into it. The flying stone immediately turned into the size of a millstone and blocked above his head. Boom boom boom. The righteous qi pillars fell on the flying stone, and the entire stone shook rapidly. Light flashed, and after the roars, the flying stone shrank by more than half, and Qin Qingyu's face was slightly red. Qin Qingyu. A faint voice came from the distance, and a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes appeared. You are not this old man's match, you should surrender. Jiang Yuming. Seeing this scholarly man, Qin Qingyu's face was ashen, and he said in surprise, why are you here? If you can come, why can't this old man come? Jiang Yuming said faintly, I might as well tell you, not only did this old man come, but other scholarly grandmasters also came. If you want to escape from this Black Wind Ridge, it is simply wishful thinking. Other grandmasters? Qin Qingyu was even more surprised. Just for that, Xiaohua? Yes and no. Jiang Yuming looked at the Chongling princess in Qin Qingyu's hands and answered. Actually, Jiang Yuming, this Qin will tell you honestly, that Xiaohua is not at Black Wind Ridge. Qin Qingyu shook his head and said, this Qin has never seen him since coming to Black Wind Ridge. Haha, it is the same whether he is here or not. Jiang Yuming smiled slightly, his expression was very light. I understand. Qin Qingyu also smiled, and his smile was very beautiful. If Xiaohua is at Black Wind Ridge, you all will work together to kill him. If he is not at Black Wind Ridge, this Chongling princess's bait, Xiaohua will definitely fall into your trap and you can still kill him. Yes and no. Jiang Yuming looked at Qin Qingyu from afar, and did not go forward, still answering faintly. Qin Qingyu nodded. Naturally, it is for the Chongling princess. Maybe Jiang country's treasury is not in Jiang country? Maybe Jiang country has some secrets you do not know? Jiang Yuming frowned and sneered. Qin Qingyu, your teachers have all been defeated by this old man. Now that you have no way out, why don't you quickly surrender? Haha, who says this Qin has no way out? Qin Qingyu laughed and raised the Chongling princess in his hands. Isn't this my way out? Sure shoo. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xiaoyao shouted, You, shut up. Qin Qingyu scolded angrily. You and I are no longer Jiang country's cultivators, we do not need to respect Changling as a princess. Qin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth slightly, looked at Qin Qingyu in front of him, and then the Dao soldiers and disciples on the left. He retreated dozens of feet and said in a low voice, This disciple understands Shirshu's thoughts, but this disciple does not want to make mistakes again and again. Since there will be death, this disciple wants to die with peace of mind. Qin Qingyu, you old man. Granny Ji almost scolded behind him. Ji. The golden eagle also flew up at this time and laughed mockingly. Is this the legendary shamelessness? Qin Qingyu, what do you mean? Jiang Yuming frowned and asked curiously. You want to use the Changling princess to threaten this old man? Senior Jiang, this Qin does not dare to say any threats. Qin Qingyu seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The Changling princess is the bait to kill Xiaohua, and also the last royal family of Jiang country. Her importance must be self-evident. If this Qin tightens his grip, and the Changling princess loses her life, won't your calculations all be in vain? Senior Jiang, this Qin is just an itinerant cultivator of the Dao sect. As long as this Qin goes out, I will immediately give the Changling princess to Senior. You can do whatever you want with her. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuming laughed and waved his hand. Qin Qingyu, the one who is in vain is you. This Changling princess is someone the monarch wants to kill. If you kill her, this old man and the others don't have to dirty our hands. Also, you killed the Changling princess. Since Xiaohua is not at Black Wind Ridge, he naturally does not know. He still has to return to Black Wind Ridge. The Changling princess is bait, it has nothing to do with the Changling princess' life or death. Chapter 3507. Good. Qin Qingyu sneered. He reached out and grabbed the Changling princess' neck. He shouted, Since you say so, this Qin will crush Changling to death. Whatever. Jiang Yuming was a man of few words. He waved his hand and retreated dozens of feet as though he was afraid the Changling princess' blood would splash on him. A vicious light flashed through Qin Qingyu's eyes. He said with a smile, Who are you bluffing? You think this Qin does not dare? As he spoke, his hand tightened. The Changling princess, who had been silent all this time and seemed to have lost her heart, suddenly turned green. Thief, you dare. With an angry roar, Yuanya, who had been accumulating his power for a long time, hurriedly urged the leopard to rush up from below without any concern for his own safety. Roar. The white lion roared, causing the space around Yuanya and the leopard to rapidly tremble. The leopard was so scared that it pissed its pants and hurriedly flew down. Yuanya anxiously cried out on the leopard, but even if he was angry, what could he do? His cultivation was simply too far away from that of these monsters. Granny Ji and the others were also ashen-faced. They had pinned all their hopes on Qin Qingyu and helped him to defend against the enemy. They had never expected that in the end Qin Qingyu would betray them and turn his back on them. Looking around Qin Qingyu, no, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than the enemy, there was no one else who could subdue Qin Qingyu. Was the Changling princess going to be crushed to death by Qin Qingyu? Old Master Xiao. The people of Jiang country had never yearned for Xiaohua's appearance more than now. Maybe only Xiaohua could resolve the present deadlock. Whoosh. Just as everyone's hearts turned to ash, an inexplicable ripple came from Qin Qingyu's arm. A flame appeared strangely. Who? Qin Qingyu was shocked, his heart contracting. He immediately thought of a possibility. Other than Xiaohua, whom he had never met, who could appear strangely at such a dangerous time. Understanding, Qin Qingyu's hand loosened. No matter how bold he was, he did not dare to crush the Changling princess to death in front of Xiaohua, who had not appeared. Rumble. Just as Qin Qingyu loosened his grip, a fireball appeared. Then the surrounding heaven-earth essence chi suddenly gathered. Moreover, as the heaven-earth essence chi swarmed, several flames appeared not far in front of Jiang Yuming, White Lion, Golden Condor, and the other demons of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was very close to the fireball. The fireball violently exploded. In the light, Qin Qingyu screamed. Golden light flashed around him. His right arm holding the Changling princess dimmed and blood flew. Qin Qingyu's right arm was blown off by the fireball. As Qin Qingyu's arm was blown off, ripples of water blue light appeared in the light of the fireball. A thin old man in Taoist robes and a circular talisman appeared. The water blue light came from the talisman. However, this light was quickly extinguished in the light of the fireball. The explosion of the fireball charged past the talisman and blasted the old man's back into a bloody mess. The old man's body was pushed by the force of the fireball towards the Changling princess like a falling leaf. The Changling princess had lost her will to live under this unpredictable person's heart. But the next change happened in a flash. Before she could think, the old man spread his arms and used his body to protect her. Looking at the face that was coming closer, the familiar wrinkles, the dry lips, and the 2 white mustaches, wasn't this Xiao Jian? However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's originally turbid eyes were filled with concern and determination. Xiao Jian's decisiveness turned into gratification, but this gratification disappeared as he closed his eyes. Xiao Jian, fellow immortal Xiao. The Changling princess was puzzled but did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly reached out and pulled the unconscious Xiao Jian into her arms. But the fireball was really powerful. Xiao Jian blocked the heat wave that was charging at the Changling princess, but the power was still there. The Changling princess could not resist at all. Under the enormous force she floated down. Looking around, countless scorching waves of fire were rolling. Not only did the demons of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock retreat in fear, even someone as strong as Jiang Yuming did not dare to be negligent. He leaped high into the air. The moment the fireball appeared, Jiang Yuming was shocked. He thought that Xiao Hua had appeared. But when he saw Xiao Jian's figure in the fire, he was reassured. Xiao Jian must have used an invisibility seal to prepare to escape. But he had not expected Qin Qingyu to hold the Changling princess hostage. So Xiao Jian had to give up on escaping and use the fireball seal to save the Changling princess. However, Jiang Yuming did not understand. Since Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did Qin Qingyu not? Since Qin Qingyu knew Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did he not guard against Xiao Jian? Especially, why was this fireball seal so powerful? Of course, these questions were nothing in Jiang Yuming's mind. Both Xiao Jian and Qin Qingyu were not worth mentioning in Jiang Yuming's eyes. No matter what they did, as long as they did not escape Black Wind Ridge, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, when he saw the Changling princess land with Xiao Jian and meet up with Granny Ji and the others, Yuanya punched the leopard and did his best to get close to the Changling princess. The golden condor and white lion were forced into a sorry state by the fireballs. He smiled faintly. Then, the physical energy in his body moved. He opened his mouth and recited the 100 classics. Waves of vast energy roared and fell from the sky. In a moment, it extinguished all the flames within 100 zhang of him. After the flames disappeared, Qin Qingyu's slightly stooped figure appeared. At this time, Qin Qingyu had used the previous chaos to fly dozens of feet, wanting to escape Jiang Yuming's encirclement. Seeing his tracks exposed, Qin Qingyu's unusually pale face showed a hint of embarrassment. Elder Jiang? Qin Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "You also saw that this Qin was forced to do something beyond my ability. They do not trust me at all. The matter of Black Wind Ridge has nothing to do with this Qin." A hint of mockery flashed through Jiang Yuming's eyes. He looked up and down at Qin Qingyu's disheveled appearance. In order to escape, he did not even have time to clean up the blood on his body. Then he said coolly, "Qin Qingyu, this path is blocked. You should turn back." "Elder." Qin Qingyu pleaded. "This Qin swears that from now on, I will not ask about the matters of the Dao sect. I will only focus on cultivation. Jiang country. No, the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent has nothing to do with this Qin. Go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy passed. Qin Qingyu saw that he could not block it and could only fly back. Fortunately, Jiang Yuming did not mean to make things difficult for Qin Qingyu. This wave of vast energy only brushed past Qin Qingyu's head. The golden eagle was obviously very angry that Qin Qingyu could escape from its encirclement. When it saw Qin Qingyu flying down, it spread its wings. The golden feathers that were messed up by the fireball talisman flashed and rushed towards Qin Qingyu. "Let him go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy condensed into an invisible wall of qi in front of the golden eagle. The golden eagle was caught off guard and was actually knocked down in midair. The golden eagle made a clear GA sound. It seemed very angry and said angrily, "Jiang Yuming, what right do you?" Boom! A wave of vast energy came. The golden eagle was hit and kept rolling in the air. Only a few feathers were still floating in the air. Jiang Yuming's figure slowly disappeared. His cold voice stayed in the same place. "You are just a flat bird. Don't forget your identity. If you were not still useful, this old man would kill you on the spot." The golden eagle was knocked down and blood flowed out of its beak. White Lion and the others did not dare to be negligent. Although they did not dare to retreat from here, they were already far away and surrounded the people of Black Wind Ridge. Standing in midair, Qin Xingyu was in an awkward situation. Earlier, his order to Qin Xiaoyao was rejected, and Qin Xiaoyao stepped back for tens of feet. There were nearly 100 people who moved with Qin Xiaoyao. These disciples and Dao soldiers were far away from Qin Jian's fire talisman, so they weren't affected too much. But the disciples who stayed behind to listen to Qin Xingyu were slightly troublesome. In the explosion of the fire talisman, a dozen of them were injured. Right now they were as bad as Qin Xingyu. Although they had rested for a while and were standing in the air, they probably couldn't stay together with the people of Black Wind Ridge. Qin Xingyu's gaze swept across the formation of the Golden Eagle, White Lion and the others. Then he looked at Granny Ji and the others who were protecting the Chongling princess and retreating. His face was ferocious. But he clapped his hand and put several pills into his mouth. His face immediately flushed red. He sneered and said, "You Confucian cultivators have a good plan. You want to watch the show from the side. Good, this old man will let you watch. This old man will turn Black Wind Ridge into a sea of blood. Let's see what good show you can watch." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Disciples, Dao soldiers, follow this old man, kill. Sect uncle, sect uncle." Seeing Qin Xingyu go crazy, Qin Xiaoyao was shocked. At this time in Black Wind Ridge, Qin Xingyu was the strongest. Who could be his match? Even if there were hundreds and thousands of demons, in the eyes of an early Jindan cultivator, they were not even a dish. Qin Xiaoyao shouted and wanted to persuade Qin Xingyu. Unfortunately, Qin Xingyu didn't give Qin Xiaoyao a chance to speak at all. He made a spell with both hands, and within a few feet of Qin Xiaoyao, a silvery white brilliance shone brightly. Streaks of light like spears appeared and pierced towards Qin Xiaoyao. It was Qin Xingyu's best technique, the golden spear technique. Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Qin Xingyu to change his face faster than flipping a book. He was the first to attack a junior disciple. He quickly rubbed his hands and opened his mouth. A fire bead the size of a thumb shot out. Chapter 3508. The fire bead immediately turned into a crimson wall of fire to protect Qin Xiaoyao. But before the wall of fire formed, hundreds of silver-white spears were thrown over like hundreds of giants. The sound of them breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Qin Xiaoyao was not strong to begin with. He could not even block Tong Zhuoguo's killing immortal crossbow, much less the spears of these Jindan cultivators. Pew pew. Dozens of spears easily passed through the wall of fire and came close to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao's face was ashen, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. This relief was the relief of being forgiven. While Qin Xiaoyao's gaze was not on the Chongling princess fleeing towards Black Wind Ridge, the princess and even Granny Ji looked at Qin Xiaoyao without the disdain and rejection from before. "Oh." At this moment, a very surprised voice suddenly sounded. "What's going on?" This voice sounded a little ethereal, but it was also loud and clear. The entire Black Wind Ridge could hear it clearly. Following this voice, thousands of tiny threads of lightning suddenly appeared in the air around Qin Xiaoyao. There were not many threads of lightning and they did not look strong. But where the threads of lightning passed, the thousands of golden spears were immediately shattered. The threads of lightning wrapped around the silver-white fragments. In a blink, the fragments turned back into pure primal energies of the universe. Xiao. Elder Xiao. Qin Xiaoyao was naturally overjoyed at being reborn. He looked around in disbelief, his voice filled with an indescribable hope. Xiaohua? Qin Xingyu saw his spell easily defeated by the lightning. His expression changed, he was filled with regret and bitterness in his mouth. He really did not understand why his luck was so tragic. What to do? Qin Xingyu's mind spun rapidly. He hurriedly sent out his consciousness towards the source of the voice. But his consciousness was immediately cut off after scanning 100 feet. He could not go very far. Old Master. This is Old Master. Old Master is back. Boy kill. The black bear spirit was the happiest. When he heard Xiaohua's voice, he immediately shouted. The demons of the Black Wind Ridge had no time to watch Qin Xingyu's despicable performance. They were originally in a state of exhaustion and had gradually slipped into a disadvantageous position. However, when they heard the black bear spirit's roar, it was more effective than any elixir. The weapons in their hands danced in the air, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Kill? The demons of Black Wind Ridge were like this, and the soldiers of Jianghu country were even more excited. In this period of fighting, they had suffered many losses, and were almost unable to resist the birds flying in the sky. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, they all fought with their lives. Granny Ji and the others were overjoyed. As they protected the Chongling princess, they urged their horses to charge at the demons of Mo Yin Ridge. The most ridiculous thing was still the leopard. Previously, no matter how Yuanya punched and kicked it, it did not dare to fly into the air. At this time, it also let out a long roar and turned into a flying shadow, carrying Yuanya to the beast at the foot of the mountain. However, just as it started to fly, it was punched by Yuanya again. Only then did it turn around and charge at the Chongling princess. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao seemed to think of something and hurriedly shouted, "Elder Xiao! The Black Wind Ridge has an ambush from the Copper Pillar State." But his words did not travel far. Boom boom boom. Dark clouds covered the Black Wind Ridge and wild winds blew. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down like a heavenly river. Awoo awoo. Between the flashes of lightning, the thousands of birds of Mo Yin Ridge that had been arrogant before were struck down by the heavenly lightning. Other than the scattered feathers in the air, there was only the fragrance of roasted birds. Jia. The golden eagle was shocked. It had seen powerful cultivators and righteous Confucian cultivators, but it had never seen such a powerful move. There were over 1,000 of them. They were killed by this cultivator called Xiaohua without even showing his face. What cultivation did this Xiaohua have? Before the golden condor could escape, another wave of the Taoist spell that it had seen before flashed in mid-air. Then, it saw layers of flames appearing above the heads of the ferocious beasts on Lion Rock. Then it swooped down. Roar roar. The ferocious beasts screamed in agony. No one cared about fighting with the Black Wind Ridge demons anymore. They either rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, or formed demonic clouds under their feet and rushed into the air to escape. Go. Bai Shi had been moved. With a soft roar, the Yao clouds under his feet moved, and he had already charged dozens of feet. Damn it. The golden eagle cursed in its heart. It seemed to be half a beat slower than Bai Shi every time. But fortunately its flying speed was fast enough. With a flap of its wings, it immediately caught up with Bai Shi. Just as they had fled a few hundred meters away, a thunderous rumble resounded through the sky. A tall and skinny human figure stepped on heavenly lightning and flew over at a speed faster than lightning. His voice that was even louder than thunder rumbled through the Black Wind Ridge. "After causing so much trouble to my Black Wind Ridge, you still want to leave?" Before the voice died away, the golden eagle and Bai Shi's eyes blurred. They did not notice anything at all. The two figures had already landed in the sky above Black Wind Ridge. The golden eagle and Bai Shi looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of magical power that could teleport them dozens of feet without them noticing had long exceeded their understanding. Almost at the same time, the two of them knelt in the air and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The two so-called Golden Eagle King and Myriad Lion King did not resist at all and just knelt down. The demons of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock were even worse. They had long been scared witless by the heavenly lightning and the burning of their bodies. Now they no longer dared to care about their injuries. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master, please spare us." Mph. The black bear spirit snorted and said angrily, "Is Master's name something you can easily call out?" His words were filled with pride and arrogance. In a moment, the thin figure in the sky had already flown to the sky above the Black Wind Mountain range. After the lightning dissipated, his true appearance was revealed. Xiaohua's appearance was a few years older, but he looked more mature, and the majesty between his brows was even more prominent. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of fear, and a kind of reverence would spontaneously arise. "Master, you have returned." The black bear spirit was carefree and showed off in front of people. He flew to Xiaohua's right hand and bowed proudly. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "And this old man has returned. Black bear, you have worked hard." Seeing Xiaohua give him face, the black bear spirit was even happier. He did not dare to rise and said, "This one is unworthy and did not gain face for Master. In the end, I still have to rely on Master's methods." Xiaohua responded and looked away. The people of Jiang country escorted the Chongling princess and flew to Xiaohua's hand. They all bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome Master back to the mountain. You have worked hard. What is going on with Xiao Jian?" Xiaohua frowned slightly. His Buddhist consciousness had come too late and did not see the situation. The Chongling princess looked worriedly at Xiao Jian, who was still unconscious and covered in blood. She recounted what had happened previously. Sigh. When Xiaohua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was also filled with lingering fear. If Qin Qingyu really succeeded, not to mention that Jianghu would no longer exist, even his own face would be lost. Wouldn't everything he said earlier be for naught? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He swept a glance at Qin Qingyu and the hundreds of Dao soldiers and disciples around him, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyao. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao flew over with hundreds of disciples and Dao soldiers. Seeing Xiaohua look at him, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Xiaoyao greets." "Master." "Disciple thanks Master for saving my life." Was what Chongling said true? Xiaohua's expression did not change as he asked coolly. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to speak and hurriedly answered, "What Her Highness the Princess said is true." "Then, how do you think Qin Qingyu should be dealt with?" Xiaohua asked directly. "This." Qin Xiaoyao stilled. He was tongue-tied and did not dare to speak. Xiaohua saw Qin Xiaoyao hesitate and immediately moved him to the side. He raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He gave it to Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, feed this pill medicine to your master." "Yes, master." Yuanya saw Xiaohua was awe-inspiring and was no longer the Xiaohua who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him on the streets of Longevity Town. He took the jade bottle and hurriedly answered. After Xiao Jian had fainted, he had been watched over by the female generals of Jiang country. Only now did he dare to give it to Yuanya. Seeing Xiao Jian take the pill medicine, Xiaohua smiled and pointed. When did Xiao Jian's abilities improve greatly? He can predict the future? First, he stole this seat's invisibility talisman and fire talisman from Lu Yi. Master, this little one knows. The black bear spirit at the side hurriedly said with a smile, "This is not Xiao Jian's ability but Lu Ge'er's arrangement." Lu Yi? Xiaohua was startled. He raised his head to look at the mountain ridge, where Lu Yi was already kneeling on the ground as if he was welcoming him. "Master." At this time, Qin Xiaoyao spoke up. "You old man. Didn't you hear your disciple's voice? Outside the Black Wind Ridge, there is a great formation set up by Confucian cultivators. We are bait and our lives are as light as grass. How can you take the risk?" "Ha ha." Xiaohua sneered, disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the sky, where a faint five-colored brilliance was flowing, and said, "Let me tell you, on this Black Wind Ridge every person, every demon's life is not light. Even if I know that this is bait, that there is a trap here, I will still come." "Thank you, Master." Everyone knelt down, their hearts filled with an indescribable warmth. "Besides, it's just a child's play. How can it do anything to me?" Xiaohua laughed again. He raised his hand and everyone stood up. "We will only chat here. We will talk after they set up the formation." Chapter 3509. Yes, we will rely on Old Master for everything. Everyone saw Xiaohua so calm and felt even more confident. Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. Lu Yi, kneeling on the ground, flew in front of Xiaohua. Lu Yi did not dare to get up and kowtowed. "Disciple Lu Yi greets Old Master. Disciple did not manage the residence well and caused such trouble. Old Master will punish me." "Ah, no need to be so careful." Xiaohua said with a smile. "You did well. This seat will give you a surprise later. However, tell this old man, how did you know Qin Qingyu would kidnap the Chongling princess?" Lu Yi's face was bashful as he said in a low voice, "Allow this little one to report this matter to Old Master alone in the future." "Good." Xiaohua smiled and then looked up. He took out a bottle of pills and flew it in front of Lu Yi. "Get up. You did well. Today you did the best. This pill is for you. When you learn the method in the future you can take it." Lu Yi was so clever. Hearing Xiaohua say, "When you learn the method in the future," how could he not know that Xiaohua had found a method for him to cultivate? Excitement appeared on his face. He carefully took the jade bottle and hid it on his body before bowing again. "Qin Xiaoyao." Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Do you mind the question this seat asked you just now?" Seeing Xiaohua act so swiftly and decisively, his train of thought also jumping around, Qin Xiaoyao clenched his teeth and knelt down in midair, saying, "Master, disciple knows that martial uncle Qin committed an unpardonable crime, but disciple also committed a serious crime that day. Since old master can pardon this disciple, why can't you forgive Qin Shishu? He was just muddle-headed under the attack of the enemy and made the wrong choice. Now that our Dao sect is in decline, one person killed is one less. This disciple asks old master to be magnanimous and allow Qin Shishu to redeem himself." "Old master, you cannot." Granny Ji had not known Xiaohua for long, but she was familiar with Xiao Hua's soft-hearted nature. She hurriedly shouted that Qin Qingyu was the strongest cultivator of Black Wind Ridge at the time. He wanted to kidnap Her Highness the Princess and use her safety to exchange for his life. He even wanted to kill Her Highness the Princess when the enemy could not tolerate it. In addition, he didn't care about fellow disciples at all. As soon as he had time, he immediately attacked his own martial nephew. If it weren't for the return of the master, fellow Daoist Qin would have already died. How could someone who was worse than a beast be a disciple of the Dao sect? Leaving him alive is a disgrace to the Dao sect and a thorn in the flesh of my Black Wind Ridge. If master is unable to distinguish between rewards and punishments, I'm afraid it won't be fair in the future. Master, please make a decision. Master. When Qin Qingyu heard this from afar, he hurriedly knelt down in the air and cried out, "Please spare my life, master. I will follow your orders for the rest of my life and will never have any other thoughts." Old master. Granny Ji wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiao Hua frown slightly, the Chongling princess hurriedly scolded, "Granny, just say this. Everything will be decided by master." But Granny Ji wanted to say something but stopped. She bit her lip and lowered her head. The black bear spirit was next to Lu Yi at this time. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Yi, indicating for Lu Yi to speak. But Lu Yi didn't seem to notice and stood there silently. The other people of Black Wind Ridge knew their status was low and didn't dare to speak. On the mountain ridge, the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge looked at the spirits on the ground that had been killed by the heavenly lightning and fire. They swallowed and didn't dare to move, waiting for Xiao Hua's decision. "Qin Qingyu, don't think about getting lucky," Xiao Hua said coolly. "You are a disciple of the Dao sect, but you don't deserve to be a human. Since you don't deserve to be a human, what are you living for? Since you are a disciple of the Dao sect, you can kill yourself." Whoa. Xiao Hua had just finished speaking when he saw Qin Qingyu's body flashing with an intense golden light. Streams of Jin Qi were like small snakes coming out from his mouth and nose. Qin Qingyu's body flashed and flew towards the distance. As Qin Qingyu flew, the brilliance around his body became even brighter, just like an extremely sharp flying sword. "Do you want to escape?" Xiao Hua smiled faintly. "Even if you have 10 more gold cores, you can burn them all and turn them into swords. How can you escape from my hands?" While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his right hand, and a huge palm appeared in midair. It was several times faster than Qin Qingyu's, and in a moment, it grabbed Qin Qingyu. No matter how Qin Qingyu struggled, he couldn't break free. "Even if I don't do it, do you think you can escape from the formation of the Confucian cultivators?" Xiao Hua looked at Qin Qingyu and said word by word, "In front of you there is only a dead end. However, instead of letting the Confucian cultivators kill you, let me send you on your way. I have a merciful heart, but that doesn't mean I won't kill. Because you deserve to die, I don't mind staining my hands with blood." After he finished speaking, the big hand moved slightly. Qin Qingyu struggled with all his strength as if he was going to explode his gold core. However, under the power of the big hand, his true qi could not flow at all. Under the huge force, blood splattered and Qin Qingyu was crushed to death. Immediately after, Xiao Hua retracted his technique and Qin Qingyu's corpse fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Everyone has their own karma. Don't think too much about others." "Yes, disciple understands." Qin Xiaoyao knew that this was for him and hurriedly bowed. "The other Taoist disciples didn't do evil. Please spare my life, master." "Well, they are all your disciples. You can decide for yourself." Xiao Hua waved his hand. The hundreds of frightened disciples and Taoist soldiers were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed down to thank him. The internal affairs of the Black Wind Ridge have been dealt with. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The 5-colored brilliance had turned into 5-colored auspicious clouds and was still dancing in the air. There were no signs of it descending. He said, "Since the formation masters haven't finished their work, let's look at other things." "Master, spare my life, spare my life." The golden eagle and white lion had been waiting by the side. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Strange. You led a group of subordinates to invade my Black Wind Ridge and kill my disciples. Why should I spare you?" "Master," the golden eagle said pitifully, "although we are called Golden Eagle King and Thousand Lion King, we are actually the same as the Black Wind King. We are all pitiful characters. Others don't know how hard we worked, but how can the Black Bear spirit not know? At first, we thought that we were the kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and were very proud of ourselves. But when Master came, so many things happened. Only then did we realize that we were just the pretense of others and were used by others. You can ask the Black Bear spirit. We have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who bullied him? If we weren't forced by others this time, why would we invade the Black Wind Ridge? Also, the White Lion hurriedly shouted from the side, we surrounded the Black Wind Ridge for so long and didn't attack heavily. In fact, we didn't injure many of the Black Wind Ridge's subordinates. We don't deserve to die. Hearing the words "don't deserve to die" coming from the mouth of the Thousand Lion King, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This really sounded ridiculous. However, the Black Bear spirit's eyes darted around. His gaze swept across the Black Wind Ridge. When he saw that most of the beasts of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock were injured and not many were killed, he immediately understood that Xiaohua didn't have the intention to eliminate them. Then he thought about what Xiaohua said and came up with a plan. He casually took half a step forward and bowed. Master, this little one has a few words, but I don't know if I should say them. Feel free to speak. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master, the Black Bear spirit pointed at the two demons and said, this little one is the same as the two demon kings. We both occupy mountains and call ourselves kings. No one understands their hardships better than this little one. We don't have a choice. Actually, I won't hide it from Master. If Master forced this little one to attack Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, even if this little one didn't want to go, under Master's strict orders, this little one wouldn't dare to disobey. When did this lord do such a thing? Xiaohua laughed and scolded. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, the Black Bear spirit understood even more. He said, there's no need to say that the two demon kings don't deserve to die. After all, we are all demons and have killed countless people. However, Master, now is the time to use people. The two demon kings are useless, but they have thousands of subordinates. This little one is afraid that I can't take care of all of them. Why don't you spare their lives and help me restrain my subordinates? This way, won't the entire Black Cloud Ridge belong to Master? Yes, this little one will definitely listen to the Black Wind King's orders and guard the Black Cloud Ridge for Master. Hearing the Black Bear spirit's words, the Golden Eagle and White Lion understood that he was taking advantage of the situation. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly kowtowed and said, but Master, please spare our lives. Yes, the Black Bear spirit's words make sense. Xiaohua nodded to himself. Then he stretched out his hand and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. The Golden Eagle and White Lion felt an indescribable pain in their heads. The two demons couldn't help but roll in the air in pain. Rise, as Xiaohua raised his hand, two faint shadows appeared between the eyebrows of the two demons. Xiaohua then grabbed with his hand and the two shadows instantly shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Immediately after, two pieces of jade floated in the air. Xiaohua flicked his two hands and rays of light appeared from the jade pieces. They were so bright that it caused everyone to squint their eyes. Puff puff. Suddenly, the two pieces of jade shined brightly and lit up at the same time. A moment later, the two pieces of jade melted into two balls of liquid. This liquid was no longer just jade, it was mixed with a trace of scarlet. Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and pointed his finger. The Black Bear spirit, who was watching the show with narrowed eyes, felt pain between his eyebrows. Before he could cry out in pain, 2 drops of blood had been flicked by Xiaohua and landed in the jade liquid. Sizzle. With a series of sounds, the jade liquid glowed with a green light. Chapter 35:10. Go, Xiaohua lightly reprimanded and raised his hand. 2 green bean-sized shadows were thrown into the jade liquid. Then Xiaohua sent in a few more spells. Kacha kacha, 2 crisp sounds were heard. The jade liquid condensed into 2 jade tablets. Master. The Black Bear spirit cried bitterly. It's fine if you think these 2 deserve to die, but why are you so happy with my blood? Humph, what do you know? Xiaohua snorted and waved his hand. Take this jade tablet. Seeing the 2 jade pendants in his hands, the Black Bear spirit raised the jade pendants and looked at the vague shadows of the Golden Eagle and White Lion. He was puzzled and asked curiously, Master, what am I doing with this? These 2 demons were spared because you begged for mercy. I'll leave their lives to you. If they don't listen, you can crush the jade tablet at any time. Xiaohua said coldly. Of course, if anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible. There's no need, Master. The Black Bear spirit's expression became even more bitter. He said pitifully, this thing is so precious. If I accidentally break it, won't I take their lives? You should keep it. Black Bear. Xiao Jian, who had already woken up, reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old master thinks highly of you. You hold the jade pendant and deliberately think that the two demons will have to do whatever you want them to do. Ah? Is that so? The black bear spirit was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Golden eagle, roll for me." The golden eagle was no longer in pain. Just now it was standing in midair. When it heard the black bear spirit's words, it hesitated. But then the pain came again. The golden eagle's face turned pale. It moved and its body trembled. It gritted its teeth and said, "Black Wind King, you and I are both demon kings. In the future, White Lion and I will help you. If you treat us like this, we'd rather die." The black bear spirit's small eyes turned. Seeing the golden eagle's painful expression, he knew that Xiao Jian was right. He immediately put away the jade tablet and smiled. "Brothers, it's all my fault. I just wanted to see the effects of this jade tablet. I won't try it again in the future. Brothers, as long as you treat master like I do, this jade tablet will be as good as nothing. Big brother is wrong." Golden Condor looked at White Lion and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Among the three heads of Black Cloud Ridge, the Black Wind King is the leader, I'm third and White Lion is second. If the three of us work together, we will definitely be able to protect the Black Cloud Ridge." White Lion smiled and also bowed, saying, "Third brother is right. Although Big Brother's cultivation is low now, with Master's help, it won't be long before he becomes our leader." I'm sorry. The black bear spirit's mouth was wide open. The corners of his mouth were all the way to the back of his head. He cupped his fist in return. "Go and pack up. From today onwards, Black Cloud Ridge will belong to you three brothers." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I can guarantee that as long as all of you are obedient, not to mention Black Cloud Ridge, even the entire hidden immortal continent will become famous." "Yes, we understand." The three demon kings were overjoyed. After hastily bowing, they descended from the clouds and reorganized their subordinates. Xiao Jian had already recovered from his injuries after receiving Xiaohua's elixir. He walked forward and bowed. "Disciple thanks master for saving my life." Xiaohua sized up Xiao Jian. He was actually rather puzzled. Xiao Jian had always been very selfish. Why would he take the risk because of Lu Yi's words? However, after thinking about it, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than Xiao Jian, Lu Yi couldn't find a reliable Taoist cultivator who could use invisibility talismans and fire talismans. Fortunately, Xiao Jian didn't let Lu Yi down. Xiao Jian could be considered to have made a great contribution. "You did well. Xiao Jian, I have a whole new level of respect for you." Xiaohua nodded. "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come find me. If there are no accidents, getting a golden core or nascent soul cultivator isn't a big deal." Xiao Jian didn't have any excitement on his face. He seemed to believe Xiaohua's words without any doubt. He bowed and said, "Disciple thanks master for taking care of me. What's the progress of your plan to restore the Black Cloud Ridge?" Xiaohua stood in the air and didn't return to his residence. He actually treated the swaying clouds in the air like they were nothing and asked. Xiao Jian looked at the Chongling princess. The two nodded slightly. Xiao Jian spoke again. "Disciple and the others are almost done with their plans. Only master is left to come back and take charge." "Someone like Qin Qingyu?" Xiaohua asked with interest. "This is all disciple's fault," Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly said from the side. "In order to increase the power of Black Wind Ridge, disciple could only invite disciple's sect uncle to come and hold the fort. But I didn't expect. And none of you are wrong, it's this seat's fault." Xiaohua nodded. He liked Qin Xiaoyao's responsibility even more. This seat had some important matters and couldn't come back in time. "That's right, go and look for that second imperial tutor. What's his name again? If you find out whether he's dead or alive, I'll go and look for him. If I'm not around in the future, at least there'll be someone to support you." The second imperial preceptor of Jiang country is Li Xiang, Li Zhenren. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly answered. This disciple heard that he was captured by the Copper Pillar country. The Chongling princess explained from the side. To let master know, Li Zhenren listens to the imperial preceptor, but is unfamiliar with the imperial family of Jiang country. This junior doesn't know much about this elder. All right, return to the residence. If you need to discuss, discuss. If you need to act, act. Xiaohua waved his hand. Everyone bowed and saluted. Only Louis was left in the air. He could not fly and waited by Xiaohua's side. "Ah, Louis." Xiaohua waved his hand and used a silent spell. He said, Now you can speak. How did you know that Qin Qingyu was going to act against the Chongling princess? Did you personally give Xiao Jian's invisibility seal and fire seal to him? Facing Xiao Hua, Lu Yi naturally didn't dare to conceal anything. He explained the cause of the matter in detail, causing Xiao Hua to be somewhat dumbstruck. It was very simple because Lu Yi could feel what others were thinking. When Qin Qingyu was discussing with everyone in the residence, Lu Yi had sensed his desire for the Chongling princess from Qin Qingyu's heart. But he was not sure and did not dare to expose it. He could only take the chance to leave the residence and call out the Black Bear spirit. Lu Yi naturally would not tell the Black Bear spirit the truth. He only said what would happen if Qin Qingyu, the cultivator with the highest cultivation, had no one to restrict him. Of course, the Black Bear spirit had no other choice. He could only blink his eyes helplessly. However, when Lu Yi took out the invisibility talisman and fire talisman left behind by Xiao Hua, the Black Bear spirit came up with an idea. He was a demon and did not cultivate any Dao techniques. Of course he could not use them. Lu Yi was not at ease with Xiao Jian. He feared Xiao Jian would take the chance to run. Otherwise he would have taken out these things long ago. But here, for the safety of the Chongling princess, Lu Yi could only gamble. Coincidentally, Xiao Jian came to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the chance to speak of his worries. Xiao Jian did not take it seriously and agreed. After Qin Qingyu landed on the horse of the Jiang soldiers, he activated the invisibility seal under Lu Yi's urging and hid near the Chongling princess. The development of the matter was as Lu Yi had expected. If Xiao Jian had not stopped her, the Chongling princess would have died. Xiao Hua listened to Lu Yi and nodded slightly. Yes, this is your talent. You do not need to tell others. This old man will keep the secret for you. Cultivate the Dao art first, and when the time is ripe, I'll pass down another Buddhist sect divine ability to you. It's called the Heart Connection, and I presume it'll bring back your extraordinary talent to the extreme. Many thanks, old master. Lu Yi was overjoyed. And, can you sense what this old man is thinking? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Old master is thinking too much. Lu Yi said with a smile. When this little one saw old master that day, I was seriously injured and could not sense what old master was thinking. When this little one got the River Tide Temple, this little one tried and could only sense that old master was a good person and would not harm this little one and little Yun. But this little one does not know what old master is thinking. Also, to tell old master the truth, this perception is not accurate. Also, sensing danger is more useful than other senses. When this little one was young, this little one relied on this to avoid many dangers. And this old man knows? Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sneered. Damn it, this old man has waited for so long. Why is it not set up yet? Relying on this, you dare to fight this old man? If this old man did not want to use you to establish power, you would not have the time to set up the formation. Old master, do not be careless. Lu Yi reminded. The Confucian cultivators did not set up this formation in a day or two. Now that old master has returned, they have not moved. They must be planning to hit with one blow. It is more than one blow. They are going to wipe us all out. Xiao Hua sneered. They even want to kill the demons of Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Rock. In a while, you will pass down this old man's order and let all the demons enter the formation. Ah! Lu Yi turned pale with fright. He did not have time to agree and hurriedly shouted. Old master, you must be careful. No matter, this is a good opportunity to cleanse the Black Cloud Ridge with this formation. This will save this old man the trouble. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. Oh, by the way, come with this old man. This old man found you a junior brother. You can teach him some language of the hidden immortal continent. Junior brother? Lu Yi beamed with joy. Old master just happens to be lacking a boy. Now, one on the left and one on the right is just right. I still lack a girl. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said snappily. Why don't you find little Yun and make her a jade girl? Lu Yi's brows slightly darkened. However, he smiled and said, if old master is like this little one will thank old master even more. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and flicked Lu Yi's head with his finger. He scolded with a smile, wishful thinking. You should just obediently be a boy. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue, a naughty look on his face. Chapter 35:11. Immediately Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and brought Lu Yi into the cave like a breeze. Above the clouds, Jiang Yuming and a dozen white-haired old Confucians were standing in midair. In front of them was an oval mirror, which allowed them to clearly see the situation of Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing Xiao Hua so calm and unhurried, Everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Especially the few old Confucians, their hands were trembling. One of them even cried out, "Yumming you, how can you be so patient? This little bastard clearly knows that the Great Formation has been completed, yet he still arrogantly handles the affairs here. This is clearly a provocation. Quickly activate the Great Formation. Let's see if our noble Qi will not turn him into mincemeat." Jiang Yumming's face was obviously not good. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Senior brothers, granduncles, don't be anxious. This Xiaohua's methods are really amazing. Didn't you see? He waved his hand and we couldn't see anything. His magic power is clearly higher than mine. That soul-sucking technique is clearly something a fourth-grade cultivator can do. Moreover, the lightning drawing technique and the lightning escape technique are both things that ordinary Taoist cultivators can't do. If my Jiang clan becomes his enemy, there is absolutely a possibility that both sides will suffer. Now, the Copper Pillar country's monarch has spent a lot of effort to invite 4 great scholars to come and set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram with my Jiang clan. This is clearly a country's strength to resist Xiaohua. My Jiang clan only needs to follow the 5 brocade cloud diagram and activate the noble Qi. That Xiaohua is definitely not the opponent of the cloud diagram. Why should my Jiang clan stand out alone? This is the 5 brocade cloud diagram? Is this the formation passed down by the Immortal Palace? An old scholar was shocked. "Monarch, when did you have such a powerful formation?" Jiang Yumming's face was filled with pride. He said with a smile, "How could this junior dare to deceive granduncles? I didn't say it before because the Copper Pillar country's monarch gave strict orders. He was afraid that the news would leak and Xiaohua wouldn't dare to enter the trap." The Copper Pillar country's monarch actually obtained the Immortal Palace's formation? Another old scholar was shocked and asked the same question. Then he thought of something and said in a low voice, "It seems that the monarch didn't go to war on a whim. With this formation map, what worries do we have in the world? Our Bronze Pillar country will definitely become famous in the hidden immortal continent and become the #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent." The old scholar from before was very impassioned as he shouted. Jiang Yumming smiled and explained, "This is the secret formation of the Immortal Palace. It contains the secrets of the 5 Qis unification. I heard that anyone who can comprehend one of the cloud brocade will be able to ascend. This time, my Jiang clan will participate in the extermination of the Dao sect's remnants. After we succeed, we will obtain 5 chances to comprehend the secret array. Senior brothers and granduncles, please don't slack off." "Haha Yumming, don't worry. You're just a Taoist brat at the 4th level of first elemental force. Although you're abnormally arrogant, I'm afraid that you're just putting up a strong front. If you want to give us an empty fort strategy, who wouldn't be able to see through it?" An old Confucian scholar laughed and said, "The monarch has set up such a large array to scare the monkey by killing the chicken, to let the other countries of the hidden immortal continent see the excitement, to let them see the methods and determination of our Bronze Pillar state. You tell me, how can we not join in the fun? We cannot make assumptions about the king's heart. However, senior brother, please don't be careless." Jiang Yumming waved his hand and said, "2 of my Jiang clan's juniors have already fallen in the hands of Xiaohua. One of them was even killed in front of the Bronze Pillar Academy's dean. According to that dean, this brat is very cunning. His flying technique is even more strange. After he succeeded in his attack, he immediately fled far away, making him unable to chase after him. Just now, senior brother also saw this brat's lightning movement technique. It's really impressive. It said that Bronze Pillar Academy's 100 Children book array was broken by this brat. In his hands, Taoist spells can turn something rotten into something magical. But it's all because that old thing Northgul was careless. That's why he lost face and said that this brat is so powerful." Some old Confucian scholars were disdainful and said coldly, "Even if he's a Taoist cultivator at the upper 4th level of elemental force, how can he be a match for you and me? He's at the 5th level of elemental force. Once he enters the Immortal Palace's immortal array, he still wants to escape?" Jiang Yumming was helpless. He didn't know how to convince these old Confucian scholars, so he smiled and said, "Let's not care about that. We'll just set up the array according to the previous drill. When the array is activated, we'll see the mystery of the immortal array." "Not bad, not bad." Many old Confucian scholars clapped and laughed. Then they patted their foreheads and dozens of water lights rushed into the sky. In the sea of clouds around them, there was also a clear chanting sound. Countless noble Qi rushed into the water vapor. The abundant water vapor turned into a mighty river and rushed into the 5 brocade cloud diagram. On the other side of the sky there was a similar array. The person in front was wearing a Confucian scholar's robe. His forehead was protruding and his face looked rather simple. In his hand was something like a jade tablet. He was very calmly looking at the depths of the sea of clouds. Next to him stood another person. This person had extremely short hair and a handsome face. It was the Bronze Pillar Academy's judge, Do Shanjun, whom Xiao Hua had previously defeated. At this moment, Do Shanjun's face was still cold. His slightly squinted eyes flashed with a trace of clear light. However, after a moment, Do Shanjun frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. He looked at the calm old man in front of him and said, "Lord Academy Head, there's something this student doesn't understand. And feel free to speak." This academy head was the Beigo Jinming that Jiang Yuming had spoken of. Hearing Do Shanjun speak, he looked away and said coolly. Do Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, before this Xiao Hua flew down to Black Wind Ridge, he might not have been unaware that there was a grand formation waiting for him here. But why did he still charge in without any hesitation? Even if he charged in, he had enough time to save the Chongling princess. In order to lure Xiao Hua into the formation, we did not spread out the 5 brocade cloud diagram earlier." "Ah, Shanjun, don't tell me you don't have an answer to such a vulgar question." Beigo Jinming smiled faintly. "Of the many Confucian cultivators who set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram, only you have truly fought with Xiao Hua. How can this old man know something you do not know?" Do Shanjun shook his head slightly, a strange expression appearing on his face. He looked at the sea of clouds and sighed. While this student fought with Xiao Hua, but this student still cannot see through him. Based on this student's understanding of him, he may not have entered the formation. Back then, this student was not a match for Xiao Hua, and when the academy head appeared, he immediately fled. This fits the saying that a gentleman does not stand against a dangerous wall. Why did he change his personality today? Also, back then, 100 days ago, he did not even dare to meet the academy head. Why does he dare to face the entire formation now? Unless Xiao Hua's strength has greatly increased in these 100 days. This old man does not have to pay attention. Beigo Jinming said with a smile, "Is this what you are puzzled about?" "That's the only possibility." Do Shanjun nodded. "But the problem is, while the Taoist sect's abilities are heaven-defying and far from what we Confucian cultivators can compare to, his Taoist sect disciples cannot surpass him so much in such a short time. There is no such thing as possibility or impossibility in this world," Beigo Jinming said coolly. "There is only occurrence and non-occurrence. We always thought that the Taoist sect's Xiao Hua was hiding in the formation of Black Wind Ridge. Who would have thought that he had escaped long ago? Previously, didn't you say that Xiao Hua was benevolent and would not abandon the people of Black Wind Ridge and flee? What about now? You and I are not saints. What we expect is far from the unpredictability of the world. Let's take one step at a time." "Student understands?" Do Shanjun nodded and sighed. It seemed that he had a very good impression of Xiao Hua, who had defeated him. Could it be that a hero cherishes a hero in his heart? Beigo Jinming laughed again. Do Shanjun nodded again. He withdrew his gaze from the sea of clouds and said, "Although Xiao Hua shook my Bronze Pillar Academy and even pushed down the entrance of the academy, when the matter of the old Taoist priest of the Seven Suns Temple came to light, there really aren't many people in the academy who can complain about Xiao Hua. There aren't many people who have such courage and righteousness even among us Confucian cultivators. It's a pity that he's too conspicuous." Beigo Jinming snorted coldly from his nose. "He's just a lowly disciple of the Tao sect, yet he actually dared to leave behind a blood tablet in the Seven Suns Temple, and even offended my Bronze Pillar Academy. That's not all, he actually dared to confront the king and save the orphan of the Jianghu country. Look at what he did just now. He wanted to subdue the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King, and take down the entire Black Cloud Ridge. What kind of place is the Black Cloud Ridge? The border between the Copper Pillar country, Jianghu country and Jiasa country. Previously we might not have known the significance of this Black Cloud Ridge, but now, you should understand that there is a huge elemental stone mine beneath the Black Cloud Ridge. Previously, the 3 countries had sent out a large number of troops to divide the mine underground. Those 3 monsters were merely the chess pieces of the 3 countries. Xiao Hua's actions. Isn't that the same as courting death? As for the king setting up the immortal array with such fanfare, it was more to take the Black Cloud Ridge into his own hands. even if it's the Jiasa country. And the other countries should not covet it. Sai, student understands. Do Shanjun laughed bitterly. Whether it's the emperor's technique or the dragon's technique, student is still unfamiliar with it. It's hard to think so much. Since ancient times, the academy has been a leisurely place. Your character is relatively simple and is not suitable for the palace. Beigo Jinming laughed. Of course, if you are willing to try after this battle, this old man can recommend you to enter the imperial court as an official. I don't dare, I don't dare. Do Shanjun anxiously waved his hand. This student admits that he does not understand the hearts of people, nor do he know the hearts of officials. If you don't enter the world, how can you come out? Shanjun, you still have to think about it more. Everyone's path is different. Students naturally have their own path and students still like to walk on their own path. Do Shanjun did not seem to have any intention of letting go. Alright, this old man will wait and see. Beigo Jinming smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he thought highly of this Do Shanjun. He twirled his beard and laughed. You are my Bronze Pillar Academy's rare student. At such a young age, you were able to suppress all the other students to become a dean. This old man has deep expectations for you. Chapter 35:12. Just as Beigua Jinming and Do Shanjun were talking, the clouds woven from the 5-colored cloud brocade suddenly froze. A layer of 5-colored cloud brocade surged from one end of the sky to the other like a tidal wave. Then, the entire 5-colored cloud brocade covered the entire black cloud ridge. As the 5-colored cloud brocade fell, a loud and clear sound of metal rang out from the clouds. It turned out that the 5-colored cloud brocade was instantly covered by a rolling blood-colored brilliance. Lung Chinga's golden spear iron horse has been activated. Let's see if the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar country can win in one strike. Beigua Jinming raised his eyebrows. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared in his eyes. His pupils actually diverged, forming 2 overlapping pupils. Do Shanjun was naturally also concerned. He hurriedly used the clear eyes technique to look below the clouds. Inside the cave, Xiaohua sat with his eyes closed. The black bear spirit and the others were not beside him. Even Xiao Jian and the others were not around. Only Lu Yi, who was on his left, held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He calmly looked to his right. Wang Bianfei was standing there curiously looking around the cave. Everything was new. Wang Bianfei. Xiaohua sat on the high platform. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly retracted his gaze and replied with a bow. "Master will go out for a walk. You and your senior brother look after the door." Xiaohua stood up and said indifferently. Wang Bianfei did not dare to be negligent. He replied, "Yes, master. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely seize the time to learn from senior brother. Disciple will be able to understand other people's words as soon as possible." Lu Yi at the side could not understand Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei's words. However, he could guess that Xiaohua was really reminding him. Sure enough, Xiaohua said to Lu Yi, "Master, please speak. You have to teach Wang Bianfei how to speak normally," Xiaohua said. "But master." Lu Yi was in a difficult position. "I don't understand what Wang Bianfei is saying. He also doesn't understand what I'm saying. How can I teach him?" "I won't worry about this," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I've already taught him the qi refinement technique. If you want to know how to cultivate, you have to get it from him." Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, master. I understand. In addition, call the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain into the formation. This old man has already expanded the array formation a little, it's enough for them to use." Xiaohua flew out of the immortal's cave. As he flew, he said, "All of you must not leave the formation during the battle. The great formation outside the Black Cloud Ridge is no small matter. Other than this old man, no one in the Black Cloud Ridge can resist this formation." "I understand." Lu Yi carefully followed Xiaohua out of the immortal's cave. Wang Bianfei was also quick-witted, following behind Lu Yi in small steps. Similarly, he was exceptionally well-behaved. Xiaohua walked out of the cavern, only to see that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Bugle horns resounded from the horizon, and the neighs of war horses resounded simultaneously. The entire Black Cloud Ridge seemed to have turned into a bloody battlefield. This is getting interesting." Xiaohua looked around, only to see the thousands of demons and many soldiers in the Black Wind Ridge. Although they had a kind of curiosity on their faces, there was no panic in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in themselves. Under the Black Wind Ridge, the subordinates of the Golden Eagle and White Lion entered the formation in groups in an orderly manner. There was no panic at all, they were all in good order. After Xiao Hua finished watching, auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he directly flew into the air. The black bear spirit in the distance very considerately knelt on the ground and shouted, "This little one respectfully sends Master off. I wish Master a triumphant return." The black bear spirit's kneeling was not important, but the Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the other demons all knelt down. "This little one respectfully sends Master off. I wish Master a triumphant return." Their voices were like the sound of mountains, drifting in the Black Wind Ridge. It was truly a spectacular sight. Looking at Xiao Hua's hand, it seemed like he wanted to summon thunder to boost his might. Unfortunately, the sky was filled with heavy clouds. Where could the lightning be produced? Rumble? Xiao Hua sneered. A green light appeared between his eyebrows as if a deity was groaning. Layers of heavenly thunder immediately resounded above the Black Wind Ridge, like the sound of war drums. Xiao Hua flew into the air, coldly looking at the place where the bugle horn came from, only to see that the horizon was crimson like blood. Layers of red clouds surged out, diffusing towards the entire sky. When Xiao Hua just stood still, there was no wind, but as the clouds moved, a gentle breeze blew up Xiao Hua's clothes. The black wind that just appeared stood straight in the wind, showing a kind of unyielding spirit. Whoa! As if the sky changed, a kind of violent wind suddenly rose. Following the violent wind, the sound of the bugle horn became even louder, and then, a solemn and stirring chant floated over from the distance. "Grape wine in a luminous cup. If you want a drink, the pipa immediately urges you. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? Golden vulture plume, embroidered with swallowtail arc alone to raise the new order. 1,000 camps cry out together." In the dark forest, the grass is frightened by the wind. The general draws his bow in the night. Looking for the white feather in the light, it is not among the stone ridges. Under the black moon, the wild goose flies high. Chanyu escapes in the night. Wanting to drive away the light cavalry, the heavy snow covers the bow and saber. Open the field, the fine banquet, the Chang tribe's congratulations are in full swing. Drunk in golden armor dance, the thunder agitates the mountains and rivers. Adjusting the arrow and calling the hawk, all of them are out of this world. Rushing fox will rush the pheasants, sweeping the ancient hills. 7 leaves of the pavilion, empty and clear in a corner. He is inscribed in the Chilan pavilion, only he is not famous. Along with the sound of the bugle horn that made people's blood boil, many large inscriptions fluttered in the air, and within those scarlet clouds, there was an awe-inspiring aura that came crashing down, condensing in front of these inscriptions. In just a short moment, blood-red warhorses were born. Not only that, the inscriptions flew high into the sky, condensing into a poem. Between each line of the poem, an awe-inspiring aura surged and overflowed, similarly condensing into several zhang-long spears. A smell of blood emerged from the warhorses that were about to gallop, pouncing towards Xiao Hua amidst the forest of sharp spears. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and said in a long voice, "It is often said that Confucian cultivators do not change their names, nor do they change their surnames. Now this Xiao has already been standing here for a long time, and not a single person has shown themselves. This kind of shady behavior, what qualifications do you have to dare fight with this Xiao?" A Taoist remnant, unexpectedly speaking such arrogant words. A voice that was even louder than the sound of the bugle horn came from the blood-red warhorse. As soon as this voice came out, all the clouds rolled back, and then a celestial that seemed to be wearing blood-red armor slowly appeared from the void. This celestial was more than 200 feet tall, with a thin face, a hook-like nose, and a pair of eyes that flashed with a cold light. Looking from a distance, this person was wrapped in a Confucian robe embroidered with mountain and river patterns. Various mountain peaks and great rivers were faintly discernible on the Confucian robe. That dignified and vigorous aura was emitted from the Confucian robe, and outside the Confucian robe was a battle armor that protected his chest and back. The battle armor was like a bai-en with countless flashing inscriptions covering the celestial's chest and back, and a fierce beast head with a sharp horn on its head protecting the celestial's abdomen. Under the blood-red brilliance, countless strange runes flowed out from the battle armor, spreading along the torso to the celestial's limbs. Every time these runes flowed, countless small noble chi would be produced from the void, condensing into a spiral shape and falling on the celestial's skin. Looking at the celestial's hand again, it was holding a long spear. The spear was pitch black without any luster, and the tip of the spear was without a sharp edge. It looked quite unfortunate. "Who are you?" The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose slightly as he looked up at the giant flying over on a red cloud in the distance. "Who are you?" The giant shouted. "Since you're in front of the battle, how dare you not report your name?" With the giant's roar, a murderous aura rushed toward Xiao Hua from all directions. "Aha, asking without answering is rude. Speaking with a fierce voice is losing your mind. How can someone as disrespectful as you be a match for this Xiao?" Xiao Hua laughed, his whole body flashing with golden light. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared from the space. His whole body slowly grew and the wishful steel staff also grew. When it was about 200 feet long, Xiao Hua shouted, shaking the sky. "Dao Sect's Xiao Hua is here, who dares to fight?" Xiao Hua's aura was like a rainbow, and the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator soared into the sky. Not only did it push back the clouds in the sky, but it also rushed toward the giant like an avalanche. "This old man is the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, Lung Chinga. I've come specially to deal with you, a remnant of the Dao sect." Lung Chinga also let out a loud roar and slapped his forehead. A golden light flashed above his head and a golden spear flew out, forcefully blocking Xiao Hua's oppressive aura. "Good. Lung Chinga, let this Xiao see if you are qualified to fight with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward Lung Chinga. But before he could fly closer, Lung Chinga's words almost made him faint from anger. Lung Chinga swung his spear and retreated, coldly shouting, "This old man is the teacher of a state, how can I lower myself to fight with you? Let this old man see, if you are qualified to fight with this old man." Damn it! Xiao Hua was furious. He abandoned the flying technique and lightning flashed around his body. He wanted to use the Imperial Thunder Guard, but the lightning was annihilated as soon as it appeared. There was no lightning in the Confucian cultivator's array. Seeing Xiao Hua angry, Lung Chinga laughed and chanted, "At night I lie down and listen to the wind and rain. Iron horses and ice rivers enter my dreams. Generals, kill for this old man." Lung Chinga chanted word by word. Pillars of chi that penetrated the heavens and the earth were born from the 5 brocade cloud diagram and suddenly rushed toward Xiao Hua. Following the command, the thousands of roaring blood-red horses behind Lung Chinga broke free of their reins. At first, they were only the size of an ordinary horse, but when they rushed in front of Xiao Hua, they were dozens of feet long. They didn't seem to be inferior to Xiao Hua's Dharma body. Moreover, the momentum of the thousands of galloping horses cleansed Xiao Hua's nascent soul aura. What was special was that the thousands of galloping horses raised thousands of pillars of chi. These pillars of chi not only rushed to the sky, but also blasted toward the Black Cloud Mountain. The mountain that was originally filled with black clouds was instantly cleared. The pillars of chi hit the mountain peak, causing the mountain rocks to burst, trees to collapse, and the only river to be cut off. Chapter 35:13. Good, good, good. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed fiercely, and the staff in his hand became thicker and bigger. "I will let you know who is the real hero of this world. I will kill all your men. Let's see what else you can rely on to fight me." As he spoke, he waved the wishful steel staff and the pillar of great spirit that was heading toward Xiao Hua was immediately smashed into pieces. Although Xiao Hua's figure was huge, he was also very flexible. He did not resist the power of the great spirit pillar. Instead, he borrowed the power of the great spirit pillar. His figure flashed and he kicked the warhorse that was rushing towards him. Peng! There was a loud sound and the warhorse instantly turned into a red mist and dissipated in mid-air. Humph! Seeing Xiao Hua so brave, Lung Chinga snorted. "You are just a child of the Dao sect. How can you be the enemy of my country? When you are exhausted, won't your bones become soft and your tendons become numb? How can you be my opponent?" Boom boom. Pillars of Aoran Chi were either half a foot in size or tens of feet in size. They all fell from the clouds in the sky, carrying an unconcealable heroic momentum. They wanted to kill Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and moved through the pillars of Aoran Chi with ease. The pillars of Aoran Chi turned the entire Black Cloud Ridge red, but Xiao Hua was still unharmed. The blood-red warhorse was indeed as strong as an iron horse, but in front of Xiao Hua, who was like a god, it was really fragile. Not only did the iron horse collapse under the punches and kicks, but when Xiao Hua's wishful staff touched it, the iron horse also turned invisible. It seemed that Xiao Hua was the nemesis of these iron horses. Breaking into the array was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, invincible. Ha ha ha. Beigo Jinming, who was high up in the clouds, laughed. He pointed at the tens of thousands of horses and said to Dou Shanjun, Shanjun, as you can see, the militarists have always relied on the power of the army. When they saw that a little cultivator from Dao sect had good martial arts, they had no way to deal with him. It is really a disgrace to the face of the Confucian cultivators. Dou Shanjun knew that the dean of his academy and the imperial preceptor were not on good terms, so he just smiled and did not say much. Suddenly, Dou Shanjun's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, Lord Chief, the imperial tutor seems to be using the golden dagger axe. Moreover, it seems like the immortal slaying crossbow and the god slaying bow are hidden in this golden dagger axe. How insidious. There's falsehood in reality and falsehood in falsehood. This is called trickery, and it's the way of the military. Beigo Jinming sneered. Didn't he rely on this to become the state preceptor? Sure enough, as soon as Beigo Jinming's words fell, thousands of golden spears emerged from the clouds in all directions, like a swarm of locusts flying towards Xiao Hua. So noisy. Xiao Hua shouted, don't you have any real methods? Just these little tricks to scratch this Zhao's itch, what does that count as? As he spoke, Xiao Hua didn't seem to care about these golden spears. He strode forward like a wolf in a flock of sheep and continued to chase after Lung Qinga. It can't be? Dou Shanjun was dumbfounded. He raised his hand and said, This Xiao Hua actually didn't block the golden dagger axe arrow array? Beigo Jinming also frowned and said in a low voice, Taoist cultivators have a protective golden light. This Xiao Hua's cultivation is at the 4th level of origin energy. I'm afraid he can block the golden dagger axe arrow array? But the immortal slaying crossbow and the god slaying bow are precisely used to strangle the Taoist golden dagger axe arrow array. Dou Shanjun was puzzled. Beigo Jinming looked up and down at Dou Shanjun and said with a smile, Shanjun, you know these secrets, but Xiao Hua doesn't. Dou Shanjun shook his head slightly. The interest in his eyes was even stronger. He felt that Xiao Hua was definitely not as simple as the chief said. Sure enough, pa. Like rain hitting banana leaves, hundreds of golden dagger axes densely hit Xiao Hua's golden body. The other thousands of golden dagger axes brushed past Xiao Hua's golden body and pierced into the black cloud ridge. Rumble. Bursts of intense sounds came from the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge that was trampled beyond recognition by the iron horse array was now ravaged again. The mountain peak collapsed, the mountain rocks were shattered, and smoke and dust flew in all directions. One could see the power of these golden dagger axes. However, these golden dagger axes that pierced Xiao Hua's golden body were barely satisfactory. These golden dagger axes were really like raindrops. They only made Xiao Hua's golden body tremble slightly and then slid down from the golden body. They were basically unable to pose any threat to Xiao Hua's golden body. Pa. Under Xiao Hua's disregard, another wave of golden dagger axes fell down. This time, Xiao Hua slightly raised his eyebrows as if he was aware of the abnormality. However, he still ignored it and allowed the golden dagger axes mixed with the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow to land on his body. Needless to say, the golden dagger axes were still useless. However, the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow were different. When the crossbow pierced Xiao Hua's golden body, thousands of inscriptions swarmed out and flashed with an intense light. They quickly tore apart the golden light of the golden body. A whirlwind that was sharper than a sharp awl emerged from the void and pierced Xiao Hua's golden body. Especially, the inscriptions on the god-slaying bow covered the golden body and annihilated the golden light. The incomparably sharp crossbow pierced deeply into Xiao Hua's body. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp these execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were, they were still mortal weapons. How could they pierce Xiao Hua's demon body that he spent countless efforts to refine? Hundreds of crossbows fell from Xiao Hua's golden body one after another, like the helpless thoughts of the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Lung Qinga watched from afar with an extremely ugly expression. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so vigorous. Moreover, he was also a rare body cultivator in the Dao sect. Wasn't this kind of person with a copper head and iron arms the nemesis of his golden spears and iron horses? The defensive formation that he painstakingly laid down now seemed to have become the reason for Xiao Hua's fame. This old man wants to see how you will break through the siege of the golden spears and iron horses. However, Lung Chinga was also anxious. Inside the 5 brocade cloud diagram, the righteous chi was extremely abundant. Whether it was the golden dagger axes or the god-slaying bow, they were almost endless. Even if the execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were gone, just these alone could exhaust Xiaohua's strength. Who knew that in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha, old man Lung, so you only have so many tricks up your sleeve. Since you don't have anything new, then I will let you see this Xiao's tricks." As he spoke, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the seal of the overturning sea flew out. Wong wing. The entire 5 brocade cloud diagram didn't have any heaven and earth spiritual chi, but with a wave of Xiaohua's hand, the seal of the overturning sea emitted an intense rumbling sound. In an instant it expanded to more than 10 zhang. The Xiaohua is too powerful. In the distance, Jiang Yuming's heart was also shocked. He whispered, "Until now Lung Chinga has no more tricks up his sleeves." Only then did he take out the Dao sect's magical weapon. What he used to defeat Lung Chinga was only the Dao sect's insignificant Dao. Boom. Just as Jiang Yuming expected, when Xiaohua's seal of the overturning sea appeared, the coiling dragon roared and rushed into the sky. Xiaohua pointed his hand again and the seal instantly expanded to several mu in size. As the coiling dragon swooped down, it immediately smashed the 10,000 horses into powder. "Old man Lung, your golden spear is only SSO. Xiaohua sneered, "If you don't make a move, I will beat your disciples and grand-disciples into minced meat. Looks like you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Come, this old man will fight you for 800 rounds. After being bullied by Xiaohua to this extent, Lung Chinga could no longer retreat. He waved the Damascus steel spear in his hand and a series of sonic booms rang out, bringing with it numerous pillars of boundless chi that pierced towards Xiaohua. Why would Xiaohua be afraid of him? He waved the wishful steel staff and said excitedly, "Why would I need 800 rounds? If you can last 500 rounds in front of this Xiao will throw away his staff and fight to the death with you." When Lung Chinga heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. What kind of bet was throwing away his staff and fighting to the death? Even if you don't have your staff, don't you still have your magical weapon? But before Lung Chinga could say anything, the suffocating wind from the staff was already coming at his head. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Xiaohua really overestimated Lung Chinga. Although Lung Chinga was a great general of the military school and could be considered a peak cultivator of the 4th level of origin energy, how could his strength be compared to Xiaohua's? Moreover, the moves and boundless chi that Lung Chinga relied on were nothing in front of Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua had concealed his cultivation base to the nascent soul stage in order to not attract the special attention of the scholarly cultivators, after 100 rounds, Lung Chinga no longer dared to use his Damascus steel spear against Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. After another 10 or so exchanges, Lung Chinga was already stretched thin. Although Xiaohua did not use any kind of confinement technique, Lung Chinga felt that his hands and feet were bound, and it was difficult for him to display even 50% of his martial skills. Lung Chinga was a little anxious in his heart. Thinking back to what he said before, Xiaohua really did rely on his own strength to resist the power of the bronze pillar state. If he continued to fight with him, he might really fall here. Thinking of this, Lung Chinga didn't hesitate to clap his hands. Boom! Golden light flashed above Lung Chinga's head, and the golden dagger axe that he had previously stored in his body rushed out again. A golden light suddenly appeared, and thousands of boundless chi followed the golden light and blasted towards Xiaohua. Moreover, where the golden dagger axe was, there was a piercing sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and directly into Xiaohua's body. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing the blood-red color around Lung Chinga's body gradually disappear, and the bronze light around him flourished, how could he not know that Lung Chinga was about to use some kind of sword technique? Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands. He simply gave up on the power of the flying sword and stretched out his nascent soul hand. He didn't digest it into a hand that was several mu in size, but only a few hundred feet in size. It firmly trapped the golden dagger axe. No matter how red Lung Chinga's face was, he couldn't move the golden dagger axe forward even half an inch. Just as Lung Chinga was about to be defeated by Xiaohua, a layer of blue cloud brocade fell from the sky like a rainbow, falling right in front of Xiaohua's nascent soul hand. From the brocade, thousands of wind, fire, and mountains rushed out to block Xiaohua's path. Chapter 35:14. Puff. The Yuanying's hand fell and thousands of wind and fire mountains were crushed, turning into countless inscriptions dancing in the air. At the same time the cloud brocade was also pulled down, turning into a mighty chi. Lung Chinga took advantage of this gap and hurriedly put away the golden dagger axe, turned around and disappeared into the clouds. It turns out to be a battle of attrition. Xiaohua put away the Yuanying's hand and coldly looked at the cyan cloud brocade rapidly emerging from the sky. Like the previous crimson cloud, it covered the entire sky. He sneered. This Xiao thought that the Confucian cultivators were trustworthy people. Only Lung Chinga and this Xiao would fight, and no one else would intervene. Since the Confucian cultivators are so shameless, forget it, tell me your name. This one is Jiang Yuming. Jiang Yuming did not have a golden body of 20 feet. He appeared in the sky and faintly replied. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country? This is really interesting. Xiaohua smiled as if he had seen his prey. He stretched out his finger and waved it a few times in the air. Have you washed your neck clean? This Xiao didn't look for you and you actually dare to come and seek death? Xiaohua's behavior was tantamount to naked provocation and insult, but Jiang Yuming was not angry. He still faintly replied, the grudge between my Jiang family and you is a private grudge. The grudge between my Bronze Pillar country and your Jiang country is a national grudge. My Jiang family is now under the orders of the emperor to destroy the remnants of the Dao sect. It has nothing to do with my Jiang family's grudge. Using official power for personal gain is actually said by you in such a dignified manner. This Xiao is really speechless. Xiaohua sneered and pointed with the wishful staff in his hand. I don't care what your reason is. Since you are here, leave your life. We haven't fought yet, who knows who will leave their life. Jiang Yuming raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of cyan qi. In the air, the cyan cloud brocade that had originally covered the entire sky suddenly lit up, and countless inscriptions emerged from the clouds. These inscriptions were either jumping, flying or cruising. As these inscriptions danced, a deep voice emerged from the void. These voices were either rhythmic or disorderly, but between each word and sentence, all the inscriptions gradually had a rhythm. Isn't that the meaning of the 100-seed book array? Xiaohua looked doubtfully at the familiar array formation in front of him. He was very puzzled. He had used the green seal script to break the 100-child book array in the Copper Pillar Academy. How could this Jiang Yuming not know? Why did he have to use the Confucian cultivator's book array again and again? But in the sky, millions of inscriptions first condensed into sentences, and then gathered into articles. Pieces of articles floated in front of Xiaohua's eyes, and sounds of recitation came from the void. The entire 5-brocade cloud atlas was solemn, as if he had entered a school. Looking at the place where Jiang Yuming was previously, Jiang Yuming's figure had already disappeared. Similarly, there were many inscriptions violently churning. However, what these inscriptions condensed was not an article, but a human figure about the same size as Xiaohua. Xiaohua swept a glance over and understood that this was the so-called child, transformed from Jiang Yuming's true qi. The Z that could kill with words and poems. Boom. When the thousands of articles finally gathered together and condensed into books, for huge books flashing with blue light appeared in the sky. Wind. With a loud shout, the already formed character opened its mouth, and the first of the 4 books slowly opened. A gust of wind mixed with a clamorous sound rushed out from the book and rushed towards Xiaohua. Isn't this the method of my Taoist? You actually dare to show off in front of this Xiao. Xiaohua saw the hurricane coming and laughed loudly. He rubbed his hands and rays of light flashed. In front of Xiaohua, 100 feet tall yellow earth shield blocked the hurricane. Whoa! Whoa! Bursts of wind like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves collided with the earth shield. The earth shield flashed with a faint brilliance, blocking the hurricane without any difficulty. However, Xiaohua, who was behind the earth shield, felt a little strange because the earth shield did not block all of the hurricane. Some of the wind still passed through the earth shield and blew on Xiaohua's body. At first, Xiaohua did not care, but as the impact of the hurricane became stronger, the earth shield's brilliance flashed rapidly, and the wind blowing on Xiaohua's body also became stronger. In particular, the woo-woo wind was mixed with a strange sound. At this time, Xiaohua already understood that it was actually some common words. These words were clearly some inscriptions that Xiaohua did not understand, but Xiaohua's heart became more and more agitated with this sound. As his agitation became more and more intense, a kind of bone-softening and numbing feeling came from the golden body. Xiaohua was shocked. He understood in his heart that his Transcendence Golden Body was not simple. It was different from the Transcendence Golden Body of the Buddhist sect. It was based on his physical body and was displayed using the heavenly laws embodiment of heaven and earth technique. Xiaohua was confident that this golden body could not be damaged by an ordinary flying sword. How could it be damaged by a simple hurricane? Boom! Just as Xiaohua was shocked, the earth shield that was as hard as iron and stone was destroyed by the hurricane. The wind whistled and drowned Xiaohua's golden body in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, thousands of noises, groans, curses, whispers and all kinds of sounds fell into Xiaohua's ears. They entered both his ears and his heart. A kind of unconcealable agitation arose in Xiaohua's heart. This agitation made Xiaohua scratch his ears and his cheeks, not knowing what to do. The hurricane that blew away the earth shield fell on Xiaohua's golden body. Wisps of wind turned into inscriptions that were so fine that they could not be heard. Along with the fluctuation of Xiaohua's mood, they rushed into the golden body with this agitation. Boom! In just a moment, Xiaohua's golden body showed signs of collapsing. The surface began to scatter, rumble. Xiaohua was very anxious. A green light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The lightning flash and thunder roll technique was used. Layer after layer of lightning covered Xiaohua's golden body. The inscriptions that came in contact with the green seal text immediately disappeared into nothingness. The thousands of noises were also covered by the lightning at this time. As soon as the noises and the hurricane disappeared, Xiaohua's golden body immediately stabilized. His heart also became clear. Granny, what kind of hurricane is this? What is this sound? Why is it so strange? Xiaohua took advantage of this gap to think quickly. Why am I so agitated? While Xiaohua was thinking, the coverage of the lightning flash and thunder roll technique increased. Not only did it cover the 4 books, but it also covered the Z book statue. These books and book statues all melted under the green seal text. However, these books were different from the ones in the Copper Pillar Academy. The green inscriptions between the clouds seemed to be endless. The amount of green seal text that melted was immediately replenished by the clouds. The speed was several times faster than the green seal text. Seeing this, Xiaohua finally understood Jiang Yuming's plan. He was now trapped in the formation. No matter how many green seal text characters there were, they couldn't compare to this Confucian cultivator's defensive formation. Their Z naturally wasn't afraid of being destroyed. It seems that if I don't understand why this hurricane is making me agitated, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get out of this situation. Xiaohua frowned slightly. In his mind, he recalled the reason why he was agitated just now. Wasn't it because of those noises? Thinking of this, Xiaohua closed his ears. However, even if he couldn't hear those noises, they still drilled into Xiaohua's heart like little insects. It was like a shrew cursing in the street. Even if you didn't want to hear it, those unpleasant words still fell into your ears and even attracted your attention. Gossips? Rumors and groundless gossip? Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, these Confucian cultivators use words to establish their divine abilities. How can their wind be the same as the Taoist sect's wind? This wind is made up of words and carries a kind of awe-inspiring aura. The power is only on the surface, the words are still in the bones. These words move people's hearts. Xinxin once said that the 5 Qis unification is to cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Isn't this Confucian cultivator's secret offensive technique the 5 Qis? The Confucian cultivator's wind is more focused on attacking the heart. As long as the Taoist sect's cultivator's Tao heart isn't pure and hasn't broken free from the bonds of the mortal world, they'll definitely fall into their trap. Confucian cultivators, oh Confucian cultivators, they're really scheming. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed and sang, my heart is clear, my will is righteous, I wish my heart to face heaven and earth, why should I be afraid of others' rumors? My body is stone, my body is gold, I wish my body to stand in heaven and earth, I'm not afraid of others' rumors. My heart can accommodate heaven and earth, all things in heaven and earth are in my thoughts. My body can accept glory, my liver and gallbladder can be bright. Along with Xiaohua's laughter, the sound of lightning and thunder stopped. The Buddha's relics in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace formed the Akala seal and sat upright. In his middle dantian, the 3-colored heavenly heart protected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and slowly rotated. The nascent soul in his lower dantian also calmly cultivated. It was like he was strong, he was strong, he was strong, he was strong. It was also strange. Xiao Hua's thoughts were clear and he wasn't afraid of 100 disasters. Although the wind was fierce and the rumors still entered his ears, Xiao Hua didn't listen to them. He was like an indomitable man, he was independent and couldn't be shaken by the so-called rumors. His heart was calm and his body was firm. The hundreds of millions of inscriptions attacked Xiao Hua's golden body. The golden body's light alternated between bright and dark without any signs of dimming. Instead, the golden light became more and more tenacious, as if Xiao Hua was tempering his body. How is this possible? High up in the sky, the heads of the Jiang family's children appeared with true energy to support the child in midair. When they saw Xiao Hua actually break the wind formation in such a short time, they were all stupefied. The most powerful element of the Jiang family's wind, forest, fire and mountain was the wind. Who knew how many cultivators couldn't see through this rumors and slanders, and their mental state was destroyed by the waves. Words could kill people, but those that could kill themselves were just slanders. If one's mental state wasn't really bright and wasn't hurt by the world's rumors, who could escape this heart-destroying wind? Xiao Hua was actually able to stand in the face of the wind. It was really too inconceivable. Chapter 35:15. This Xiao Hua really has some tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Yuming's expression was still indifferent as he said, however, he was able to set up a blood steel and Seven Suns temple and bring the old Taoist's corpse into the academy alone. He is a brave person, so it's normal for him to be able to dodge the wind array. Let's activate the forest array. Let him see how powerful we are. Following Jiang Yuming's words, the huge Z in the sky once again stretched out its hand and opened the second book. Swish, swish, swish. From the book, droplets of emerald green light flew out like raindrops, instantly covering the entire sky. Every green dot was a slowly rotating inscription. Xiao Hua sneered, what kind of dirty trick is this? Obviously, since the Confucian cultivator could even use rumors in Xiao Hua's eyes, there was no trick that he couldn't use. After Xiao Hua's cold snort, the hurricane swept the green dots towards Xiao Hua's golden body. How could Xiao Hua let these green dots get close to him? He rubbed his hands together, but the space within a few feet around him gave off a golden light, as if a golden glass was protecting Xiao Hua. Ho ho ho. Xiao Hua's golden light was covered by these green dots in the wind. Then the green dots began to expand, and countless tiny inscriptions gushed out from each green dot. At the same time, there was a mighty aura falling from the green clouds, and these inscriptions could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Gotcha. Xiao Hua's golden light was not without cracks, and the green dots that fell from the cracks now turned into inscriptions, destroying the restriction in an instant. Damn it, this is also possible? Xiao Hua cursed in his heart, and he was just about to urge his magic power once more. However, before he could move, he saw strings of inscriptions grow like clumps of tree branches within the entire grand formation. The roots and branches intertwined with each other, and they covered the heavens and the earth with the intention of imprisoning Xiao Hua. Oh, this Xiao understands. Seeing this, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of jade talismans flew out. Rumble. Bursts of fireballs exploded nearby. These huge fireballs not only blew up the newly born branches, but also followed the direction of the inscriptions and swallowed the other inscriptions. Damn it. Jiang Yuming, who had always been calm, suddenly jumped up and said anxiously, This is the fire talisman that blew up Qin Qingyu's arm. So that fire talisman was refined by Xiao Hua. Before Jiang Yuming could recover from his shock, he saw Xiao Hua open his mouth, and a cauldron fell into the air. Xiao Hua cast seals, and the cauldron expanded to hundreds of feet in size. Whoa! Thousands of fire crows flew out of the cauldron. These fire crows whistled and rushed to the forest-shaped prison in the sky. Rumble. Rumble. All the inscriptions around the fire crows were burned. The forest array that was about to seal the entire space collapsed in an instant. The Dao Sect's treasure is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yuming sat down absent-mindedly. He looked at his senior brothers and granduncles, who also looked unfriendly. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. That's right, even though the Dao Sect's treasures were extraordinarily powerful, what was behind this extraordinariness? Xiao Hua fought against all his disciples by himself. His spiritual power was unfathomable. Suddenly Jiang Yuming understood something. The king of the Bronze Pillar country set up such a large defensive array in the Black Cloud Ridge with the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Wasn't Xiao Hua the same at this time? With the ability Xiaohua showed at this time, he was afraid that before the array was activated, or even at the beginning, he could destroy the array. Why wait until now? Xiaohua revealed his Dharma body and stood there calmly, countering each move as it came. It was as if the bamboo in his heart had already grown long ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuming's heart immediately turned cold, but at this moment an old Confucian next to him said angrily, "Quick, activate the fire array. Let's take advantage of this guy's complacency and let him taste the power of our Confucian cultivator's fire. It's hard to stop halfway. Let's wait until after this battle." Jiang Yuming felt bitter in his heart, but since it had already come to this, how could he stop? Thus, Jiang Yuming gathered his thoughts and focused on fighting the enemy. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua activated the cauldron and used the Samadhi true fire to destroy all the forest arrays, he was about to show off his power again and activate the flames to burn the 4 scrolls. Boom. The huge Z raised his hand and the 3rd scroll opened. Flames poured out from the scroll like a rain of fire falling from the sky. Huh. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This Xiao is activating the flames, why are they still using fire to attack? However, the fire of the 5 brocade cloud painting was different from Xiaohua's fire. The color of the fire was light green, and countless inscriptions flowed within the flames. Waves of noble qi rushed into the flames. This green flame did not mix with Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire. When the two touched, they even passed through. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Xiaohua could be considered a cultivator who had seen the origin of fire. Whether it was the Samadhi true fire or the two-colored spiritual fire, they were all flames that were hard to find in the world. However, he still could not understand what kind of fire this green flame was. Because the flames had already reached his body, the golden light protecting his body could not stop them. Although the sky was filled with a rain of fire, Xiaohua did not feel the heat of the flames at all. Xiaohua hurriedly rubbed his hands and several rays of light appeared. Layers of imprisonment appeared in the space near the golden body. However, the flames seemed to be formless and simply ignored the imprisonment and fell down with a whoosh. Moreover, what made Xiaohua shocked was that the closer the flame got to him, the faster it flew towards him. Especially when the flame passed through the imprisonment, it almost instantly rushed into his golden body. What made Xiaohua lose his head out of fear was that after the first wisp of flames entered his golden body, the second wisp, the third wisp, and even more wisps of flames were like 100 birds returning to their nest. In an instant, they crossed the space barrier and rushed into Xiaohua's golden body. Good. An old scholar behind Jiang Yuming clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Great success, this child is crippled." Jiang Yuming's heart clearly relaxed. He naturally knew how powerful the heart fire of the Wind Forest Fire Mountain was. This fire looked like fire, but in reality it was not fire. It was the fire in the cultivator's heart. All magic power and divine abilities were useless against it. If one could not stop the heart fire before it entered the heart, as long as the heart fire entered the body, it would ignite the fire in the cultivator's heart. It would burn from the inside out. Even a 9th grade essence power would not be able to escape. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Yuming's heart relaxed, he saw the flames filling the sky instantly turn into fireflies and rush into Xiaohua's golden body. Xiaohua was flustered as if he wanted to use some divine ability to stop it, but unfortunately, not even a wisp of flame could stop it. However, all the flames that entered Xiaohua's body did not give birth to heart fire. The internal burning fire that Jiang Yuming and the others were hoping for did not appear. Even Xiaohua himself lowered his head and looked at his golden body in confusion. What's going on now? Jiang Yuming and the others were dumbfounded. Haha. After a moment, Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Jiang Yuming, your Jiang family has gone against the tide and harmed the common people. Now even the heavens are not helping you. Just wait and wash your necks. Let me chop off your heads. How is this possible? An old scholar was trembling all over. He did not dare to believe his eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else can we say? Jiang Yuming had already regained his composure. He said in a low voice, "Let's see the last mountain array." All right, that old scholar also gritted his teeth. I don't believe that this child can resist the 100 seedlings by himself. As he spoke, the green sea of clouds rolled again. That child raised his hand and the last scroll opened. The smile on Xiaohua's face did not fade. He did not know the origin of the heart fire, but when his mind fell on his middle dantian, he saw that the crimson heart of the heavens was unusually dazzling. Many flames that rushed into his golden body disappeared after entering it. He already understood that this fire was the fire of the heart and lungs. It was one of the 5 elements. Rather than saying that the flames that filled the sky fell into his golden body because of the power of the array, it was more accurate to say that they were attracted by the crimson heart of the heavens. If he had not obtained the heart of the heavens, he was afraid that there would be some trouble. Let's see what the 4th scroll is. Xiaohua was full of confidence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. When the last scroll opened, the entire sky was shaking. Whether it was the wind or the forest, they all disappeared and turned into specks of fireflies. Endless chi of righteousness crisscrossed the entire space. Inside the scroll, an inscription the size of a thumb appeared. All the surrounding inscriptions let out a deafening chanting sound and condensed toward this inscription. The 4 scrolls also flashed with a green brilliance and rapidly enlarged. In the roar of the entire space, everything condensed into a huge 4-sided mountain. The 4 scrolls flew to the 4 sides of the huge mountain and turned into 4 large words. It was Mountain of Literature and Sea of Words. Fall? Z angrily roared from the horizon. Both of his hands produced a cyan-colored cloud brocade and slammed it on the huge mountain. The huge mountain issued a rumbling sound as it fell down toward Xiaohua's head. Seeing the endless pressure coming from the giant mountain, the suffocating atmosphere was incomparably heavy. Xiaohua was not surprised but happy. Ha ha ha. He laughed a few times. He did not take out the wishful staff. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands. The spiritual power of the whole body surged, and the power of the secret sex Buddhist seal rushed out with the power of the mountain. Boom! Xiaohua waved his hands and a golden light overflowed. It was not clear whether it was the golden light of the Taoist sect or the Buddhist sect. Everyone only felt that their eyes were bright, and then there was a loud noise that shook the entire space. Xiaohua's golden light was like a demon god that could split heaven and earth. With his hands, the seemingly indestructible mountain of literature and sea of words collapsed. Whether it was the scrolls or the words, they all turned into inscriptions. Moreover, under the huge shock, these inscriptions turned into righteous chi. Puff puff puff. In the sky, Jiang Yuming and the others vomited blood. The child statue could no longer support itself and collapsed. The true chi in everyone's chest was swallowed back. Whether it was Jiang Yuming or the others, they had never recovered from the shock. They knew that Xiaohua was a body cultivator, but they never thought that a cultivator could cultivate his strength to such a level. The wind, forest, fire and fire scattered. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country was completely defeated. Chapter 35:16. Ding Dong. The moment the sea of words collapsed, 2 clear zither sounds came from the void. 2 faint blue flowers bloomed in the sky. These flowers seemed to be too weak to withstand a gust of wind. They looked especially pitiful against the blue cloud brocade. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing the petals into the air. Whoosh! It was also as if the autumn rain was sprinkling down with flying petals, covering the entire sky. Ding dong ding dong. It was as if an orphan girl was sighing in disappointment. A few more zither sounds came and a woman wearing a palace dress slowly appeared at the end of the blue cloud brocade. Who are you? Xiaohua was an emotional person, so these few zither sounds made him a bit sad. He unconsciously stopped and asked. The woman stood on the cloud brocade. Her whole body was covered by the cloud brocade. One could only vaguely see her palace dress and figure, but not her appearance. The woman landed not far from Xiaohua and bowed. This concubine is by Hou Yuqin. I am in charge of the water brocade diagram of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Fellow immortal Xiao is very powerful and easily passed through 2 formations. This concubine had no choice but to come out and greet you. 5 brocade cloud diagram? Xiaohua frowned and slightly nodded. I am very happy that fellow immortal Xiao can tell me the name of this formation. However, why don't you reveal your appearance? Wouldn't this fall into minor ascension again? Hehe, fellow immortal Xiao is a gentleman. This concubine respects you very much. Bai Hou Yuqin laughed and said, this concubine originally didn't want to be fellow immortal Zhao's enemy. However, this concubine is a citizen of the Bronze Pillar country. When the country is in danger, this concubine has no choice but to face it head-on and use this water brocade diagram to fight fellow immortal Xiao. Of course, fellow immortal Xiao is very powerful and this concubine knows that she is no match for him. Thus this concubine will play a song here. As long as fellow immortal Xiao can hear the end of the song, this concubine will leave. This concubine has done her duty and won't dare to make things difficult for fellow immortal Xiao. However, once this concubine's appearance is seen by fellow immortal Xiao, this concubine's rain bell will lose some of its power. That's why I didn't dare to reveal myself. Please forgive me, fellow immortal. Bai Ho's zither retreated in order to advance. He clearly explained his difficulties and also explained that he used his zither to subdue the enemy. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and smiled. Fellow immortal Bai Ho is right. You and I are enemies today, so there's no need to be merciful. Just use whatever means you have. This Xiao will naturally listen attentively and appreciate the wonders of fellow immortals' zither music. Fellow immortal, please? Bai Ho Yuqin slightly bowed and sat down. She waved her hand and a green brocade appeared out of thin air like a zither table. Bai Ho Yuqin placed the zither on the table and whispered, "I'll begin." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as light flowed around his body. The golden light slowly shrunk and returned to its normal size. Then he placed his arms behind his back and looked at Bai Ho Yuqin indifferently. Ding dong. Two simple sounds from the zither caused the entire formation to become silent. Xiao Hua's heart jumped twice as if he was enchanted by the zither music. Xiao Hua frowned. Xiao Hua frowned. At this moment, the sound of a zither slowly flowed out from the brocade clouds in the sky. Along with the sound of the zither, inscriptions appeared on the brocade clouds under the zither. These inscriptions danced and flowed along with the sound of the zither and quickly spread across the entire sky. In the originally dark green sky, the inscriptions intersected with each other rhythmically. Wisps of awe-inspiring qi gushed out. Gradually, these inscriptions began to transform. The night sky appeared, the stars dotted the sky, and the crescent moon hung in the sky. Not only that, willows began to appear on the left side of Xiao Hua. On the side of the willows there was a river flowing out. On the river there was a river boat. On the river boat, there was a boatman standing at the bow of the boat, seemingly looking at the mountain range. The swaying willow branches were like the graceful figure of a beauty, but also like the lonely mood of a beauty. Between the willow leaves, there was a pavilion with a small bridge. Inside the pavilion, a beauty and a young master seemed to be standing facing each other, but also seemed to be hugging each other and crying. At this moment, a sad but beautiful voice came from the zither music. The cicadas are mournful, facing the pavilion at night, the rain has just stopped. The tent at the gate is empty, reluctant to leave, the orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go to 1,000 miles of smoke, the evening mist is heavy, Chu Tianqua. Hiss. Xiao Hua had always been on guard ever since Bai Ho started playing the zither. However, despite the myriad of illusions, the sound of the zither didn't cause any abnormalities. Even his heart, which he was paying attention to, didn't suffer any attacks. However, when this sad but beautiful voice came out, the illusions before his eyes began to change. The willow trees, the pavilion, and the night scene all disappeared. Instead they were replaced by a vast ocean. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman on the beach looking at him. That woman's eyes were filled with reluctance, love, and determination. Shua shua. Xiao Hua knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't help but call out in his heart. This was the sorrow of cultivators. As long as it was an ordinary person, they might see another person in their dreams. However, cultivators rarely slept. Even if it was a short rest, how could there still be dreams? Although Xiao Hua missed Shui Shui in his heart and could see the netherworld lotus at any time in the dark side of the space, if he wanted to see Shui Shui's appearance, he could only see it in his own memories. And this memory, even if Xiao Hua's divine ability was strong, he couldn't force it to stay. As time passed, it gradually dimmed. Now that he suddenly saw Shui Shui alive, how could Xiao Hua not be moved? How could he bear to break this illusion? Husband. Shui Shui's voice was mournful. This concubine really wants to be husband's wife. Xiao Hua's heart ached. An indescribable guilt spread out. He reached out his hand to grab Shui Shui's hand. The scene before his eyes changed again. It was Shui Shui holding the pink jade slip. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable bitterness. She said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, this is what this concubine wants to tell you. However, this is a secret. In the future, you'll know when you see it." Xiao Hua's heart shrank even more. At that time he was so ignorant. He didn't know that what Shui Shui gave him was her heart. What she gave him was her most precious life. Guilt involuntarily arose. Thinking about what he owed Shui Shui, Xiaohua was almost willing to give up everything he had in exchange for Shueishue's life. The illusions changed again. The palace of the Misty Mountain appeared in front of him. The pitiful Shueishue was lying in his arms. Her sweet sleeping face was full of tears. Those tears soaked his clothes. Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, the careless him actually thought that it was the saliva of the sleeping Shueishue. However, he never thought that the Shueishue in the dream was still heartbroken. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. This was the only feeling Xiaohua had. The sound of Baiho's zither was still echoing in his ears. Xiaohua clearly knew that this was an illusion. However, he couldn't bear to shatter this illusion. He would rather be intoxicated in this illusion. He would rather use his own safety in exchange for a chance to meet Shueishue. This was nothing more than drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Inside the great array, Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a green brocade. The green true energy in the brocade was like a needle piercing into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body was originally flickering with a golden light, but it only flashed for a moment. It was as if Xiaohua had stopped it. In the entire space besides the sound of the zither, there was also sorrow. This sorrow was even heavier than the green brocade. Time slowly passed. The brocade that previously only surrounded Xiaohua's body gradually filled the entire great array. Although the sound of the zither was still clear, it was also somewhat slow. The singing voice was also tactful and long. Sentimental since ancient times, the sorrow of parting is even greater. How can the autumn festival be neglected? Tonight, where will I wake up from my drunken stupor? The willow bank with the morning breeze and waning moon. This time, after many years, should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who will tell? Gradually, the song dissipated and the clouds parted. Although her appearance could be considered beautiful, she was still unable to resist the corrosion of time. The woman's face was already covered in frost. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. There wasn't a trace of happiness in her victory. Instead, there was a trace of unhappiness from losing her heart. Congratulations, Fairy Baiho. A clear voice came from the distant horizon. It was the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar country, Lung Qingge, who was previously injured by Xiaohua. Baiho shook her head slightly and said, "Young Master Lung, according to the agreement, this is the last time I will serve the country. In the future, if there is another battle like this, don't look for me." Hee, Fairy is too sentimental. Lung Qingge's figure had already recovered. He looked like a handsome old man. He didn't come forward and just laughed from afar. This child is a remnant of the Dao sect. You saw it just now. His methods are powerful. This old man and the Jiang family are not his opponents. If you don't subdue him, I'm afraid the people of the hidden immortal continent will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Today's battle is a great merit and should be rewarded by the country's monarch for getting rid of a scourge for us Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Baiho Yuqin waved her hand. Clang clang. 2 sounds of zither rang out. The woman coldly said, "Young Master Lung's heart has long lost its rhythm. Now only killing is left. Young Master's state of mind is no longer the same as before. You can only see the blood on this child, but you can't see the tenderness in this child's heart. This kind of cultivator who is aware of the illusion, whose heart is as clear as a mirror, but who is unwilling to erase the thoughts in his heart, how can he set off endless killing? In my opinion, if we didn't force him, he might not have fought." Forget it, forget it. Lung Qingge didn't want to argue with Baiho Yuqin. Hearing this, he waved his hand and laughed. Who cares if he is gentle or not? I don't care if he can set off 1,000 feet sea of blood. We only need to capture him and send him to the front of the palace. The country's monarch will deal with him. But at this moment, a faint voice sounded again. Who can bring this Xiao to the front of the palace? Lung Qingge, is that you? Why don't you come in front of this Xiao? Are you afraid that this Xiao will kill you on the spot? Lung Qingge turned pale with fright and said anxiously, You. Chapter 35:17. You. Baiho Yuqin was even more surprised than Lung Qingge. She looked at Xiaohua, who was completely wrapped in the green brocade, with disbelief. Following Xiaohua's voice, hundreds of golden lights that were even more brilliant than sunlight shot out from the green brocade. Xiaohua's imposing figure slowly appeared. A faint smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. His eyes were filled with a kind of relaxed and free spirit. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at Baiho Yuqin, he smiled and said, I've finally seen Fairy's appearance. This refined temperament really complements your zither music. This Xiao has learned a lot from listening to your music. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Xiaohua slightly bowed. I don't dare. Bai Hou Yuqin stopped being surprised and hurriedly returned the bow. Xiaohua used his gaze to look at Lung Qinga in the distant sky and said indifferently, however, Fairy Bai Hou said it well. When the music ends, the person ends. This Xiao should have won this battle, right? Lung Qinga saw Xiaohua's sword-like gaze and waved her hand. The brocade rose and disappeared again. Bai Hou Yuqin said helplessly, fellow immortal Xiao has already won. This concubine's technique is only child's play in your eyes. This concubine has really made a fool of herself. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. Fellow immortal is wrong. Fellow immortal's technique is miraculous. Fellow immortal's method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better hit this Zhao's weak spot. This Zhao's performance was not as pretentious as fellow immortal thought. This Xiao also had no intention of luring Lung Qinga into a trap. When Bai Hou Yuqin heard this, her face lit up and she said with a smile, so that's how it is. This concubine is very happy. If the person in this concubine's eyes is also a scheming person, this concubine can only be disappointed in the people of this world. At this point, Bai Hou Yuqin hesitated and asked, however, this concubine is a bit puzzled. Mr. had already fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate himself. How could you easily escape now? It's very simple. Because this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. Life is death, death is life. Although death makes people feel sad, this death is also the beginning of a new life. If we cultivators only set our sights on death, how can we escape the cycle of reincarnation? Xiaohua didn't hide anything and replied with a smile. Moreover, the thing of love is something that exists. Regardless of whether it's time, separation, or life and death, it can't be erased. Perhaps the person is gone, but the love will always be there. Bai Hou Yuqin was beaming with joy as she listened. She stood up and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. This concubine has received your teachings. Many thanks for Gongzi's guidance. Ugh. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it can't be considered guidance. It's just that this Zhao situation is rather special, so it's easy for him to understand. Haha, comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, there is no reason. Bai Hou Yuqin said with a smile, after today's battle, I would like to invite young Master Ling Yuanya to accompany me. This concubine will play the zither and wait for you. Alright, it's a deal. Xiaohua said with a straightforward smile. However, Bai Hou Yuqin smiled bitterly, although young lord has passed this mistress test, there are still many more difficulties to come. Moreover, this mistress still has to. Xiaohua didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He waved his hand with a smile and said, there's no need to say anything more. Inside the formation we're mortal enemies. It's the good fortune of 3 lifetimes for this Xiao to have such a straightforward and upright opponent like fellow immortal. Many thanks for Gongzi's understanding. Bai Hou Yuqin slightly saluted. She stroked the zither in her hand, and a cheerful zither sound rang out. At the same time her figure disappeared, a bright yellow cloud brocade appeared from all 4 sides of the sky and rolled towards Xiaohua's location. Xiaohua understood that this must be the 4th transformation of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. He took a deep breath, and the primordial spirit in his middle dantian activated the 5 qi unifications technique. He slowly absorbed the noble qi from the great formation, and combined it with the true qi he absorbed from the heavenly heart to temper his lungs, heart, and spleen. At his kidneys, a sharp pain caused him to involuntarily frown. Bai Hou Yuqin's sound attack was very powerful. In fact, Xiaohua was already injured, and under his own perseverance, he had already fallen into an illusion. However, just as Xiaohua said, Shui wasn't truly dead. Shui's death in exchange for true eternal life was enough for Xiaohua to escape from the illusion created by Bai Hou Yuqin. Although Xiaohua managed to escape, he also paid a great price. This sound attack's damage to his kidneys was far greater than that of the profound water palace's puppet. Xiaohua didn't have Xion's origin replenishing pill, so he could only wait until after the battle to find an opportunity to heal. Roar! A loud roar rang out. Before the bright yellow brocade could completely envelop the sky, a red-faced brawny man with flames burning all over his body, riding a strange demon beast, emerged from the depths of the brocade. His aura was monstrous. This burly man was over 10 feet tall and was wearing a bright yellow armor. This armor was similar to ordinary armor, but it was engraved with fire patterns. The flames around the burly man's body came from these fire patterns. The brawny man had round eyes and a wide mouth. His yellow eyebrows were like two brooms, and his yellow eyes flickered with flames. His expression couldn't be seen. The brawny man's demon beast looked somewhat similar to the light beast, but it had no horns on its head and no scales on its body. Only wisps of flames were expanding and contracting as if they were breathing. Even the ground under its feet was covered in flames. The flames were like flowing tassels. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. Not to mention whether these flames were common in the Taoist sect, even if they were the invisible flames of a Confucian cultivator, why would he be afraid? Hey, the brawny man flew closer, raised his hand and pointed at Xiaohua. I'm West Bohong from Shallow Moon Ridge. Are you the Taoist sect Xiaohua? The Xiaohua who set up the Blood Steel and Seven Suns Monastery? I am indeed the Taoist sect Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. I've already broken through 3 layers of the formation. Could it be that Taoist West doesn't know? Ha, good. I'm Lung Chinga's good friend. I didn't plan to help him before. Shi Bohong laughed heartily. However, when I heard about your actions in the Copper Pillar country, I was curious. I even personally went to the Seven Suns Monastery. The words written on the blood steel are still vivid in my mind. To be able to fight with a warrior like you is my long-cherished wish. Come. Let me see if you have the strength to set up the blood steel. Let me see if you're worthy of me coming all the way here. Damn it. Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in his heart. With one look, I can tell that this guy is a heartless thing. Since he admires me, he shouldn't be helping the evildoer. Now that you want to fight with me, do you think I'll still remember your kindness? Seeing West Bohong controlling the monster, waving his bare hands, the righteous chi stirred up thousands of fire pillars. There was also an endless sea of fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward Xiaohua. The indescribable heat and the suffocating strength were more powerful than 10 fire-controlling cultivators. Xiaohua sneered. If other attacks had this kind of power, Xiaohua would have to be on guard. However, in the face of fire-controlling technique, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure at all. If he was afraid of fire, how many people in the world wouldn't be afraid of fire? With a thought, Xiaohua waved his hands and displayed the fire-controlling technique. Sure enough, the surrounding flames slightly jumped, and then the flames suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. They danced a bit more lively than before. Ha ha! Xiaohua laughed. Looking at the flickering inscriptions in the flames, he waved his hands and several fire pillars were like fire dragons. They circled around his body for a moment and then rushed towards West Bohong. West Bohong's red face was also surprised. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to control the flames in the 5 brocade cloud painting. However, since he was already here, what else could he do? The surprise only lasted for a moment. The flames in West Bohong's eyes jumped crazily. The flames around his body also soared to the sky. Between the waves of his hands, fireballs appeared out of thin air. They roared and rushed toward Xiaohua's fire dragons. Rumble? This battle was completely different from the previous one. The sound of explosions shook the sky, like thousands of volcanoes erupting. The entire area within dozens of miles of the battle was shaking. The flames in the sky were monstrous and thick smoke was rolling. The Black Cloud Ridge was covered with scarlet flames. If Xiaohua's capital star array wasn't on the ridge, the entire Black Wind Ridge would have been scorched red long ago. See. Not to mention Lung Chinga, even Do Shanjun, who understood Xiaohua, sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength that Xiaohua displayed was really too different from before. Do Shanjun was very clear about West Bohong's strength. If he had the help of the 5 brocade cloud painting, Do Shanjun wasn't sure how strong West Bohong could be. But even so, Xiaohua was still able to fight him as an equal. This made Do Shanjun feel even more incredulous than when Xiaohua defeated Lung Chinga. After all, Xiaohua relied on the golden body of a body cultivator to deal with Lung Chinga. Do Shanjun had already seen Xiaohua's immense strength. At this moment, Xiaohua's magic power was boundless. Do Shanjun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sir Bagua Jinming of the Copper Pillar Academy. Bagua Jinming's eyes were also filled with shock. It was obvious that their previous worries had come true. If Xiaohua had this kind of magic power 100 days ago, Bagua Jinming would be the one to run away. While Do Shanjun and the others were still in shock, the 5 brocade cloud painting underwent a new change. Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of fire talismans flew into the air. These fire talismans didn't immediately explode. Instead, they followed the fire dragons and landed 100 feet away from West Bohong. It was a kind of magic array that trapped West Bohong. Xiao Hua sneered, "Fellow immortal, pay attention." Xiao Hua formed a seal in his hand, and the dozens of fire talismans exploded at the same time. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and dozens of fireballs rushed toward Shi Bohong like dragons playing with pearls. Roar! Xiao Hua's mastery of formations had already reached the acme of perfection. The fire talisman was even more so. At this moment, even if Shi Bohong wanted to dodge, he couldn't. However, 2 fire pearls suddenly flew out from his eyes. At the same time, the fire beast below him also roared loudly. A basket-sized Yao core flickered and spat out. Chapter 35:18. Swoosh. The 3 fire pearls immediately formed a triangle and protected Shi Bohong in the middle. Rise, rise, rise. Shi Bohong roared 3 times. 3 masses of noble spirit rushed out from the void near the 3 fire pearls. With a boom sound, the 3 fire pearls were ignited. Immediately after, the 3 fire pearls exploded even more violently than the fire talismans. Boom, boom, woo. The 2 intense waves of fire quickly collided together, emitting a whimpering sound like a hurricane. Moreover, the flames mixed with the golden brocade soared into the sky like a gale, blowing Xiao Hua, who was in the distance, to the point that his figure swayed. Xiao Hua was already like this, how good could Shi Bohong be? Admittedly, the 3 fire pearls exploded around him, reducing the impact of the fire talismans. However, under the violent pressure of the waves of fire, he was like a scarecrow standing under the sea breeze. Kacha. A series of crisp sounds rang out. The flames around Shi Bohong's body were immediately extinguished. The fire armor on his body instantly cracked and flew out from the waves of fire. In a moment, it was unknown where he was swept away. It was also at this moment that Xiao Hua caught sight of Shi Bohong's true body. His body did not have much flesh and bones, and his skeleton-like face emitted a faint golden glow. His eyes in particular were pitch-black holes. There were no eyeballs at all. In just a snap of a finger, the countless flames leaped out from Shi Bohong's body and completely covered him. Ah! Xiao Hua, you're really powerful. Shi Bohong was forced to this extent by Xiao Hua, but instead of being angry he was actually happy. He laughed loudly and said, "This old man has never seen a cultivator who can force this old man to this extent just by relying on fire control techniques. Watch carefully." As he spoke, Shi Bohong flew up from the back of the fire beast. With a tap of his foot, the flames around the fire beast's body flourished. The noble spirit in the void crazily poured in. Even the golden cloud brocade turned into a waterfall and rushed down. The fire beast's body could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Pung! A loud sound rang out and there were actually waves of chanting sounds. That fire beast actually exploded, and similarly, it enveloped Xiao Hua's surroundings for several hundred feet. Buzz buzz. The flaming beast's flesh emitted a series of rumbling sounds, just like a Tao sect cultivator's Dharma artifact. Following the rumbling sounds, every piece of flesh began to rotate. Not only did it absorb the surrounding righteous chi and golden cloud brocade, but it also absorbed the raging flames. Xiao Hua raised his brow as he looked at the flesh and blood of these fire beasts that had transformed into identical fire beasts. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these fire beasts were not illusions and couldn't help feeling surprised. Roar! Tens of thousands of fire beasts raised their heads and roared at the same time. Tens of thousands of hurricanes swept away the flames that filled the sky. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think, all the fire beasts pounced on Xiao Hua. This pounce didn't matter, but Xiao Hua only felt that the space around him was completely confined. A kind of vague circular space formed around him. Within this space, his transcendence energy couldn't be mobilized. His hands and feet also became heavier than 10,000 caddies. It seemed that Shi Bohong was actually able to use a secret technique to completely suppress the power of the 5 brocade cloud painting within this space of 10 feet. If these tens of thousands of fire beasts pounced on him, even if his body was tough, he would still be crushed into meat paste. However, Xiao Hua didn't seem to be afraid at all. He actually calmly stretched out his hand and pinched his chin twice, as if he was sizing up this earth-shattering wave of flames. This kind of confidence caused Shi Bohong, who was originally full of confidence in the sky, to feel greatly uneasy. Boom! Tens of thousands of identical fire beasts finally charged together. Xiao Hua's figure was instantly engulfed by the flames. Shi Bohong's eyes seemed to see a huge firework that had never been seen before in the world. The space shook and fire snakes overflowed. Is it over? Shi Buohong's eyes flickered with a fiery light, as if his heart was filled with doubt. He somewhat didn't dare to believe it. After all, facing such a powerful attack, Xiaohua actually didn't resist. Looking at the center of the flames, Xiaohua's figure was nowhere to be seen. If he wasn't killed by tens of thousands of fire beasts, what kind of ending could there be? Although Shi Buohong didn't dare to believe it, seeing the flames before his eyes flourish, the fire beasts that had accompanied him for who knows how many years had already disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure still hadn't appeared. Shi Buohong could only sigh. To be able to pay such a huge price to kill Xiaohua, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from above his head. Shi Buohong, do you have any other methods? So, Xiaohua? The fiery light in Shi Buohong's eyes flourished. He hastily raised his head. Sure enough, the unscathed Xiaohua was standing in midair, coldly looking at him. His eyes carried a trace of disdain. Correct, it's me. Xiaohua coldly smiled and said, in order to kill the enemy, you actually abandoned your own demon pet. I really don't know whether I should be happy for it or not, or whether I should be sad for it. Perhaps it was because Xiaohua was too sensitive, or perhaps it was because Xiaohua was also a cultivator of Buddhism, but when those tens of thousands of fiery beasts rushed towards him with indescribable solemnity, Xiaohua easily cast a fire escape spell and escaped from the deadly situation. It was also when Xiaohua escaped into the flames that he felt the fire beast's sorrow on the verge of death, that kind of reluctance to part with the world and its attachment to Shi Buohong. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Shi Buohong was similarly cold. The flames around his body flickered with a piu-piu sound. What I want to know is, how did you escape from the Broken Tooth Beast's attack? Oh, so that pitiful fire beast's name is Broken Tooth. Shi Buohong, you really don't want to know how sad the Broken Tooth Beast was? You really don't want to know how much it didn't want to leave you? You really don't want to know how bitter the Broken Tooth Beast was when it lost its Yao Dan, as well as the pain of losing its life? Xiaohua looked at Shi Buohong and asked very calmly, could it be that a victory is so important? I'm sure you've also seen that I don't intend to kill all of you. Even if you're not my match, no need to say so much. Shi Buohong waved his hand. I didn't think that Xiaohua, who could write the blood steel, would actually be so wishy-washy. You've really disappointed me. I'll say it again, whether the Broken Tooth Beast lives or dies is my business, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to tell me how you escaped, then I'm leaving. If you want me to stay, then you can make a move. Since it's come to this, it looks like I'm absolutely not your match. AI. Xiaohua's voice showed the vicissitudes of life. He really didn't understand what Shi Buohong was thinking. How many times had Xiaohua been unwilling to let Little Black and Little Yellow, whether it was the Void or the Black Water Palace? Even when Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede had come out of the space to take risks, this Shi Buohong had actually made the Broken Tooth Beast self-destruct. Shi Buohong, haven't you heard of our Dao sect's escape technique? Xiaohua thought for a bit, then sighed and replied in a low voice. 5 elements escape technique? Impossible. The flames in Shi Buohong's eyes shot out more than half a foot, and he was clearly particularly astonished. How can the Dao sect's 5 elements escape technique escape from my blazing fire array? There's nothing impossible in this world. Since you can give up the pet beast that you live with day and night, why can't I use the 5 elements escape technique to escape from your blazing fire array? Xiaohua's tone was already indifferent. Besides, our Dao sect spells are profound and unfathomable, as numerous as the stars in the sky. How much do you know? Go, for the sake of the Broken Tooth Beast's dead, I won't take your life. Shi Buohong laughed coldly. Golden cloud brocade swirled around him, and his entire figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Even if you want to kill me, you have to look at the place first. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. After listening to Baiho's zither, Xiaohua's heart really softened and he shouted, ignorant brat. Truly the ignorant are fearless. Whoa. While Xiaohua was laughing, a touch of gray slowly appeared in the golden horizon, like a gray cloud in the clear sky. After this gray cloud appeared, it immediately floated toward Xiaohua, and he saw 2 people standing on it. Xiaohua put his hands behind his back, and indifferently looked at that gray cloud. When it got closer, he unconsciously frowned. Because on this gray cloud, the one behind it was precisely Do Shanjun that Xiaohua somewhat didn't want to see. Only the one in front of him with a simple face, wearing a scholar's robe, Xiaohua knew that he must be the Copper Pillar Academy's headmaster. Dao Sex Xiaohua greets headmaster. He still respected this headmaster who didn't desperately try to kill him that day. After the gray cloud settled, Xiaohua extended his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Beigo Zhenming also didn't dare to be negligent, and similarly stood on the cloud and bowed in greeting. Copper Pillar Academy's Beigo Zhenming greets fellow immortal Xiao. Oh, so it's Headmaster Beigo. Xiaohua stared blankly and blinked his eyes. You Confucian cultivators' names are quite strange. Previously there was a Baiho and now there's a Beigo. Aren't you looking down on this Xiao's ignorance? Hee. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Beigo Zhenming's heart relaxed and he said with a smile, us Confucian cultivators have multiplied in the hidden immortal continent for who knows how many years. Whether it's a compound surname or a single surname, they all have a very long history. In ancient times there were compound surnames such as Feng Lei, Feng Jiang, Feng Ren, Feng Fu, Fu Fu, Fu Fu and so on. However, as the descendants of these compound surnames disappeared, the compound surnames also disappeared. Now, I'm afraid there aren't many left. Ouyang, Taisher, Duanmu, Shangguan and so on still exist. Duanmu? Hehe, I'm afraid the ones left behind are all Confucian cultivator families? Hearing the two words Duanmu, Xiaohua said with a smile. Beigo Zhenming nodded and said, my Beigo family can also be considered a 7th-rank family, and can't be compared to the Duanmu family. Xiaohua nodded and pulled the topic back. Previously, this Xiao didn't see fellow immortal Beigo's true appearance, but now that I've seen it, it's exactly the solemnity of a Confucian cultivator. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as a certain person's handsomeness. It's no wonder that fellow immortal Beigo can become the headmaster of an academy, while others can only be the headmaster. Chapter 35-19. I wouldn't dare. Beigo Zhenming seemed to have seen through Xiaohua's narrow-mindedness and understood that he was referring to Dou Shanjun. He shook his head and hurriedly replied. Then Xiaohua continued, also, I would like to thank fellow immortal Beigo for not blaming me for the offense of pushing down the gate. This. Beigo Zhenming smiled bitterly. Fellow immortal Beigo doesn't need to thank me. I came here today to punish you, but seeing how mighty you are, how could I dare to say a word? I only hope that fellow immortal Beigo won't make things difficult for the students of my Copper Pillar Academy after you escape from this formation. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I understand this. Xiaohua smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping across the clouds like a sharp sword. If I don't kill those culprits, I don't mind staining my hands with blood again. Yes, I understand. I'm sure the others also understand this. Beigo Zhenming nodded and said, today I was ordered by the monarch to set up the 5 brocade cloud painting because I wanted to meet fellow immortal Beigo and let others know how powerful fellow immortal Beigo is. Good. Xiaohua flung his sleeve. You all set up the formation. I didn't get to fight to my heart's content in the Copper Pillar Academy. Today I'll have a taste of fellow immortal Beigo's techniques. I wouldn't dare. The techniques we use are for worldly affairs. Fellow immortal Beigo, please be careful. Beigo Zhenming cautioned very carefully. I know. Go ahead and use it. Xiaohua smiled faintly and waved his hand. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of the space with a rumbling sound and blocked Xiaohua's body in an earthy yellow brilliance. Just as Beigo Zhenming and Xiaohua greeted each other, the gray cloud brocade had already covered the entire formation. What was different from the previous formations was that the ground beneath everyone's feet was also gray, as if it was an ordinary layer of earth. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it and immediately understood that this 5 brocade cloud painting was probably related to the 5 elements. Now it could be considered as earth. Sure enough, Beigo Zhenming stood on top of the gray cloud and raised his hand. The tall crown fell off and a head of gray hair fell down. Dou Shanjun, who was standing behind him a moment ago, had already hidden behind the brocade cloud. Moreover, a moment later he appeared in another place. Beigo Zhenming's voice. Meng Xiaxi surges, lush greenery. My grief is forever mourning and I gurgled into the southern soil. Kong Jing was humorous. Depressed, he bowed deeply. To soothe the feelings and serve one's will, to restrain one's grievances. Just when I thought I was going to make amends, I didn't do it for you. As Beigo Zhenming's voice drifted through the entire space, the sky instantly darkened, and the earth fell silent. It was as if rain had descended from the void, but also as if there was a sorrowful noble qi gathered from all directions. A great river and the boundless black land on both sides of the river appeared before their eyes. Although Xiaohua could sense Beigo Jinming's concern for the country and its people, and he could also understand the bitterness in his words, Xiaohua didn't feel anything special. He only smiled and sensed a very strong earth-type spiritual energy from the righteous qi. The greenish-gray brocade began to solidify into a solid layer of earth. At this moment, Do Shanjun opened his mouth again. To the north of the mountain the words of the qi are chosen. Together with scholars they work day and night. The imperial affairs are dispirited, and I worry about my parents. Under the heavens all is the imperial land, on the shores of the earth all are the imperial subjects. The doctors are unequal and I work alone. The four mountains are booming and the imperial affairs are close. I am not old yet and I am fresh in my generals. The military power is strong and I manage the four directions. Or the swallow lives in peace. Or the country does its best. Or I lie on the bed. Or I don't work. Or I don't know how to call. Or I fail miserably. Or I perch or I lie down. Or the imperial affairs are in charge. Or I drink wine happily. Or I suffer miserably. Or there are rumors. Or I don't do anything. Following this voice, the awe-inspiring qi in the great formation rapidly transformed. The imperial court, the palace, the capital, the town, the army, the village and so on swarmed out. A kind of indescribable majesty, a kind of awe that restricted the mind, spiraled around Xiaohua like invisible shackles. Soon after, there was an extremely large amount of chanting coming from behind Yunjin. The world is vast, all is the imperial land, on the shores of the earth, all are the imperial subjects. The chanting was like a monk chanting sutras. Sentence after sentence, each sentence gave birth to a ring of awe-inspiring qi that was several thousand feet in size. It fell toward Xiaohua like a tight hoop. This ring encircled another ring and the rings were unbroken. Xiaohua furrowed his brows and tried to escape in midair. However, no matter how he dodged, that ring would not disappear. It could always accurately find Xiaohua. Go. Xiaohua smiled coldly and pointed his finger. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out, whistling as it pounced towards that ring. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, several rings were shattered by the seal of overturning the sea. They turned into dirt and slowly fell down, unable to pose any threat to Xiaohua. Headmaster Beigua. Xiaohua smiled faintly. If this is all you have, then you'd better retreat. Beigua Jinming smiled bitterly. Xiaohua's move seemed very easy, but the seal of overturning the sea was facing the attack of several hundred Bronze Pillar Academy students. Not to mention these students, even he and Do Shanjun did not dare to hold back just now. Taoist magic has actually reached such a miraculous level? Beigua Jinming sighed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, thank you for letting me win." As they spoke, Beigua Jinming and Do Shanjun slapped their foreheads at the same time. Two streams of true qi soared into the sky. As the true qi fell into the gray brocade, palm-sized dirt rings suddenly appeared in the air around Xiaohua. These air rings were like bubbles, flying towards the space around Xiaohua's body. There were rotating true qi between the air rings. These true qi were green-gray in color, and they displayed an extremely powerful suction and confinement force. Ouch! Xiaohua was clearly caught unprepared. The surrounding space of several hundred feet was controlled by these air rings. Not to mention the true essence in his body, even Xiaohua's powerful physical body was practically unable to move. Damn it, I was a bit careless. I fell for old man Beigua's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. His whole body flashed with golden light and he struggled to move a few times. He wanted to urge his magic power to control the seal of turning the sea, but not only was his magic power unable to rush out, the seal of turning the sea was even tumbling in midair, not listening to him at all. What surprised Xiaohua the most was not this, but those strange air rings. The confinement force and suction force of these air rings were very random, and they were constantly changing. There were even more air rings and they were like a layer of soil that wanted to drown Xiaohua. The most special thing was that there was a kind of aura within the air rings that Xiaohua was unfamiliar with. This aura gave birth to a kind of fear and submission that Xiaohua had never felt before. This kind of feeling had always interfered with Xiaohua's cultivation and resistance. Roar! Xiaohua roared, and the golden light around his body flashed again. He forcibly displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiaohua even waved the wishful staff, wanting to break this strange confinement force. Unfortunately, this confinement force was so powerful and so smooth. Under Xiao Hua's wishful staff, dozens of air rings immediately slipped away under the staff's wind. The wishful staff had no place to exert force at all. As for the Transcendent's golden body, it was suppressed by a powerful force, as if the whole world had fallen on the shoulders of this golden body. Governing the world. Understanding this confinement that could not be jumped out, Xiao Hua understood the power of the means of the Confucian cultivators. In addition to the ordinary power of the Tao sect's magic, the Confucian cultivators also added the study of governing the world. In addition to the power of the mountains, this confinement should also contain the power of royalty and the power of submission, right? Ranger. When he thought of royalty, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Yu Zhongquan. He looked at the air rings that were increasingly gushing out from the left side. Now there were hundreds of air rings and he couldn't even move his fingers. He couldn't help but have a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. Xiao Hua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and a bright sword light was born from Xiao Hua's body. A heart shape slowly emerged from the sword light. Transform into a sword? Beigo Zhiming was so surprised that his chin almost fell. The inscription of governing the world in his mouth was almost interrupted. He really didn't think that Xiao Hua would have the swordsmanship of the Confucian cultivators, and this swordsmanship had already reached a very high level. Just as Beigo Zhiming was surprised, a giant sword had already emerged from the hundreds of air rings. Xiao Hua's voice was like the sound of the sword coming out from the giant sword, resounding throughout the entire array. The ruler is the head of the country. The ruler is wise and the country flourishes. The ruler is weak and the country is weak. The great hero is for the country and the people. The small hero is chivalrous and righteous. Although it is the ruler's order, no one dares to disobey. But I turned my body into a sword and asked for the people's order. The ruler is wise and the ruler is weak and the country is destroyed. Since you are the ruler, you should have the world in your heart and the sea accepts hundreds of rivers. Today's ruler, for his own selfishness, I have a benevolent heart and want to turn the tide. I will kill you and return the world to peace and prosperity. Go. As he spoke, the giant sword turned into the shape of a heart and soared into the sky from the confinement. Moreover, the sword light was more dazzling than a rainbow piercing the sun. It easily streaked through the array, and a huge crack appeared in the gray cloud brocade. The entire blue sky and the earth under their feet cracked open, and the thousands of incantations stopped abruptly. Beigo Zhiming's face was ashen. Facing Xiao Hua's sword attack, he was confident that he didn't have the ability to take it. Moreover, Xiao Hua was able to defeat him as a Confucian cultivator. He was also speechless. Looking up at the equally shocked Do Shanjun, both of them sighed softly. They stretched out their hands and gray cloud brocade appeared. Their figures slowly disappeared. The sword light was like a horse and the sword intent was like a heart. When Xiao Hua escaped from the sword, thousands of sword lights entered his body. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky that was already empty. He smiled and said, Lung Chinga, this Xiao has already broken through 5 layers of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Do you have any other tricks? Xiao Hua, I have to say, this old man has really underestimated you. Lung Chinga's figure was now only about 10 feet tall. He stood in the sky to the east and said indifferently, however, if you think that the 5 brocade cloud diagram only has this much power, then you have underestimated the defensive array of my Confucian cultivator. Chapter 35:20. Oh, that's unexpected. Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, could it be that you still have a backup plan for this defensive formation? Aha, it's not just a backup plan. Lung Chinga laughed loudly, the entire 5 brocade cloud diagram hasn't been used yet. What happened before was just a warm-up for us. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. He pointed at the seal of turning sea that was still in midair and shouted, since that's the case, then I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. Fellow immortals, why haven't you shown yourselves yet? How could Lung Chinga let Xiao Hua make the first move? With a loud roar and a wave of his sleeve, layers of cloud brocade blocked the seal of the ocean like the waves of the sea. Following Lung Chinga's command, Beigo Zhiming, Shi Buohong, Bai Ho Yuqin, and Jiang Yuming simultaneously stood on the other 4 sides of the horizon. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they looked at each other and took out a silk handkerchief from their robes. This silk handkerchief was exactly the same color as the cloud brocade they each controlled. Seeing the 4 silk handkerchiefs appear, Lung Chinga opened his mouth. Pooh! A blood-red light appeared and a scarlet-red silk handkerchief rushed out. When that silk handkerchief appeared in midair, the other 4 silk handkerchiefs moved without any wind. At the same time, they soared into the sky and slowly expanded, looking like 4 banners. Lung Chinga and the other 4 raised their hands and slapped the top of their heads. 5 streams of true chi soared into the sky and hit the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Ka-cha-cha. 5 different colored thunderbolts appeared from the void and surrounded the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Boom. The silk handkerchiefs let out a trembling sound. Inscriptions rushed out of the silk handkerchiefs like millions of tadpoles. Immediately, the cloud brocade within the 5 brocade cloud diagram rushed into the vibrating silk handkerchiefs like a whale sucking in water. The rumbling sounds from the silk handkerchiefs grew louder and louder, and the inscriptions fell into the true energy of Lung Chinga and the others. Slowly, 5 more children appeared within the inscriptions. As soon as the 5 children were complete, they waved their hands, causing thunderbolts to strike the silk handkerchiefs in front of them. The inscriptions on the silk handkerchiefs began to solidify, and in the blink of an eye, 5 strange objects appeared. These strange objects continued to be surrounded by thunderbolts. 5 chi righteous thunder rise. Lung Chinga let out a soft whistle, which was a rare sight. True chi surrounded her body and spun towards the top of her head, carrying the Z as she flew towards the center of the formation. The 5 children flew to the center at the same time and opened their mouths. 5 mouthfuls of genuine chi fell into the void, forming a thumb-sized 5-colored chi mass. Then the 5 children raised their hands and sent 5 similarly strange things into the 5-colored chi mass. Kacha. The 5-colored thunderbolts intertwined with each other, and the 5 strange things condensed into one within the thunderbolts. This is... Seeing this strange thing that looked like an inkstone forming in the sky, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Isn't this the broken magic treasure in this Zhao space? Of course, this strange thing looked like a quadrilateral, but the edges of this quadrilateral were extremely irregular. Rather than calling it an inkstone, it was more like a high platform. On one side of the high platform there were 3 protrusions like antennae. On the opposite side of the high platform, there were 2 protrusions like tail fins, slanted into the air. This high platform was covered with true inscriptions, one after another, layer after layer. On one side of the high platform, there were 3 shining golden inscriptions deeply engraved on it. The position of these 3 inscriptions were almost exactly the same as the 3 tadpole-like characters in Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua could clearly see these 3 inscriptions. They were the immortal execution stage. Hiss, Xiaohua once again sucked in a breath. Today, Lung Chinga gave him a lot of surprises. He didn't think that the thing in his space was actually the immortal execution stage. Looking at those 3 large characters, they seemed to contain boundless majesty, and also emitted a myriad of bloody auras from within, making people who saw them feel an indescribable fear in their heart. Just as Xiaohua was shocked, behind the distant clouds, a thoughtful face flashed by. It was precisely that Copper Pillar Academy's judge, Du Shanjun. However, not only Xiaohua didn't know, even the 5 people controlling the immortal execution stage didn't know. Immediately, 5 pitch-black whirlpools appeared in the sky above the immortal execution stage. The 5 whirlpools separately faced the 5 protrusions like antennae. Kacha. 5 different colored thunderbolts were born from the void, falling on the antennae. Immediately, the entire immortal execution stage violently shook. The 5 types of thunderbolts flashed in succession above the immortal execution stage, simultaneously condensing into a bowl-shaped 5-colored heavenly thunder, striking towards Xiaohua. 5 chi righteous thunder. Xiaohua was startled. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, as the heavenly thunder struck down, just like the previous lightning tribulation, the space around Xiaohua was imprisoned. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Damn it! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Looking at the 5-colored heavenly thunder that transformed into a guillotine and roared down, he really doubted whether his body could withstand it. This was the immortal execution stage. This 5-colored heavenly thunder was definitely a heavenly punishment, completely different from ordinary lightning. Xiaohua's thoughts were like lightning. That 5-colored heavenly thunder was even faster than lightning. It simply didn't allow Xiaohua to dodge. With a loud kacha sound, it had already struck Xiaohua's right side. Xiaohua let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his right arm was immediately charred black. The lightning penetrated his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally plump muscles also instantly shriveled. If Xiaohua's demonic phoenix body hadn't gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations and been tempered for many years, this strike would have already shattered him. In an instant, Xiaohua slightly raised his left hand, wanting to use the Blood Devil's saber to strike down the immortal execution stage. However, he slightly clenched his teeth and endured. The Blood Devil's saber is a demonic weapon. It must not be revealed in the hidden immortal continent, unless Xiaohua was willing to kill everyone in the Black Wind Mountain range. Little Thunder. Suddenly Xiaohua's heart moved. He immediately thought of the Thunder Beast cub under the damaged immortal execution stage. This little guy was living a carefree life under the lightning water of the immortal executioner stage. In the past 100 years there was no movement. Moreover, Xiaohua also discovered from the 5 Qi righteous thunders that this so-called immortal executioner stage might not be the real immortal executioner stage. The 5 Qi righteous thunders below the level of a fake were the most difficult to resist. The real Thunder Beast would definitely not be afraid of these fake 5 Qi righteous thunders. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind immediately entered the space, preparing to pull Little Thunder out of the lightning water under the damaged immortal execution stage. At this moment, green-robed Xiaohua suddenly appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, can you let me go out for a walk?" "Fellow Taoist, are you going out to look for trouble?" Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that as long as he entered the space, green-robed Xiaohua would know what happened outside. He didn't explain and rebuked. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is really weak now. Recently, I have been thinking about how to make him healthy. Isn't there 5-colored heavenly thunder outside right now? Why don't we let our nascent soul bathe in the lightning water, so that it can wash his marrow?" When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard this, his face changed greatly and said in shock, "Fellow Taoist, are you crazy? Our nascent soul is weak, how can it see the lightning? Under this lightning punishment, won't it turn into ashes? Our 100 years of bitter cultivation have become water? Fellow Taoist, you are too concerned and your mind is even more chaotic." Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is fused with the inner cores of male and female lightning beasts. Although it can't directly control this heavenly thunder, it is not necessarily afraid of this thunder, right? In addition, don't forget that this 5-colored heavenly thunder is somewhat different from the heavenly thunder that fellow Taoist normally controls. It contains the 5 Qi of Confucian cultivators. This 5 Qi is extremely beneficial to the 5 internal organs. If our nascent soul is nourished by this 5-colored heavenly thunder, it will definitely grow strong. That's right, fellow Taoist, don't forget that our nascent soul is in the form of a nebula. Even if it can't withstand a blow from the 5-colored heavenly thunder, it can still disperse the power of the lightning tribulation between the nebula. This? Green-robed Xiaohua said so much Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood. However, this matter was of great importance, he really didn't dare to make a rash judgment. "Let's go quickly. If we don't go now it will be too late. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Green-robed Xiaohua urged, "You don't need to pay attention to it, just send I into the nascent soul." "All right." Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He knew that his nascent soul had just been born. If it was an ordinary tempering, it would take more than 1,000 years or even several thousand years of bitter cultivation to reach the large success stage of nascent soul. If green-robed Xiaohua's guess was correct, this was a shortcut in front of him. Of course, this shortcut was exchanged with the life of a nascent soul and the pain of the lightning tribulation. "Let's go." Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that this was not the time for him to think too much. He brought green-robed Xiaohua and Little Lei out of the space. In just a short moment, the second 5-colored heavenly thunder had already fallen. Xiaohua's back had already caved in a large area. Seeing that the third 5-colored heavenly thunder was about to fall, Xiaohua hurriedly sent Little Lei out of his head and urged his nascent soul to come out from his lower dantian. Kachacha. The 5 Qi righteous thunder precisely landed on Xiao Lei's body. The 5-colored thunder flashed and immediately fused into Xiao Lei's body. Only a very small part of it fell down, and this part was once again pulled into Xiao Lei's body by the nascent soul general standing on top of Xiaohua's head. Boom! Under the 5-colored heavenly thunder, although it was only a small part, the nascent soul immediately began to collapse. Xiaohua's mind was in incomparable pain. Even his lower dantian felt a tearing pain. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that the nascent soul and green-robed Xiaohua were both injured. He hurriedly urged green-robed Xiaohua to take back his nascent soul. However, green-robed Xiaohua endured the pain and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I will try again." "Damn it, you don't want to live anymore." Xiaohua was really anxious. He was about to forcibly take back his nascent soul into his dantian, but at this moment, the nascent soul's body flashed with a five-colored brilliance. It waved its two small hands and a silvery white crystal thread appeared out of thin air. It flashed and immediately entered the nascent soul's body. Then, the nascent soul sat cross-legged with its palms facing the sky and began to circulate its heart sutra. The collapsed soul slowly recovered. Chapter 35-21. That's right, don't I still have the metal essence new essence? How could I forget about it now? Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly waved his hand. The metal essence new essence he obtained from the sword catacomb array was immediately sent into his meridians. His body also activated the cultivation method to refine it. That rich gold attribute true essence fell into his lower dantian and transformed into thin crystal threads that rushed into his nascent soul from the void. This is Xiaohua's demon pet? Lung Qingge saw this black monster land on top of Xiaohua's head and help him block the 5-chi righteous thunder. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had never seen a demon that could resist the 5-chi righteous thunder. Lung Qingge couldn't help but shout, "How can this demon pet resist the heavenly punishment thunder?" Not to mention a demon pet, even a scholar, wouldn't dare to resist the 5-chi righteous thunder. Monarch, when he obtained this item, wasn't he already informed? Kill. While Lung Qingge was secretly pondering, the distant West Bodhisattva roared. The fire on top of his head suddenly rushed up. Once West Bodhisattva moved, Lung Qingge and the others had no choice but to move. This was the so-called pulling one hair, and one hair will affect the whole body. 5 rays of true energy rushed up the immortal beheading stage. Under the urging of these 5 rays of true energy, the 5 brocade cloud diagrams noble chi rushed into the immortal beheading stage. In the void, another 5-colored thunderbolt rushed out. Kachacha? Another bolt of 5-chi righteous thunder fell. This time the lightning not only fell on Little Thunder's body, it also fell on the nascent soul's body. Pain, tearing, numbness, living a life worse than death, all kinds of feelings rushed into Xiaohua's mind more violently than a storm. His entire body was trembling violently, and a lot of leaked lightning also landed on his body. Damn it, this is really retribution. This Grandpa's Foundation establishment and Gold Core both went through the lightning tribulation, but my nascent soul was in the void. The void doesn't give birth to lightning tribulation, but I didn't expect to come here and experience it again. Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only grit his teeth and endure. The 5-chi righteous thunders struck one after another, a total of 81 strikes. Not to mention Xiaohua, even the 5 Confucian cultivators on the 5 brocade cloud diagram, as well as countless other students after the 5 Confucian cultivators, couldn't take it. In the end, the 5 people's true chi ran out and the 5 children immediately collapsed. The immortal slaying stage also collapsed and turned back into 5 silk handkerchiefs. They quickly shrank and floated in front of the 5 powerless people. Haha. Xiaohua slightly straightened his back and shouted, "What's wrong? This Xiao still hasn't washed enough. I still haven't washed off the dirty water you Confucian cultivators poured on me. Why was there no more lightning water? Quick, quick, this Xiao still wants more." Indeed, Xiaohua's Yuanying seemed to have eaten a great tonic pill and grew a lot stronger. It was unknown how many years of bitter cultivation it was. "Humph, Xiaohua, don't worry, I'll let you have your fill soon." Lung Qingge sneered and disappeared into the cloud brocade. The other 4 also disappeared. "Humph, this Xiao also knows how to sneer." Xiaohua also coldly snorted and said, "If you have any ability, take it out, eh?" The little guy finally woke up. Right at this moment, Lei Zizi, who had blocked the lightning for Xiaohua earlier, actually opened his eyes. He blinked his eyelids and stretched his body in satisfaction. He grinned at Xiaohua and flipped his body in midair, looking left and right as if he was looking for something. "It's good that you're awake." Xiaohua knew that Little Thunder was looking for lightning water. In his eyes, that thing was like the human race's milk. Xiaohua raised his hand and Little Thunder obediently fell into his hand. Xiaohua touched Little Thunder's forehead and Little Thunder unexpectedly rubbed its head against Xiaohua's hand like little silver and even raised its neck to lick it. "Go back and sleep a little more." Seeing that Little Thunder's eyes were still a little scattered, Xiao Hua sent it into the space again. Sure enough, under the lightning water, Little Thunder fell asleep again. 5-Chi Thunder is really interesting. Could it be that this 5-Chi universe has other uses? Seeing that the 5-Chi Thunder could actually wake Little Thunder up, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think more. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Green-robed Xiao Hua's weak voice was heard. Fellow Taoist, quickly send me back to rest. Those heavenly lightning almost killed I. He who told you to show off. Xiao Hua smiled as he sent green-robed Xiao Hua back. He even sent his nascent soul into his lower dantian to recuperate. The nascent soul gained a lot from this lightning tribulation and still needed to digest it carefully. Xiao Hua had just sent green-robed Xiao Hua back when he saw that in the sky, the 5 people who had just hidden themselves had appeared again. However, the 5 people were no longer as arrogant as before and their faces were clearly pale. Seeing this, Xiao Hua laughed brightly. The 5 of you, don't you want to rest a little more after being tired for so long? This Xiao isn't in a hurry, what are you waiting for? Humph, Xiao Hua, don't be too proud. Lung Chinga said. You have the Dao Sect's Imperial Lightning Technique and a demon pet that avoids lightning. Being able to dodge the 5-Chi Thunder is within our expectations. However, you can only be arrogant for a little while longer. Wait until my Confucian 5 Sons Ascension appears, how can you still survive? Confucian 5 Sons Ascension? Ah, Lung Chinga, let's not talk about Ascension. Do you still have true chi in your body to fight with this Xiao? You're really not afraid of twisting your waist when you talk big. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Who said that executing Confucian 5 Sons Ascension requires the consumption of true chi? Lung Chinga proudly waved his hand and a simple scroll appeared in his hand. Calligraphy scroll? Xiao Hua was stunned and immediately thought of the calligraphy scroll that was similar to the Dao Sect's talisman spell. Not good. Xiao Hua immediately understood Lung Chinga's intention and secretly cursed in his heart. He had seen the power of the calligraphy scroll on Zhai Xinglu. The law written by the so-called legalist Senior Han Cheng had left a deep impression on him. The law character could really be described as iron hook and silver stroke. Each stroke contained an extremely powerful sword chi. Not to mention the authentic work written by the Senior Han Fizi that Fujiwen had mentioned. Once the authentic work was opened, it could directly kill more than 100 demon generals. If Lung Chinga had the authentic work of Han Fizi, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even if he wanted to escape he wouldn't be able to, right? There was no other outcome other than death. After the shock, Xiao Hua calmed down again. He raised his right hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. His left hand also slightly raised, but after a few movements he put it down again. The righteous chi of the Confucian cultivator was the nemesis of the demon world's demon flame. If he couldn't resist the power of the calligraphy scroll, he was afraid that the blood devil saber wouldn't be able to either. His cultivation in the demon world was still shallow and not enough to fully exert the power of the blood devil saber. Therefore Xiao Hua's left hand pointed and the seal of turning the sea fell on top of his head. Its brilliance overflowed and the coiling dragon broke free from the seal of turning the sea. The whole dragon body turned into a few feet long and swam around the seal of turning the sea. The ferocious dragon head roared at the sky. Immortal friend, please make your move. Lung Chinga raised his hand and held the scroll in front of his chest. He smiled at Zibahong and the others. His smile was full of ease. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Xiao Hua could survive the attack of the Confucian 5 Sons Ascension. When Zibahong heard this, he didn't hesitate to wave his hand and the flashing flame hand grabbed an equally ancient scroll. Beigo Zhiming was a bit hesitant. He glanced at Bai Ho and Yu Qin. Both of their eyes showed helplessness. They then reached into their small Chengkuan bags and took out their scrolls. Jiang Yuming narrowed his eyes and looked at the seal of turning the sea above Xiao Hua's head as well as the coiling dragon near the seal of turning the sea. He clenched his teeth and a few feet long scroll flew to his chest. Seeing the 5 Confucian cultivators take out 5 scrolls at the same time, how could Xiao Hua not know the reason for the Confucian 5 Sons Ascension? They were actually using 5 scrolls to attack him at the same time. This was synonymous with a gang fight. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua looked up to the sky and laughed. Golden light flickered around his body as he used the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. He grew to more than 200 feet and the wishful staff in his hand also grew to several hundred feet. He looked at the 5 Confucian cultivators and said in a clear voice, "The methods of Confucian cultivators are really laughable. You people can't beat this Xiao, so you actually want to go back and ask for Senior's help. This ancient Confucian cultivator senior actually knows how to show kindness to the younger generation. Even after death, he still wants to leave behind his original work. Forget it, after beating up the young, I naturally have to bring out the old. This Xiao wants to see what a nest of old and young can do to this Xiao. Xiao Hua's words were very sinister. He even scolded the ancient Confucian who left behind the original work. However, Xiao Hua's words were the truth. Even if Bai Hou Yuqing's face was a little red, there was nothing to refute. Brat. Give up your life. Lung Chinga unfolded the scroll in his hand. Ka. A huge sword cry came from the scroll. Shua. A sword light rushed out from the scroll at the same time. Rumble. Then a burst of muffled thunder came from the void. Thousands of noble qi rushed into the sword light and a huge law character appeared above Xiao Hua's head. When this character appeared, Xiao Hua's body trembled. The 9-sword intense in his middle dantian that could no longer be considered flying swords could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Woo-woo. 9 sword lights rushed out and released a strong sword cry in the air. Looking at this familiar law character, Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with bitterness. Wasn't this the scroll that he saw in Zhai Xinglu that day? However, this scroll's sword chi seemed to be much weaker than before. He didn't know if Lung Chinga was controlling it wrongly or if Duanmu Qing had already used it after bidding for it that day. It's really enemies will not meet. Damn it, this Xiao Hua had only seen this thing once in the auction. Who would have thought that in less than 100 days, this thing would be used on this Xiao Hua's body? After Xiao Hua felt helpless, he looked at the much weaker sword light and felt a little relieved. After all, this scroll's sword light was extremely strong that day and he was definitely not its opponent. Now that this scroll had been used and he had advanced to the nascent soul stage, he might have a chance. However, before the law character could fall, boom! Another loud sound came. Shi Buohong laughed sinisterly and opened the scroll in his hand. Similarly, an indescribably terrifying aura came out from the scroll. Chapter 35-22. It was also a scroll that Xiao Hua was familiar with. 2 bright and dark rays of light soared into the sky, stirring up the righteous qi in the formation. Above Xiao Hua's head, a huge yin-yang fish was formed. Thousands of murderous qi, alternating between light and dark, and a solemn desire to annihilate everything passed through the sky and firmly enveloped Xiao Hua's golden Buddha statue. Zhou Yuan Han. Yin-yang qi transformation. Xiao Hua looked at the abnormal trembling void above his head. His heart was also extremely pounding. What virtue and ability did this Xiao have to actually be favored by the esoteric debate's authentic work? This bronze pillar country's monarch, seems like he really wants to kill this Xiao Ah. While Xiao Hua was shocked, he subconsciously looked at Beigou Jinming and the other 2. Their document scrolls had yet to be opened, but Xiao Hua already had a premonition that the 4 document scrolls he had seen at Zhai Xinglu would all be revealed today. He just didn't know what the last document scroll was. However, Xiao Hua did not panic despite his shock. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? In a flash, the law character had already formed a sword net that could annihilate all things. Under the sword light, the void was completely torn apart. Countless righteous qi also came crashing down. At this level, all techniques and spells were void. Only absolute strength had a chance of survival. Not only that, the yin-yang fish also brazenly activated on the other side. It seemed like 2 completely opposite righteous qi were swirling within the yin-yang fish. This swirling was even more ruthless than the sword net. Xiao Hua could almost see the intent of death from the 2 rays of light. This was only 2 scrolls. Immortal friend Beigou. Lung Chinga opened the scroll and very proudly looked at the huge law character descending from the sky. Seeing that Beigou Jinming and the others were still holding onto the scrolls and had not opened them, he frowned and transmitted his voice. Beigou Jinming smiled bitterly and hurriedly said, "State teacher, 2 scrolls should be enough. These scrolls will be used less every time they are used. The authentic works of ancient great scholars are really precious. This is not for you to consider. Hurry up and open them." Lung Chinga coldly replied, "The monarch has put in so much effort to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He wants to establish the reputation of the #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent." Understood. Since Lung Chinga had already said so much, how could Beigou Jinming and the others dare to delay any further? Beigou Jinming shook the scroll in his hand, and a black light soared into the sky. With a similarly loud roar, thousands of green auras rushed out of the void. Surrounded by the light, a huge earth character rushed out of the scroll. As soon as the earth character appeared in the air, it immediately gave off a heavy feeling, which was heavier than any mountain. The noble chi that had previously surged into the law character and the yin-yang fish surged into the earth character. Haha, Senior Lu Qingzi of the farmer's clan is indeed a great scholar. Lung Qingge laughed loudly and said, "This earth character is really heavy. It can compare to many great scholars in an instant." Seeing Beigua Jinming open the scroll, Bai Hou Yuqin didn't dare to be careless. She flicked the scroll in her hand and like a heavenly river pouring down, tens of millions of lights flashed and rushed toward Xiaohua. What was special was that when these lights appeared, a 10,000 zhang tall pillar of energy soared into the sky. The originally seamless 5-brocade cloud diagram immediately had a large gap in it. The power of the stars mixed with the aura of the stars was endless, even the divine sense couldn't see the end of it. At this moment the law and earth characters, the yin-yang fish, and the noble qi river surrounded Xiaohua from all sides. Not to mention escaping, even Xiaohua's breathing was heavy. He then looked at Jiang Yuming, who had yet to make a move. He flew in front of everyone, waved his hand and opened the scroll. Just as Xiaohua expected, the void shook violently as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A 5-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable aura of righteousness rushed out from the scroll. That 5-colored aura of righteousness rushed into the sky, and unexpectedly formed a several zhang large auspicious cloud, illuminating the entire great array. That 5-colored brilliance and the 5 colors of the 5-brocade cloud painting mutually reflected each other, and was extremely gentle. Boom! At the same time, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down from the gap in the formation created by the scroll, enveloping the auspicious cloud. This scroll was the Confucianism written by the great Confucian, Kong Li Wen. It was also this Confucianism that created the auspicious cloud of the 5 Qis origin. When this auspicious cloud of the 5 Qis origin appeared, it instantly fell down and joined together with the 4 scrolls that were previously shot out. Not only did this auspicious cloud become increasingly faint, even the strange phenomena of the other 4 scrolls became exceptionally clear. It was as if 5 cultivators comparable to 5th grade origin energy were joining forces to attack Xiaohua. Seeing an unprecedented predicament, seeing an unprecedented attack, Xiaohua's blood boiled, and he threw caution to the wind. His eyes that were originally flickering with starlight gradually turned blood red. He shouted loudly, "Good! Then I'll let you all see this Zhao's methods. See if I don't empty out all of your treasures, then you won't show off this Zhao's methods." Xiaohua's body flashed with an intense golden light. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in his middle dantian urged the true qi in his body. 9 sword lights flickered in the air. First it was 9, then it was 18, then 32. Finally, it actually transformed into several hundred sword lights. These 100 sword lights emitted a thunderous rumbling sound, and rushed straight forward towards the law character that was like a sword net. Go! In the Naiwan Palace, the Buddha Saraira waved the clear water bottle, and a pool of innate true water appeared in the air, roaring as it pounced towards the noble spirit river. Looking at the green-robed Xiaohua again, he had already been pulled out by Xiaohua. He forced the invisible Yuanying to escape from his lower dantian and landed on Xiaohua's shoulder. The magic treasure furnace was also released, and it emitted the same loud rumbling sound. It flashed with a brilliant brilliance and flew into the air. Not only that, the Yuanying also pointed its hand, and the ice mirror also flew out. 3 colors of misty brilliance soared into the sky. However, the difference was that the ice mirror's brilliance rushed straight towards the rapidly flickering yin-yang fish, while the magic treasure furnace spewed out 100 zhang long pillar of fire to attack the black earth character. Xiaohua himself was not idle. Inside the dragon veins, Xiaohua urged the dragon transformation secret art. The golden essence of gold turned into spiritual qi of heaven and earth and rushed into his dantian. At the same time, the heavenly infusion technique was also pushed to the limit. Unexpectedly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was also produced in the void and directly poured into his body. Xiaohua urged the transcendence golden body and waved the wishful staff to attack the earth character. Seeing that it was about to collide with the 5 paths of ascension, Xiaohua actually sneered again. He opened his mouth, and a red and yellow spiritual fire turned into a layer of fire net and flew towards the auspicious cloud of the 5 paths of origin. Xiaohua wanted to use his own strength to resist the 5 paths of ascension. Seeing Xiaohua's endless means, Leng Qingge's eyeballs almost fell out. What kind of Taoist cultivator is this? He is simply a cultivator with many treasures. He had never seen a Taoist cultivator before. No, not to mention a Taoist cultivator even among Confucian cultivators, who could control so many imperial equipment. Moreover, seeing that each of Xiaohua's magic treasures was so powerful, not to mention the innate true water that made Leng Qingge not dare to look at it. Not to mention the hundreds of flying swords that were filled with righteous qi, not to mention the green and yellow spiritual fire that looked even more simple than the 5-colored auspicious cloud. Just the golden body of Xiaohua waving the wishful staff made Leng Qingge's heart tremble. Today we must kill this child. Leng Qingge's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Today either you die or I die. If we let this child escape today, the bronze pillar state will be destroyed by his hands. Fellow immortals, Leng Qingge shouted, let us quickly prepare. If we do not win in one move, we must make the Son of Heaven angry and kill Xiaohua. It can't be? Shi Buohong cried out in surprise. How could this bastard escape from the 5 paths of ascension? It's better to be safe than sorry. Before Leng Qingge's voice could be heard, the 5 brocade cloud painting shook violently. The brilliance was like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. The 5 people were unable to stand still in midair. The powerful impact completely tore the 5-colored cloud brocade and the 5 brocade cloud painting into a mess. The chaotic qi rushed in all directions, and the chaotic brilliance was everywhere. It was so dazzling that the 5 people could not even open their eyes. Rip. It seemed to be an extremely weak sound of the brocade tearing, but to the 5 people's ears, it was even more difficult to accept than a bolt from the blue. Leng Qingge and the others were unable to stabilize their bodies. They first looked at their hands only to see that on the 5 scrolls, not only did the 5 characters of the great Confucian scholars completely lose their righteous qi, but the scrolls themselves also had countless small cracks. The scrolls turned into flying fragments in front of the 5 people's eyes, and these fragments were swept away by the fierce wind without a trace. How is this possible? Bai Ho Yuqin whispered, her small mouth wide open. Quickly, let us prepare. Leng Qingge hurriedly urged, not caring about the paper fragments that were blown away by the fierce wind. Shi Buohong indifferently said, I feel that there is no need. The entire 5 brocade cloud painting was almost destroyed. Can Xiaohua survive? There. Over there. Bai Ho Yuqin's eyes flashed with a water-blue brilliance, looking towards a corner of the black wind ridge. The joy in her voice seemed to be more than surprise, but she saw a 90-foot-tall giant whose body was riddled with hundreds and thousands of holes, even his head was split open. Still tenaciously flashing with a golden light, he somewhat staggered up from the ground, and was currently struggling to rush up into the sky. Everyone almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. That was the full-strength attack of 5 cultivators comparable to a 5th-grade essence energy cultivator. Those were the authentic writings of the great Confucian scholars. It was already difficult for them to face just one of them. How could this Tao sect cultivator in front of them be able to withstand the 5 sons ascending the throne that they had never used before? Impossible, impossible. Could it be that this Xiaohua has the body of a fiend god? The flames in Shi Buohong's eyes were now dim without any light. His body's true qi Xiaohua was very large. Although he had already reached the realm of refining qi back to spirit, after all, he still couldn't refine his spirit back to emptiness, so it was difficult for him to support such a large array that consumed true qi. Chapter 35-23. Impossible? Beigo Jiming smiled lightly, and then he pointed with his finger and said, based on Xiaohua's current situation, even if the 5 scrolls were unable to take his life, they've blasted him to the point he's completely exhausted. If fellow immortal has the heart, then you can descend and kill him right now. This great contribution will be yours, fellow immortal. Shi Buohong's heart skipped a beat, but his body was as steady as a boulder. He didn't even move. Xiaohua's body looked very weak at this moment, but on his cracked face, the unyielding fighting spirit seemed to be real. It made everyone not dare to look at him directly. Among the 5 people, no one dared to challenge him. No, this Xiaohua is a bit strange. Jiang Yuming frowned, his eyes flashing with deep doubt. Xiaohua's injuries are so serious. Why is there not a trace of blood on his body? Oh, that's right. Shi Buohong also exclaimed. Even if he used a Taoist Dharma idol, this Dharma idol is a physical body, not an illusion. If the Dharma idol is injured, there must be traces of blood. A Taoist secret technique. Bai Ho Yuqin said faintly. The Xiaohua is baiting us. Don't think too much. Lung Qingge's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He shouted, we still have the 5 brocade cloud painting, don't think about luck. Hurry up and prepare for the wrath of the emperor. At this point, Lung Qingge glanced at Bai Ho Yuqin and Beigo Jinming, and said faintly, for this final attack, we must work together, don't slack off. Yes, we understand. Beigo Jinming and Bai Ho Yuqin's hearts trembled, and they immediately replied with Jiang Yuming and the others. Seeing the 5 people disappear into the clouds, Xiaohua, who was struggling to fly in the air, felt relieved. He hurriedly endured the indescribable pain all over his body, and urged the medicinal power in his body, as well as the Dharma idol technique, to repair his Dharma idol. Even the blood drop paradise in his bloodline was repairing his physical body under the full power of the devil spirit. In Xiaohua's heart, the dangerous scene from before was still difficult to erase for a long time. Xiaohua's simultaneous use of several divine abilities had long surpassed the ability of a nascent soul cultivator. However, these divine abilities were different from each other. The sword intent of the 9 flying swords deduced the 9 stars transiting the sun. After all, it couldn't compare to the real swords playing the world. Furthermore, Xiaohua himself couldn't transform into a sword to forcefully resist the law character sword net. Several hundred sword silhouettes rushed into the sky and took the lead to collide with the sword net. This collision was the beginning of the entire formation's shaking. In terms of sword intent alone, 9 stars transit was not necessarily inferior to Wuxia's. The hundreds of sword shadows were like lonely plum blossoms standing proudly in the wind and snow. However, the sword net was even more powerful because of the bombardment of the noble spirit. This incomparably sharp force was admittedly shattered by the 9 stars transit of the sun, but the sharpness of the 9 stars transit of the sun was also worn down. In the blink of an eye, the shattered sword net rushed past the 9 stars transit of the sun and pierced towards Xiaohua's golden body. 9 stars transit wasn't the most miserable. Immediately after, it collided with Wuxia's nascent soul was the cauldron operated by Xiaohua's nascent soul. This cauldron was obtained from Taoist Jianghu. Xiaohua's nascent soul only erased the divine sense imprint within it and used the cauldron to contain the frigid ice flame. He didn't specially temper it. Now that he activated the cauldron, the frigid ice flame in the cauldron's flames was indeed monstrous. However, when it truly rushed onto the earth character Wuxia's nascent soul, it only defeated 30% of the noble spirit. Moreover, the cauldron emitted runes that gushed out like a tide under the control of the green-robed Xiaohua's nascent soul. These runes flickered with an intense might and forcibly extinguished the remaining 30% of the noble spirit. However, that green-robed Taoist Jingru's nascent soul was far from being able to resist the gravity of that green-robed Taoist Jingru's nascent soul. The remaining power of Wuxia's nascent soul forcibly shattered the cauldron. Even so, a small mouthful of golden blood gushed out from the nascent soul's mouth. However, just as the blood was spat out, the green-robed Xiaohua immediately abandoned the cauldron and spat it onto the ice sea mirror. The ice sea mirror shone brightly and 3 rays of light vibrated, creating a rumbling sound as they struck the yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish's light and dark rays suppressed the ice sea mirror's 3 rays of light, but the 3 rays of light also suppressed the yin-yang fish's light and dark rays. Even the ice sea mirror's surface started to crack under the yin-yang fish's pressure. Seeing that the ice sea mirror was not a match for the yin-yang fish, the green-robed Xiaohua hastily pointed his finger at the overturning sea seal that Xiaohua had left in the air as a backup. Under the coiling dragon's control, the seal expanded to several dozen zhang in size and slammed into the boundary between the yin-yang fish. Under the power of the light and dark rays, the seal finally cooperated with the ice sea mirror to kill Wuxia. The most relaxed one was the innate primordial water. Perhaps Bai Ho's jade zither was a little merciful, or perhaps the noble spirit river was originally restrained by the innate primordial water. When the primordial water soared into the sky, the noble spirit river fell into the primordial water and disappeared. Only the powerful impact mixed with the starlight scattered the primordial water. Of course, Xiaohua himself was not idle. The wishful staff danced, and at the same time the cauldron was shattered by the scroll, it suddenly struck into the air. The earth scroll was completely destroyed by the wishful staff. After that, Xiaohua's calamity came. The law sword light fell from the sky and covered the earth. Xiaohua waved the wishful staff and tried to knock down as many sword lights as possible, but in the sword net, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was still penetrated by many sword lights. In particular, although the yin-yang fish and the earth scroll were damaged, the suppressive power inside still fell on Xiaohua's transcendence golden body through the void. Xiaohua struggled to rely on the protective golden light and the transcendence golden body to resist. His transcendence golden body was inevitably torn apart, and even his head was cracked open. The reason why Xiaohua could only use his physical body to resist the sword net was that he used all the spiritual power in his body on the red and yellow spiritual fire. Xiaohua's most powerful means now should be the blood devil blade on his left arm. But in front of the true writings of the 5 great scholars, the blood devil blade was of little value. Therefore, the dual-colored spiritual fire became Xiaohua's most useful means now. The Confucian, written by the great scholar, Kong Liwen, formed the auspicious cloud of the 5 Qis unification. This 5-colored auspicious cloud connects the 4 scrolls together and also fuses with the 5 brocade cloud painting. This is already the key to solving the 5 sons' imperial examinations. If Xiaohua wants to live, he can only focus his energy on this Confucian character. Therefore, Xiaohua used the ancient fire control art to release the spiritual fire, urging all the gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his meridians to immediately turn the spiritual fire into a fire net that was dozens of feet in size. That fire net caught the 5-colored auspicious cloud that was slowly descending. This auspicious cloud was very strange. The 5 colors were balanced, and the boundless Qi pillar was not as arrogant as the other 4 scrolls. It was abnormally steady, especially the starlight in the auspicious cloud, which was far more vigorous than Xiaohua's imagination. Xiaohua felt that even if he used the wishful staff, it would be impossible to destroy this 5-colored auspicious cloud. The 5-colored auspicious cloud was strange, and the dual-colored spiritual fire was even more mysterious. The spiritual fire just held the auspicious cloud, and the fire and earth colors in the auspicious cloud immediately melted. The other 3 colors also swayed slightly, like a light cloud that was about to disperse. However, the spiritual fire was not completely successful. The auspicious cloud still carried endless power, and it was impossible for it to fall. Obviously, even if Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was already damaged, the auspicious cloud still wanted to suppress it. At this time, Xiaohua could only spit out the 3 heavenly hearts that he had not yet completely controlled. As soon as these 3 heavenly hearts appeared, the 5-colored auspicious cloud instantly collapsed. 3 of the colors were absorbed by the heavenly hearts, and the boundless Qi also fell into the heavenly hearts. Seeing that there was a gap, the green-robed Xiaohua next to him actually had the strength to spare. Under the starry sky, a small amount of lightning appeared in the space where the waves of Qi rolled, and together with the spiritual fire, it destroyed the calligraphy of the scholarly great scholar. The scholarly calligraphy was destroyed, and the other surviving scrolls also suffered a disaster. While Xiaohua was hit by the law sword net and the boundless Qi, he used his last bit of magical power. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and the green seal text obliterated all the remaining inscriptions, and even the scrolls were destroyed. The valiant Xiaohua, with his valiant battle record, had suppressed the 5 scholarly cultivators. But although he had suppressed them, seeing the 5 scholarly cultivators disappear again, Xiaohua's mind turned sharply, secretly calculating what other powerful methods they had. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua really couldn't think of what other powerful methods these 5, and the many scholarly cultivators behind the 5 brocade cloud painting could have. Humph, this Xiao is an arrow at the end of its flight. How much better are you? Xiaohua sneered. Even if this Xiao's nascent soul is now extremely weak and can no longer come out, this Xiao still has the metal essence in his meridians, and this Xiao's physical body still has the strength of 10,000 caddies. Even if I have to exhaust, I will exhaust you all to death. At the very least, this Xiao still has the Buddhist sect's methods. Amitabha, this Xiao once again had delusional thoughts. Namo Maitreya Buddha, please forgive me. Swoosh. Xiaohua flew another 100 feet or so. Suddenly, at the top of the 5 brocade cloud painting, a golden light appeared. Immediately, that golden light was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire great formation. A power even colder and more ruthless than pressure was emitted from that golden light, and along with the brilliance, it spread across the entire great formation. What is this? Xiaohua was shocked in his heart. He didn't know what kind of method Lung Chinga had used. Rumble? At the same time that golden light gradually fell, 5 thunderbolts appeared about 100 feet above Xiaohua's head. The 5 children appeared in the air again. At this time the 5 children were also covered in golden light. Moreover, the 5 children had their hands clasped together, and their waists were slightly bowed. It seemed like a kind of respect, a kind of modesty or a kind of respect. This golden light can actually make the children bow their heads? Xiaohua was stunned. When the golden light fell slowly, it arrived above the heads of the 5 children. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and saw clearly that this was a huge 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The 4 sides of the imperial jade seal, as well as the top, each had a golden dragon shape. Inscriptions flowed on the surface of the imperial jade seal. As the inscriptions flowed, strands of golden chi appeared from the void and rushed toward the imperial jade seal. When the golden chi landed on the surface of the imperial jade seal, it turned into thousands of tiny patterns that wrapped around the imperial jade seal. Therefore, although this 5-dragon imperial jade seal was carved from jade, it emitted an intense golden light. Chapter 35-24. When the majestic 5-dragon imperial jade seal arrived above the heads of the 5 sons, the imperial jade seal slightly paused. In an instant, a golden light fell on top of the imperial jade seal. This golden light gave birth to several glittering golden words under the imperial jade seal. It was precisely "Receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper." At the same time, a kind of valiant aura more turbulent than monstrous waves seeped out from these golden words. In an instant the entire 5-brocade cloud diagram array was shrouded. When the 5 sons become one, you will become the son of heaven. A dignified voice came from an unknown son. Thus the 5 sons slowly flew to the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The 5 sons stretched out their hands. Immediately, an overflowing inscription flowed out from the 5 sons, and blended with each other. Rumble? Hundreds of tiny thunderbolts appeared in the void. Lightning and tiny crystal threads flashed around the 5 sons, and slowly overlapped with each other. Oh! As if it came from the throat, a 300-meter-tall giant's face and figure blurred appeared. After the giant made a sound, it stretched out its hand and held the golden 5-dragon imperial jade seal in the air. In an instant, the giant's hand emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance dyed the giant's body in a moment. Then a son of heaven wearing an imperial robe and a tall crown was born in the air. At the same time, the son of heaven's tightly closed eyes also opened. A dignified gaze swept across the entire array. An aura even more ruthless than the imperial jade seal swept through the entire space. Damn it! The son of heaven's gaze fell on Xiaohua's body and coldly said. As if the son of heaven's mouth was not joking, a cold and awe-inspiring aura rushed out of the void along with the monarch's words. One after another, miserable scenes of being beheaded appeared from this awe-inspiring aura. One scene after another, the faint smell of blood and faint screams suddenly appeared. Damn it! Xiaohua sneered. Light and shadow appeared around his body again. The Dharma idol grew bigger and bigger. It actually also grew to a full 300 meter tall. It was not inferior to the son of heaven. He shouted, "My life is in my hands. It can be in the sky, it can also be on the earth, but it will not be in thy hands." Ah! What do thou know? All the lands within the 4 seas belong to the king, and all the lands are the king's subjects. The son of heaven coldly sneered, "I have received orders from the heavens to bring peace to the world. You are but a mere commoner, yet you dare to try and stop me? Today I will let you witness the might of the Son of Heaven." The Son of Heaven's voice was like thunder, deafening and resonating between heaven and earth. While speaking, the Son of Heaven raised his hand and the 5-dragon imperial jade seal flashed with light that soared into the sky and fell toward Xiaohua. The 5-dragon imperial jade seal flew into the sky. 5 dragons flew out from the seal and turned into heavenly dragons that were dozens of feet long. They landed below the seal as if they were driving a carriage. Although the imperial jade seal did not change and was still the same as before, the imperial jade seal's brilliance surpassed that of the heavenly dragons. Even the 5 heavenly dragons, which were hundreds of feet long, could not block the imperial jade seal. What was special was that when the 5 dragons held the imperial jade seal once again emitted a yellow light. This light rushed into the 5 dragons and they roared in the sky. An unparalleled imperial power descended from the sky. My world is where I control fate. Under my imperial power, gods and demons can be destroyed. The Son of Heaven roared. Suppress. 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 Following the Son of Heaven's roar, the 5 dragons dragged the imperial jade seal toward Xiaohua and suppressed the entire Black Cloud Ridge. In an instant, all living things in the Black Cloud Ridge bowed their heads. Under the imperial power, all living things were ants. Who dared to say no? Even if it was a great scholar, even if it was a literary saint or a literary star, they still had to bow their heads in respect in front of this imperial jade seal formed by fate. The earth is under my feet, the national plan is in my hands. Who dares to say more? Who is the one who will raise the hidden immortal? Who is the one who will dominate the world? Who has a higher battle record than my family? High and mighty, everyone look. My country is as beautiful as a painting. Climbing the mountain and stepping on the fog, laughing and cursing at the sky. Who else but me is worthy of praise? The giant Son of Heaven was impassioned. His eyes flashed with fanaticism. He waved his sleeves and loudly recited, "Whoever blocks my path, I will suppress them forever." Once the Son of Heaven's words came out, all people prostrated themselves. Even the 5 brocade cloud painting trembled rapidly and suddenly shrank into a thin layer, avoiding the sharp edge. Well said. The world was silent, only the roar of the Son of Heaven could be heard. However, Xiaohua laughed loudly and loudly recited, "Xiao is the beginning, I am here taking away your 10,000 years of freedom. Carved in stone, recorded in the annals of history how I rebuked. See how I suppress you. Suppress. Suppress. Suppress." Similarly, 3 sounds that were even louder than the thunderclap tore apart the majesty of the giant Son of Heaven. However, Xiaohua's body was also flashing with an ochre-yellow brilliance. This brilliance rushed out from the surface of his body and condensed into a huge dragon figure that was even more solid than the 5 dragons. This dragon figure slightly closed its eyes, like a sleeping dragon in a deep sleep. It circled around Xiaohua's 1,000 feet golden body. Following Xiaohua's 3 shouts, this huge dragon opened its eyes. Thousands of imperial aura suddenly shot out from the dragon's eyes. Moreover, the suppressive power of the dragon's body was even stronger. Roar. The sleeping dragon woke up and roared. The 5 dragons that roared over all crawled in fear. In front of the sleeping dragon, these 5 dragons were merely 5 little loaches. Even the jade seal that shined brightly before was abnormally dim now. It was like a candle before a pearl. After the sleeping dragon roared, it escaped from Xiaohua's golden body and rushed into the sky. It swallowed the 5 dragons and the jade seal in one gulp. Then, the sleeping dragon swung its tail and hit the stunned giant Son of Heaven in the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant Son of Heaven collapsed under this fate that was 100 times stronger than his. 5 words slowly separated. However, before the 5 words could appear, it collapsed again. The already shattered 5 brocade cloud painting couldn't withstand the dragon's aura anymore and shattered. After the cloud painting, many people were revealed in disbelief. Roar. The sleeping dragon flew back to Xiaohua's golden body and roared again. It lowered its head and disappeared into the golden body's head. Although Xiaohua's golden body was still covered in wounds, who would dare to underestimate it now? Lung Qingge, hand over your life. Xiaohua did not retract his golden avatar. With a thought, the sword gourd rushed out from the void. The object with a nose and eyes appeared on the sword gourd. Green and red spirit execution yuan light shot out from the sword gourd and pierced towards Lung Qingge's neck. Who would have thought that while Lung Qingge was trembling in fear, a golden aura shot out from the top of his head. The golden spear swayed and blocked the spirit execution yuan light, preventing it from falling. Furthermore, Lung Qingge saw that Xiaohua was going to kill him. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet as he prepared to escape. This Xiao might not be a match for you in a round-robin battle, but if it's a one-on-one battle, Lung Qingge, even 10 of you won't be a match for this Xiao. This Xiao has been waiting for you for so long to establish my might. Now it's time for you to die. Xiaohua sneered. He reached out his hand and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Rumble. The golden spear was actually grabbed by Xiaohua. As the golden aura was broken, Lung Qingge's eyes immediately became lifeless. He was dumbstruck and didn't move anymore. The spirit execution yuan light fell and chopped off Lung Qingge's head. There was a clear pu sound. There was no blood coming out from Lung Chinga's neck. There was only a golden light that shot up into the sky. A golden primordial spirit was about to escape, but just as it appeared, it stood in the air as if its soul had been stolen. The green-red spirit execution yuan light didn't hesitate. It slashed through the air and the primordial spirit execution yuan light was sucked into the spirit execution yuan light and disappeared. Pooh! Only then did Lung Chinga's hot blood spurt out from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. Light flashed around his body as he descended from the sky. He retracted his transcendence golden body and held the sword gourd in his hand as he coldly looked at everyone. No one dared to move. No one dared to beg for mercy. No one dared to provoke him. Even the flames in Shi Buohong's eyes disappeared, revealing two skeleton-like black holes. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took Lung Chinga's Chengkuan pouch and took out a silk handkerchief. He raised his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. The five-colored cloud brocade in the sky abruptly shrank and transformed into a diagram in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at Bai Hou Yuqin and lightly said, "Bai Hou Yuqin, it seems like you like the 5-chi thunder." Hearing Xiaohua call her Bai Hou Yuqin, Bai Hou Yuqin's heart calmed down. She didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out the silk handkerchief. She respectfully handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This concubine doesn't dare. This concubine is a defeated person. I will listen to Xiao. Taoist Zhao's punishment." Bai Hou Yuqin was truly convinced to call Xiaohua Taoist Master Xiao. She did not dare to call Xiaohua Taoist Master Xiao, as an equal. Xiaohua took the silk handkerchief and put it away without even looking at it. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, you were forced by the royal power. Even if you were forced by the situation, I will not lower myself to your level. However, this Xiao will be the imperial advisor of Jiang country in the future. You will have to avoid the army of Jiang country." Yes, this concubine knows. Bai Hou Yuqin's heart was completely at ease. "Taoist Master Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. From now on, the battle between Copper Pillar State and Jiang country is limited to the battle between soldiers and generals. Copper Pillar State has already lost the right to compete with Taoist Master. Alright, leave behind a copy of your Water Qi Chaoyuan cultivation technique and your ordinary Confucian cultivation manuals. You can leave now." Xiaohua nodded slightly and instructed. This. Bai Hou Yuqin was stunned, but she only hesitated for a moment before taking off her Chengkuan bag. After taking out some things from it, she respectfully handed them over to Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks for Taoist's kindness." You're welcome." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took the heaven and earth pouch and laughed. "When this Xiao is free, I will go to your Ling Yuanya and disturb you. This concubine will be waiting for Taoist Master." Bai Hou Yuqin bowed and left. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she brought her disciples and left on a cloud. After Bai Hou Yuqin left, Shi Bohong glanced at Jiang Yuming who was shrinking at the back as well as Beigo Jinming. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "Taoist Master Xiao, I can give you the flaming brocade cloud painting, but I cannot hand over the fire Qi Chaoyuan cultivation technique." Chapter 35-25. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He looked up and down at Shi Buohong and said coldly, "You don't have to show off your unyielding attitude in front of me. To tell you the truth, no matter how forthright you are, when you made the broken tooth beast self-destruct, you couldn't be the same as Bai Hou Yuqin. If you don't want to leave behind the cultivation technique, then I can only take it myself." A spark flashed in Shi Buohong's black eyes, but in the end, this spark did not dare to turn into a pillar of fire. After a while, Shi Buohong took out a Chengkuan bag and obediently handed it to Xiaohua. "And you can leave now." Xiaohua took the universe bag and said coldly, "Thank you, Taoist Master." Shi Buohong cupped his hands, turned around and took 2 steps, then turned back and said, "Actually, Taoist Master might not know, but when he blew up the broken tooth beast, I also felt heartache. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come." Xiaohua ignored him and said indifferently, "Tempted by benefits, this is the outcome. Perhaps if you understand this point, you will have the qualifications to fight with me." "So I've learned my lesson." Shi Buohong let out a long sigh, his body flashed with flames, and he also left with his disciples. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at Beiguo Jinming and Dou Shanjun behind him, thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "A few days ago I have offended the Copper Pillar Academy, you can go." "No need." Unexpectedly, Beigua Jinming shook his head and said, "Wrong is wrong, right is right. That day, my Copper Pillar Academy put the law first and insisted on ruling the country according to law, but the Taoist master put reason first and insisted on taking revenge. The methods of the Taoist master. It's considered light." With that, Beigua Jinming raised his hand, and similarly, a universe bag was respectfully handed over to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua received it, he said, "My Copper Pillar Academy has a collection of millions of books. When I return to the academy, I will have my disciples send the copies to the Black Wind Ridge." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, headmaster." "I don't dare." Beigua Jinming hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "I have a presumptuous request, I hope you will listen to it." "Hehe, it seems that I can't take this book for nothing." Xiaohua smiled. "Headmaster, please speak." "The war between the Jiang country and the Copper Pillar country is a war between countries. Although the Copper Pillar Academy is the Imperial Academy of the Copper Pillar Nation, I still have some restraint in the matters of war and do not allow students of the academy to participate." Xiaohua frowned slightly and said with a smile, "Then why did Lord Academy Head come to Black Wind Ridge? Admiring the moon and flowers? If there's anything you need, please feel free to tell me." Beigua Jinming's face turned hot and he smiled, "I only ask. Discuss with the Taoist master, if the Jiang country destroys the Copper Pillar state, will the Jiang country be able to keep my Copper Pillar Academy?" "This." Xiaohua ponders for a moment, then says with a smile, "It shouldn't be a problem, it's just an academy. Who knows how many academies there are in the entire hidden immortal continent? One more Copper Pillar Academy doesn't matter, one less Copper Pillar Academy doesn't matter either. However, I will not interfere in this matter. If there is such a possibility later on, you can explain it to the royal family of Jiang country." Beigua Jinming was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "I thank you on behalf of the tens of thousands of students of the academy. Go go." Xiaohua laughed. "Watch more, speak more, experience more of the people's livelihood, it's better than any scheming and scheming in the imperial court." Beigua Jinming brought the students of the Copper Pillar Academy and left. Do Shanjun had flown far away, and even slightly tilted his head to glance at Xiaohua. The expression on his face was complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the end, only the Jiang family from the Copper Pillar state was left. The old scholar from the Jiang family who had previously vowed to kill Xiaohua, had an ashen face as he stood there, watching Beigua Jinming and the others leave one after another, his eyes filled with envy. When Xiaohua's gaze landed on Jiang Yuming gritted his teeth and flew over, bowing, "Taoist Master Xiao, I know that the Jiang family has a great enmity with the Taoist Master, but, according to what I know, it's not too secretive. It's just that some of the Jiang family's little villains are plotting against the Seven Sons Temple, and it has nothing to do with my Jiang family's patriarch and the other direct descendants. As the saying goes, a finger that stretches out is not of an ordinary length. My Jiang family really can't guarantee that there won't be scum like Jiang Wenhao in the future. Taoist Master, I don't dare to say anything about him, but I can guarantee that I will give Taoist Master an explanation." Xiaohua stared at Jiang Yuming, seeing that Jiang Yuming's scalp was numb and his neck was cold. He was really afraid that the sword gourd in Xiaohua's hand would suddenly shoot out the soul extermination vital light. This thing was too sharp, and the current him was definitely not a match for it. When Xiaohua's gaze swept across the other old scholars, they all shrunk their necks, not daring to say anything. After a long while, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Jiang Yuming, I won't hide it from you. When I first saw the corpse of the Seven Sons Temple's old Taoist and knew that it was your Jiang family's disciples who did it, I wanted nothing more than to kill your Jiang family's disciples one by one. Since I dared to kill my way into the Copper Pillar State Academy, I naturally dared to kill my way into your Jiang family. I know that although you are begging for mercy, you might not be truly afraid in your heart, and your Jiang family must have a way to protect themselves. You are betting that I might not die together with your Jiang family for the Seven Sons Temple's old Taoist. If that's what you think, then you are wrong. Xiaohua dared to kill the state preceptor of the Copper Pillar State Academy and dared to make an enemy out of an entire country. You simply don't know how to write the word fear." Jiang Yuming's face instantly turned pale, and his teeth slightly bit his lips. "Unfortunately." Xiaohua looked at Jiang Yuming's face and shook his head again. "Jiang Yuming, you are still wrong. Our Dao sect's cultivators are not like what you think they are, killing people as if they were flax, and repaying kindness and enmity as they please. In this world there are right and wrong, and the heavenly Tao will uphold justice. If I were to exterminate your Jiang family one by one, I'm afraid that even the old Taoist who has always been kind and benevolent wouldn't be willing. Therefore you all should return and quickly kill everyone involved in this matter. Remember, including the person behind Jiang Wenhao, no matter who it is, kill them all. Then offer their heads respectfully to the Seven Sons Temple. Moreover, this matter must be engraved into a stele and erected in front of the Seven Sons Temple. Jiang Yuming's expression changed greatly. Xiao Hua's request truly made things difficult for him. After all, once the stele was inscribed, the Jiang family would lose all face. He didn't dare to agree without permission and hurriedly said with a smile, "Taoist master, you can kill them and you can also offer their heads. This stele inscription. Humph, it must be written down without missing a single word." Xiao Hua sneered. "I won't hide it from you. I originally wanted to exterminate your Jiang family to establish my might, but who would have thought that the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar country would actually come forward? He could be considered to have died in your place. If the Jiang family can't even agree to this, then don't blame me for not showing mercy." Sigh. Jiang Yuming turned around to look at his uncles. Everyone exchanged glances and sighed. This matter involves the family head, so I don't dare to casually agree. However, I will definitely persuade the family head to agree. Good. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't dawdle. He waved his hand and said, "Since you agree, leave your Qingquan pouches and go. Remember, you only have one choice between washing your neck and erecting the stele inscription." "Yes, I understand. I will take my leave." Jiang Yuming knew that he had no other choice. He respectfully handed over his Qingquan pouch to Xiao Hua, cupped his hands and dejectedly left. Looking at the backs of Jiang Yuming and the others, Xiao Hua sneered. He had become famous through this battle. He didn't believe that the Jiang family would dare to disagree. When everyone was far away, Xiao Hua's figure slightly swayed. The golden light around his body instantly dimmed, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The 5 scrolls of the 5 Sons Imperial Examination Scroll were too powerful. Not only did Xiao Hua completely block them, he even shattered them. Xiao Hua himself also suffered heavy injuries. And in the end, Lung Qingge actually used the Bronze Pillar country's fate to suppress him. This made Xiao Hua secretly obedient. Under the stimulation of the Imperial Jade Seal's fate, Xiao Hua also activated the Dragon Vein to be arrogant once. However, the price of this arrogance was that Xiao Hua's injuries were even more severe. In fact, Xiao Hua could be considered a paper tiger just now. He was truly an arrow at the end of its flight when he activated the Execution Spirit Origin Light. But fortunately his aura was like a rainbow. Beigo Jinming and the others were already afraid. Who would dare to challenge him? Xiao Hua returned to his original form. His body flashed with golden light, covering all his injuries. Only then did he land in front of the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the Black Wind Ridge was no longer the Black Wind Ridge of the past. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even the entire Black Cloud Ridge had completely changed. Not only did the 5 brocade cloud paintings Grand Qi blow away all the black clouds, it even caused the majority of the mountain peaks to collapse. There were even more mountain springs and hills that appeared out of thin air. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept across. The entire Black Cloud Ridge was in a mess, as if thousands of indomitable giants had stepped over here. Looks like the ruler of the Bronze Pillar Nation is already confident. After the annexation of the Jiang country, it will be the Jiasa country's turn. This last bit of cover will be torn apart. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, he waved his hand and a few rays of light flashed past. Rumble? With a few loud sounds, hundreds of rays of light flew out from all directions and landed in Xiao Hua's hands. The capital star formation was removed, revealing the Black Wind Ridge under the protection of the Great Formation. Although Xiao Hua's capital star formation was powerful, it was not complete after all. Furthermore, it was set up using hundreds of jade talismans, and under the attack of the 5 brocade cloud painting, which was equivalent to the Immortal Palace formation, it also revealed a flaw. A portion of the capital star formation was destroyed by the Grand Qi Pillar, and many spirit demons were killed or injured. These spirit demons were from the Black Wind Ridge, Mo Yin Ridge and Lion Mountain. The capital star formation did not block the vision of the crowd and the demons. Everyone could see Xiao Hua's majestic posture in the air. Compared to the fear of the people of the Bronze Pillar Nation, what they gained was confidence and pride. They had never seen a person or a demon with such unfathomable abilities. They had never seen a person or a demon that could directly face the entire formation. Especially when they understood that the reason the Bronze Pillar Nation had set up such a large formation in the Black Cloud Ridge was to take all of their lives. Their gratitude, respect, and worship towards Xiaohua had already reached an unparalleled level. So much so that when Xiaohua removed the Great Formation, there was no need for the Black Bear Spirit to speak. Everyone and all the demons knelt on the ground and shouted like a mountain, "We await Master's return." Chapter 35-26. No one in the entire Black Wind Mountain range said a word of thanks. It was just a simple sentence, but Xiaohua understood that this was the kind of sincerity these people and demons had. They were treating him as their true master. "All right, stand up." Xiaohua waved his hand. He did not use any power, but everyone and all the Yao stood up in unison without any hesitation. It was as though there was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of them. If Xiaohua gave the order, they would charge forward. Xiaohua slowly floated to the front of the cave and landed there. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were very clever. They had already brought out a chair from the cave and waited for Xiaohua to sit down. The two of them respectfully stood to the left and right of Xiaohua. Xiaohua sat upright on the chair and looked around. Looking at the demons that covered the mountains and plains, he had an inconceivable feeling in his heart. He originally wanted to prosper the Dao sect, but who would have thought that there were only a few Dao sect cultivators who came, but this demon had gathered a bunch of them. Compared to his expectations of just having the Black Bear Spirit to guard the sect, this was far greater. "Black Bear," Xiaohua called coolly. "Old Master, this one is here." Hearing Xiaohua call him first after sitting down, the Black Bear Spirit was moved to tears. He hurriedly scrambled out from the side and knelt on the ground. "Golden Eagle, White Lion, where are you?" Xiaohua looked and nodded slightly at the Black Bear Spirit and called out again. The Golden Eagle Great King and Myriad Lion King did not dare to be negligent. They rushed over and knelt behind the Black Bear Spirit, calling out, "This one is here. What orders does Old Master have? From today onwards, the Black Cloud Ridge is truly our Black Cloud Ridge. This is this old man's cave. Guard the surroundings for this old man," Xiaohua said with a smile. The Black Bear Spirit, Golden Eagle Great King and Myriad Lion King were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This one is willing to die for Old Master. And go. Take your troops and tidy up this Black Cloud Ridge. Do not lose this old man's face," Xiaohua ordered. "This one understands." The three Yao Kings received the order and led the Yao down Black Wind Ridge. Under the Black Bear Spirit's arrangements, they each chose a direction and started to tidy up. "Xiaojian Chongling Qin Xiaoyao." Xiaohua spoke again. "Old Master." The three hurriedly walked in front of Xiaohua and knelt down. The Chongling princess did not dare to act like a princess. "This old man has killed the imperial advisor of the Copper Pillar State. It can be considered as me reclaiming some face for Jianghu," Xiaohua said with a smile. Just now, the headmaster of the Imperial Academy of the Bronze Pillar Country made it clear that from now on, it is time for all of you to fight and conquer. The king of the Bronze Pillar Country will no longer use the power of the Confucian cultivators against you. The Chongling princess bit her lips hard. She was so excited she wanted to shout. She hurriedly said, "Chongling thanks Old Master for acting. Chongling will not disappoint Old Master, recover my country and destroy Copper Pillar Country." "Master, don't be careless." Xiao Jin seemed to think for a long time before he spoke again. "The Copper Pillar Country's formation is beyond my expectations. The Copper Pillar Country's king's goal is not small. Even if he lost the imperial teacher, he might have other methods and cultivators." At the side, the Chongling Duchess opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua's tired expression, she closed her mouth. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This old man knows. With this old man here, you do not have to be afraid of this. After this battle, I fear no one will come to provoke us in the short term. You all should hurry. This old man is tired and needs to rest for a while. You will have to rely on yourselves." "Yes, this one knows." Xiao Jian and Chongling nodded and said, "We wish Old Master's saintly body good health. No matter, just seclusion for a while." Xiaohua waved his hand for them to leave. Then he stood and said, "Qin Xiaoyao, come in with this old man." "Yes." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly stood and walked behind Xiaohua. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei once again took chairs and walked behind. After entering the residence, Xiaohua sat down. He looked at Qin Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "This old man needs to be in seclusion for a while. Xiao Jian and Changling will be responsible for the war. I fear I will have to trouble you with the matters of the Dao soldiers and the sections. This is this disciple's duty. I will not shirk even if I die 10,000 times." Xiaohua's abilities were many times stronger than Qin Haoyue's. How could Qin Xiaoyao not know the choice? He hurriedly bowed and said, "This old man does not know how to train Dao soldiers and the like, so I will not speak." Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a small universe bag. He handed it to Qin Xiaoyao and said, "These are some pills and methods. Take them to your disciples. And if possible, you can take those disciples into your sect, and a few with similar cultivation to you as your junior sect brothers. Also, you can pick some of the talented ones among those Dao soldiers to be your third-generation disciples." Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao was so excited his body trembled. Xiaohua's meaning was clear. "You all count as this old man's outer sect disciples." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This old man does not plan on taking so many of you as disciples." Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple is already endlessly grateful. How could Qin Xiaoyao not know the difficulty of being accepted into the sect? Right, also, these are some talismans. You can divide them among yourselves. See who can use what. Remember, do not randomly snatch and be greedy. Xiaohua said as he thought of something. He waved his hand and took out some talismans that Xiaohua repaired and placed them into the small universe bag. Qin Xiaoyao received the small universe bag gratefully. He scanned it with his divine sense and his face almost turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "Master, why, so many?" "It's nothing." Xiaohua said with a proud smile, "Feel free to recruit Dao soldiers. This old man can help you forge this Dao soldier into hidden immortal continent's #1 soldier." "Many thanks, Master." Qin Xiaoyao knelt and kowtowed. "There are also pills that you want to use inside. Feel free to take them. These things are all up to you." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Lu Yi and the others, you don't have to pay attention to them." Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei with some envy. "Go." Xiaohua waved his hand, "This old man is in seclusion. Without Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei's call, you can't enter. This disciple will follow Master's orders." Qin Xiaoyao's tone was the same as the black bear spirit's. But just as he took half a step back, he thought of something and probed, "Master, from what I hear, you want to establish a Dao sect. This disciple also hopes that there will be a Dao sect on hidden immortal continent. But our sect, does it have a name? We can't use Jianghu country, or the name of the former Qin ancestor." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's call it the Fortune Gate." Yes, the Gate of Good Fortune is exactly what Master wants. Qin Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Qin Xiaoyao thought of something and hurriedly turned around. He smiled and said, "Master, and this disciple said before? To be the master of a country, you need the approval of others. This old man doesn't need the approval of others." Xiaohua said with a faint smile. Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao also knew that with Xiaohua's strength, if he wanted to be the master of a country, the other cultivators would not be able to interfere. Seeing Qin Xiaoyao leave the cave, Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said, "Oh right, Xiaoyao, what do you need to do for the so-called approval? Go and find out. This old man wants to establish a Dao sect, but I'm afraid it's not something my Fortune Gate can do alone. It's only right to know as many Dao sect cultivators as possible." Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao agreed and left. "Louis, come here." Xiaohua ordered again. "Yes, Master." Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, waiting for Xiaohua's orders. "Sit down cross-legged and cultivate like normal." Xiaohua ordered indifferently. "Master." Lu Yi hurriedly shouted, "Right now, the most important thing for you is to rest and go into seclusion. It won't be too late to talk about this after Master comes out of seclusion." "Ah, no need, this old man just wants to take a look. I don't necessarily have to make a move." Although Xiaohua was seriously injured at this time, his soul cultivation power was not lacking at all. As he spoke, he immediately took out his soul bridge. Seeing this, Wang Bianfei hurriedly retreated to the cave's entrance and cautiously guarded there. With the experience of opening Wang Bianfei's spiritual roots, Xiaohua was familiar with activating the soul bridge with the heaven-cleansing earth art. As Xiaohua expected, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were the same. Their spiritual roots were sealed by a layer of starlight restriction. This seal was replenished by starlight day and night and would not disappear on its own. Only an external force like Xiaohua's heaven-cleansing earth art could break it. However, other than the strange phenomenon of starlight, the sky full of multicolored light did not appear, and did not attract the attention of others. "Alright, you can try to sense the world's origin energy," Xiaohua said tiredly as a green light appeared between his eyebrows. Lu Yi tried a little and immediately knelt on the ground shouting, "Disciple Lu Yi thanks Master for giving me a new lease of life. Disciple can now sense the world's origin energy." "Good, since it's like this, then take it as cultivating diligently. Let's see who can enter this old man's door first and become a senior brother," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Disciple is willing to cultivate with Yuan Bianfei, but I don't want to compete with him. After all, it doesn't matter who becomes the senior brother. It would hurt our feelings for no reason." Lu Yi knew that Xiaohua liked to be straightforward and did not hesitate to say the words in his heart. Xiaohua heard and said, "Since you said so, you will be the senior brother. In the future, you and Yuan Bianfei will cultivate hand in hand and progress together." "Yes, disciple understands. Master, please go into seclusion." The medicinal pills that Yuan Bianfei used, as well as disciple's previous comprehension, will all be given to him, Lu Yi said with a smile. After Xiaohua finished instructing, he let Lu Yi leave. After he came to the cave, he set down the capital star array jade talisman to protect the entire quiet room. Then he sat cross-legged on the praying mat and patted his head. With a roar, his whole body flashed with a blood-red brilliance. The black flame and demonic blood rushed out of his blood vessels and covered Xiaohua's whole body. Chapter 35-27. Previously, when Xiaohua was fighting with Lung Qingge and the others in the 5-brocade cloud painting, his blood drop paradise was hidden in his blood vessels. However, after he was injured, some of the black flames and demonic energy leaked out. The vast righteous qi in the formation immediately attacked his blood vessels, making Xiaohua's blood vessels' injuries even worse. Moreover, the demons of the demonic realm were all body cultivators. This blood drop paradise was the best at repairing the body. Xiaohua's current injuries could also be healed by this blood drop paradise. It took Xiaohua a full 10 days to completely repair his severely damaged bloodline and fleshly body. Then Xiaohua reached out and took out Lung Qingge's Chengkuan pouch. After searching for a bit, he found the method to set up the 5-brocade cloud painting. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 5-brocade cloud painting flew out of the space. Xiaohua opened his mouth and breathed a few mouthfuls of true energy on it. The entire cloud painting gradually expanded and covered the quiet room. Although there were 2 types of cloud brocades that looked very thin, the 5-brocade cloud painting was successfully set up. Then Xiaohua took out 5 silk handkerchiefs. After searching for a bit, he found the method to activate them. He breathed a few mouthfuls of true energy and the 5 silk handkerchiefs turned back into the immortal slaying stage with great difficulty. However, this immortal slaying stage was pitifully small and its appearance was also somewhat blurry. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth again and a sword light hit the immortal slaying stage. Rumble? A sound like muffled thunder came from the immortal slaying stage. However, the entire immortal slaying stage shook for a moment and the 5 chi righteous thunder that Xiaohua was expecting didn't fall. "Little thunder, don't be lazy. Come out." Xiaohua's eyes turned, then he dragged little lightning out from the space and threw it onto the immortal slaying platform. Sure enough, just as little lightning landed, a thunderclap rumbled from the void and landed on the 5 antennae of the immortal slaying platform. Shortly after, a 5-colored lightning bolt that was only as thick as a thumb descended from the immortal slaying platform. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and urged his nascent soul to come out of his lower dantian. Although the nascent soul was invisible, Xiaohua could clearly feel that it was dispirited and even showed signs of collapse. When the heavenly lightning landed on the Yuanying, not only was the Yuanying not nourished as Xiaohua had expected, its entire body trembled as if it was about to collapse. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hastily invited the green-robed Xiaohua out. Seeing this scene, the green-robed Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're too hasty." Now that his nascent soul was so weak, how could he directly withstand the 5 chi thunder? Besides, without I controlling the nascent soul, how can you be at ease with him under the heavenly lightning? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said, I have comprehended the 5 Qis Unification's cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to comprehend the 5 Qis Unifications? Fellow Taoist, you're not joking with me, right? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, as far as I know, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua seems to have made some progress, right? Hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that green-robed Xiaohua was right, so he only laughed and said, then I will go and refine the 9 stars transit. Actually, in I's opinion, you might as well take a look at scholarly books. Green-robed Xiaohua said while controlling his nascent soul and slowly entering his lower dantian, the righteous qi of scholarly cultivators comes from books. If fellow Taoist wants to obtain the essence of scholarly cultivation techniques, you'll have to personally read some of these books. These books aren't of much use to me. While speaking, the nascent soul had already entered his lower dantian. Following the nascent soul, the 5 Qi thunder also strangely followed the nascent soul into his lower dantian. However, these heavenly lightning passed through the void and directly struck the nascent soul. However, in his lower dantian, other than the nascent soul, there was also true essence. When the heavenly lightning struck the nascent soul again, Xiaohua felt a strange feeling in his heart. Forget it. There's no need for this Xiao to worry about anything. The Xiao should just study. Xiaohua pulled his mind out and thought for a moment. Then he took out a book from his small universe bag and started reading. As for inside his body, the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul. Under the effects of the 5 Qi righteous thunder, the nascent soul was frantically repairing his injuries. Moreover, the nascent soul was growing bit by bit. Although this growth wasn't visible to the naked eye, it was obvious after a long time. Within Xiaohua's meridians, metal essence was also being refined into true essence. This true essence followed the 5 Qi thunder and entered the nascent soul's body, becoming the proof of its growth. Within his middle dantian, above the head of scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the 3-colored heavenly heart slowly rotated. Every day the heavenly heart rotated, 3-colored true essence would be produced and fall into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels near his middle dantian. In front of Xiaohua's eyes, the 3 heavenly tomes were also flickering with brilliance and quietly floating there. The Buddha Sarira in his Naiwan palace was now chanting Buddhist scriptures and its body was shining with Buddhist light. As for Dragon Vein Xiaohua, he was now sitting on the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's mouth, nose and other orifices had a golden mist that was like a dragon breathing in and out. This golden mist was then spat out from Dragon Vein Xiaohua's mouth onto the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The golden mist inside the imperial jade seal would overflow from time to time, as if it was being refined. Within his bloodline, there was a demonic blood spirit that looked very similar to Xiaohua. Right now its body was also flickering with black flames. It took a very inexplicable posture and stretched out its hands. It looked like it was embracing the world. Endless demonic blood mixed with black flames rushed out from the left side of the demonic spirit's body. At the same time, endless demonic blood mixed with black flames rushed in from the right side of the demonic spirit's body. The demonic spirit's body was moving up and down in a very rhythmic manner. But if someone carefully observed, they would be able to see that this rhythm was 9 shallow and 1 deep. If one carefully thought about it, the demonic spirit's posture was very similar to the old man pushing a cart that Xiaohua liked. Looking at the bone-tempering Xiaohua, he was the most pitiful. His huge body emitted an orange brilliance, and within this brilliance, there was a yellow flow that was constantly being refined. However, on his left arm, there were traces of blood and black mixed together, and a rather eye-catching crack appeared on it. Every time Xiaohua saw this crack, he would gnash his teeth and the yellow flow around his body would accelerate. Clearly he wanted to mend this crack. Copper Pillar Country, inside the majestic palace, above the majestic palace, not to mention how magnificent the palace was, nor how beautiful the carved beams and painted pillars were, not to mention how orderly the palace was. Whether it was the curtains or the incense, they all revealed a kind of solemnity. Just the dozens of people standing on both sides of the jade steps of the main hall were enough to let people see the strength of the Copper Pillar Country. On the left side of the jade steps, there was a group of civil officials dressed in scholarly robes. The one in front was already over 60 years old, but his appearance was simple and his face was full of righteousness. Although there was a brocade chair beside him, he still stood there with his back straight and held a green jade tablet in his hand. Behind the old man there were fat or thin, tall or short. Every civil official's brocade robe was different, and the patterns on it were also different. However, the red glow on their faces was completely the same. Contrasting with their glowing faces were the military generals standing opposite the civil officials. These military generals were all clad in bright armor and had an imposing aura. The domineering air they exuded when they puffed out their chests and raised their heads was very obvious. The military generals were generally at least a head taller than the civil officials. Furthermore, their muscles were robust, and they stood there like iron towers and stone pillars. Although these military generals appeared incomparably mighty, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were wisps of clear light flashing above each of the civil officials' heads, forming different shapes. Moreover, following these clear light pillars, numerous mighty chi pillars were faintly discernible above the entire royal palace like a tidal wave. Rumbling sounds could be faintly heard. On the other hand, there was nothing unusual as the military generals stood there. However, when the military generals moved slightly, not only would there be the sound of armor clanging, there would also be a mighty chi surging over. The Bronze Pillar country's civil officials and generals were so imposing, but compared to the Bronze Pillar country's king who was sitting on the Jade Dragon throne, they were far inferior. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old sitting on the dragon throne. This person had a square face and his face was angular. His eyebrows were thick and black and they were shaped like sharp swords. Under his eyebrows, the black and white in his eyes revealed a sharp glint. It was the intent of a sharp sword. Although this person was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, there was a layer of golden armor under the dragon robe. The inscriptions on the armor floated slightly, flashing with a myriad of auras. These thousands of chi images floated in front of the dragon throne and immediately rushed into the air. That was where the king's crown was. The king's crown was bright yellow, and strings of crystal clear pearls were attached to the edges of the crown. The chi images of the inscriptions rushed up, and the bright yellow on the crown swayed slightly. A faint ding-dong sound could be heard, and the bright yellow color turned into the shape of a faintly discernible dragon. Roar. Perhaps it was in the void or perhaps it was in people's hearts, but a dragon's roar sounded in the royal palace. A thick dragon rushed out from the king's crown and pierced through the roof of the royal palace. Regardless of whether it was the pure aura of the civil officials or the noble aura of the military generals, all of them bowed down at this moment. When the dragon's roar ended, the dragon slowly descended and coiled above the monarch's head like a crouching dragon. At this moment, the king opened his mouth and said, "Everyone." As the king moved, the sleeping dragon above the king's head suddenly moved. Its tightly closed eyes opened, and an indescribable pressure instantly appeared and engulfed the entire royal palace. All the officials bowed and replied, "Long live the king, everyone." The king raised his hand and looked around with incomparable arrogance. He said calmly, "How's the discussion on the crusade against the Gu kingdom, the Jiming kingdom, the Jiasa kingdom and the Yifeng kingdom?" "My king." As soon as the king finished speaking, an old man in his 70s hurriedly stepped out from among the civil officials. He held a jade tablet in his hand and bowed. "I've gathered the assistant ministers of the Ministry of War and discussed with General Hao Hu, General Wenfeng and the others several times. We've come to a conclusion." "Minister Yu, please speak," the king said with a smile. Chapter 35-28. The old man was the Minister of War of the Copper Pillar country, Yu Zhong. When he heard the king's order, he calmly looked at the jade in his hand. He coughed and said, "I have analyzed the situation of the four countries. The countries of Gu and Yifeng were founded by Confucian cultivators, Jiming was founded by Taoist cultivators, and Jiasa was recently supported by Buddhist cultivators. Just from the surface, our Copper Pillar country should attack Jiming and Jiasa. The Jiasa is very close to our Copper Pillar country and isn't very strong. However, General Hao Hu's meaning is that the Yifeng country is controlled by the Yu family, a 7th-ranked aristocratic family. The Gu country is the territory of the Gu family, a 7th-ranked aristocratic family. The aristocratic families below the 7th rank do not have any deterrent power in front of my Bronze Pillar country, especially the Confucian schools of these two countries are. The agricultural school does not have much weight among the Confucian cultivators, and the national strength of the two countries is not much stronger than the Jiasa country. Although the Jiasa country is controlled by Buddhist cultivators and does not seem to be strong, The Buddha statues are now spread all over the hidden immortal continent, and I have never heard of the Buddha country being destroyed by someone. If my bronze pillar country is not careful, I am afraid that the Buddhist sect will take revenge on me. My king also knows that those monks are the most sinister and they also care about face. If my bronze pillar country is not careful, I might be besieged by several Buddhist countries. King, please make a decision. What about the Jiming country? Seeing that Yu Zhong did not mention the Jiming country, the king could not help but ask with interest. Yu Zhong hesitated for a moment, then said respectfully, "My king, this old subject and the others feel that although it is easy to destroy the country of Jianghu, the remnants of the Tao sect are too stubborn. Today the imperial advisor still has to bring many disciples to the Black Cloud Ridge. I, the Bronze Pillar country, might as well leave such a hard bone to gnaw on in the future." General Hao Hu, General Wenfeng, do you all think the same? No one had seen the expression on the monarch's face before. They only heard him ask indifferently. The two tiger generals in the middle immediately stepped out from the row of military generals opposite the civil official. They cupped their fists and bowed. "My king, we originally thought that if we attacked the country of Confucian cultivators, the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators would be dissatisfied. Therefore we might as well attack the countries controlled by the Buddhist sect and Tao sect first. The Buddhist sect has always been united. Moreover, the Buddhist sect's forces have recently invaded the Zhangxian mainland. Now that the longevity town in the country of Xi is the focus of everyone and it is so close to the Bronze Pillar country, we shouldn't cause any more trouble. However, the fact that Jiang Tianheng, Pan Xing, Su Kuan, and the others were killed by Tao League cultivators in Black Cloud Ridge without anyone noticing was truly out of our expectations. What's more, Imperial Advisor Leng has come to the Black Cloud Ridge in person, and the result of the battle is still unknown. We don't know the strength of the remaining Taoist. We don't know if the Jiming country has anything to do with this. Therefore we suggest that we attack the Confucian country first and leave the Taoist country behind." Your thoughts are very considerate. I'm very pleased. The emperor seemed to be very happy and said with a smile. Then he raised his hand and said, "Prime Minister, you should sit down too. The principle of the country has passed, but the affection of the family has come. If you don't sit down, I'll feel like walking on pins and needles. Thank you, my king, for granting me a seat." The old man in front of the civil official bowed slightly and sat down calmly. The civil official behind him looked respectful. When the old man sat down, the emperor asked again, "Prime Minister, what do you think? I'm already old and no longer have the ability to eat. My king cherishes old friendships and allows me to take a breather here. I'm very grateful. I still need my king to make a decision on the movement of this country." The old man was very humble. After talking for a long time, he didn't even have the slightest idea. However, the emperor said regretfully, "Alas, you're all so old. When I was still a child, you were the one in charge of the imperial court. At that time you were my sky. I'm ashamed, I don't dare." When the old man heard this, he hurriedly stood up. Back then my king was still young and Jiang country and Jiasa country were eyeing him covetously. This old subject did not dare to relax in the slightest. "My king is the ruler of the ages, a single thought is 100 times better than this old subject. This old subject will persevere for a few more days, then I will ask my king to retire and return to my hometown. At that time I will have to ask my king for permission. Prime Minister, please sit." When the king saw this, he hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Prime Minister is the bronze pillar of my bronze pillar country, how can you easily leave the imperial court? Don't mention returning to your hometown in the future." Sigh. The old man sighed and sat on the brocade chair while trembling, looking somewhat dejected. However, just as he sat down, his eyes, which seemed to be blurred by old age, casually glanced at the dragon table in front of the king. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his but almost touched the brocade chair as he stood up again, exclaiming, "My king! The 5-dragon jade seal. Why is it gone? Ah." When the old man said this, all the officials were shocked and looked at the dragon table. Indeed, the jade seal that was usually placed on the dragon table had disappeared without a trace. "Haha, Prime Minister, don't be anxious. Everyone don't panic. I originally wanted to wait for the imperial tutor's triumphant return before telling all of you about this. I didn't expect Prime Minister to notice this." Lung Chinga. Prime Minister looked a little angry and said sternly, "How did this fellow bewitch my king?" However, just as Prime Minister finished speaking, He immediately realized that his words were inappropriate. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Forgive me, my king, this old subject has offended you. Ah, Prime Minister, you are wholeheartedly devoted to the country and see me as your nephew. How can I not understand your concern? How can I blame you?" The king was not angry. He smiled and said, "Prime Minister, please take a seat. This matter has nothing to do with Imperial Tutor Lung." When the old man sat down, the king said, "Everyone, you don't have to worry about the remnants of the Black Cloud Ridge anymore. The Imperial Tutor has already brought the disciples of the Imperial Academy, Ling Yuanya, Shallow Moon Ridge and the Jiang family to the Black Cloud Ridge to set up a great formation. This great formation. Haha, even a peak 5th grade elemental energy cannot escape. Furthermore, the Imperial Tutor has obtained a secret technique to use the fate of the Bronze Pillar Nation to suppress the Taoist cultivators. This secret technique is foolproof. The Imperial Tutor will return triumphantly. From then on, the Taoist nation will be terror-stricken and no one will dare to go against the Bronze Pillar Nation. In my opinion, all of you are too narrow-minded. There is no need to consider whether the Confucian nation is invincible or the Buddhist nation is invincible. You only need to consider the strength of the Bronze Pillar Nation and act according to your capabilities. From your words, it seems like you already have a plan. We are all ears. The Minister of War, Yu Zhong, seized the opportunity and laughed. The king stood up proudly and waved his hand. He said, "Now that the Bronze Pillar Nation has a strong army and valiant soldiers, we have just annexed the Jiang country and our morale is at its peak. We should take advantage of this victory and conquer the Jiming nation and Yifeng nation." Everyone in the palace was stunned. Even the Prime Minister's father, who claimed that he didn't care about the court, was tongue-tied. It was obvious that the king's words were beyond their expectations. The king was very satisfied with this effect. He waved his hand and the dragon on his crown roared. He proudly said, "Wherever my sword points, nothing will stand in its way. Wherever my gaze reaches, it is all the land. Long live the king, long live the king." The officials didn't dare to stand up. They all knelt down and cheered. At this time the dragon roared again. With a whoosh, the dragon rushed straight to the top of the palace. Boom! A huge hole appeared on the top of the palace. The inscriptions on the top of the palace flickered. There was no way to stop it. The officials were even more shocked. Their eyes stared straight at the dragon on the king's body. It rushed into the sky and entered the void. The king's body shone with a golden light. When they looked at the king again, his face first showed the same astonishment. Then he sneered. His eyes flashed with incomparable confidence. He waved the sleeves of his dragon robe and shouted, "The earth is under my feet, the national plan is in my hands. Who dares to speak more? Who is the one who will raise the hidden immortals? Who is the one who will dominate the country? Who has a higher battle record than my family? High and mighty, everyone look. My country is as beautiful as a painting. I climb the mountain and step on the fog. I point at the sky and laugh. Who else but me can praise? Whoever stands in front of me and blocks my footsteps, I will suppress them forever. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty." An indescribable surge of hot blood surged in everyone's hearts. Everyone in the royal palace kowtowed to the ground and loudly shouted, "We will sacrifice our blood to the copper pillar and achieve greatness throughout the ages." Unfortunately, before their cheers died down, an even more powerful dragon roar sounded again. The wind and clouds above the palace changed drastically. Thousands of dark clouds gathered and the wind howled. A thunderbolt as thick as a child's arm struck from the void. It hit the palace and splendor splashed in all directions. In an instant, half of the palace collapsed. In the void, where the king's dragon aura rushed out, an even more powerful and ferocious dragon head popped out and swallowed the dragon aura that had yet to rush into the void. Although the huge dragon body in the mouth didn't come out from the void, the dragon aura above the king's head was still sucked dry by the dragon head. Roar! Before the dragon head left, it shook its head. The dragon's eyes swept across the palace. Its gaze was full of disdain. Moreover, the dragon head even spoke in human language. "Shao is the beginning. I am here to rob you of your freedom. This stone will be engraved in the annals of history. It will be passed down from generation to generation. Watch how this Shao suppresses you." With the dragon aura gone, not only did the dragon disappear, but also the fate of the copper pillar stayed on the king's body. The king stood there in a daze like a clay statue. The king wasn't the only one who was stunned. All of the officials in the palace knelt there. They didn't know what to think or what to say. After an unknown amount of time, the Prime Minister's father, who was kneeling on the ground, was the first to come to his senses. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Palace guards! Palace guards! Your servant is here." A few trembling palace guards hurriedly ran out from the palace gates and knelt in front of the Prime Minister's father. "Lock the palace gates and seal off all information." The Prime Minister's father's face was as ferocious as a dragon's. He said word by word, "If any rumors about what happened today are discovered, kill them immediately." Chapter 35-29. Yes, sir. A few palace guards received the order and hurriedly ran out of the royal palace. General Wenfeng. Jianghu called out again. General Wenfeng hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists. "This general is here. Take the commander's seal and mobilize the troops from all over the place. Guard the area that has been conquered and do not take any action. Temporarily wait for the king's next order." "This general obeys." General Wenfeng answered and left. Xiangfu called out again, "General of Agile Cavalry, this general is. Bring your troops and rush to the left of the palace to guard against the remnants of Jiang country's sneak attacks." "Yes, General Hao Hu." Just as Prime Minister's father was about to give another order, the monarch spoke first. "Bring all my beloved subjects to Qingxin Palace to rest. Then discuss with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue how to deal with the situation. I will first discuss with Prime Minister's father and will be there soon." "Yes, sir." General Hao Hu received the order and placed his hand on the treasured sword at his waist. He walked to the front of the hall door and coldly looked at the officials. Seeing that the king had returned to normal and was calmly giving orders, a smile appeared on his father's face as he slowly sat down on the embroidered chair. Many of the officials crawled up from the ground. Some of them had doubt in their eyes, some had panic on their faces, some were confident and some were calm. They slowly retreated from the royal palace and followed the flow of people to other places. "All of you leave?" The king looked at the palace guards around him, as well as some palace maids and eunuchs who were trembling in fear. He waved his hand and instructed, "No one is allowed to stay within 100 feet of the royal palace. If anyone approaches, they will be killed immediately." "Yes, sir." The palace guard roared as if emboldened, and retreated with the palace maids and eunuchs. When the royal palace was quiet, the king no longer spoke. He only quietly stared at the roof of the palace where the dragon chi had broken through, staring at it for a long time. On the other hand, Xiangfu was calm at this moment. He leisurely sat on the embroidered chair and looked at the king. His previously respectful eyes now had a trace of affection. "Prime Minister." After a while, the monarch finally spoke, but his eyes never left the sky above his head. "I haven't seen the blue sky for a long time. Looking at it today, the sky hasn't changed much. It's still as blue as when I followed you to the Imperial Garden when I was young." "That's right, this old subject still remembers. Back then, this old subject was explaining the thoughts of an emperor to my king, but my king didn't listen and instead looked at the blue sky. This old subject was so angry that I even slapped my king a few times." A faint smile appeared on the Prime Minister's face. "My king, do you still remember what you said that day?" "Sigh, Prime Minister, there's no one else in the Imperial Palace right now. Prime Minister, please call me by my name." The monarch sighed and said, "At that time I was still young. I don't really remember what I said." "Yi Inghong, you said something like, 'The sky is so blue and beautiful and the sky is so big and broad.' Husband, if your son's heart is as big as the sky, how great would that be?" Inghong laughed. "That's right, Inghong," Xiangfu said with a smile. The wrinkles on his face were full of smiles. At that time this old subject was dumbfounded. "You were only 6 years old, but you actually said something so philosophical. This old subject's hands couldn't continue to hit you." "Ah, it's just a child's joke. Prime Minister, you actually remember it so clearly." The monarch smiled helplessly. Xiangfu said with a serious face, "Inghong, if you think that way then you're wrong. The bigger your heart, the taller the sky. Only a broad heart can allow you to gallop in this world. If the ancestors of the Ying family didn't have such a heart bigger than the sky, how could they have established the Bronze Pillar Nation?" At this point, Xiangfu hesitated for a moment before continuing, Actually, the so-called dragon-shaped providence is only the providence of the nation after the ancestors of the Ing family established the nation. This dragon chi is just a symbol, not the source. Sigh, Prime Minister. Ing Hong slowly walked to the jade platform and squatted in front of Jianghu. He held Jianghu's hand and said, "In this world I no longer have any relatives, nor do I have anyone I can trust. Prime Minister, you have more weight in my heart than my father. In front of Prime Minister, I shouldn't hide anything. However, there are many things that I don't dare to tell you because I'm afraid of implicating you. Actually, what I'm worried about isn't the Imperial Jade Seal, nor is it the Dragon Chi." "Ah? Jianghu anxiously called out Ing Hong's nickname. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Prime Minister, you're probably still wondering why I didn't discuss it with you before sending the state preceptor to Black Cloud Ridge to exterminate the remnants of the Taoism, right?" Ing Hong smiled. "Furthermore, Prime Minister, you've repeatedly written to me that I should think thrice before acting, and that I shouldn't rashly attack a neighboring nation." Sigh, that's true. Jianghu held Ing Hong's hand as if he was looking at his own son and grandson. He sighed, "My king has always been wise and far-sighted, and he's good at ruling the country. My Bronze Pillar country is stronger than Jiang country and Jiasa country, but if we want to devour them, especially the two countries that my king mentioned today, we're still unable to do so. This old subject feels that I can't keep up with my king's train of thought. I also feel that Lung Chinga is bewitching my king, which is why I'm so angry. Prime Minister, you've misunderstood the state preceptor, and you've also misunderstood me. Prime Minister, please take a look at what this is." Ing Hong pulled his hand out of Prime Minister's father's hand, then reached into his bosom and took out a palm-sized medallion. The medallion looked very ordinary, but as soon as it appeared in the air, it immediately produced a five-colored cloud, which swirled around the medallion and formed a palace about half a foot to the left. "Immortal Palace token?" Surprise appeared in Jianghu's eyes. He exclaimed softly, "Where did my king obtain this item?" "Prime Minister, this item should have been given to me by an envoy of the Immortal Palace half a year ago," Ing Hong explained. Along with this Immortal Palace token were the 5 brocade cloud painting, the 5 Chi Righteous Thunder method, and other items of the Immortal Palace. The envoy of the Immortal Palace said clearly that the Immortal Palace had taken a fancy to my Bronze Pillar country's prosperity, so they helped, and wanted my Bronze Pillar country to become the #1 empire of the hidden immortal continent. However, the envoy also said clearly that this matter was a secret that no one could know, fearing that it would cause dissatisfaction among the other Confucian countries of the hidden immortal continent. Jianghu frowned as he stared at the Immortal Palace token, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while he finally opened his mouth. "Thus, my king did not discuss with this old official, and decided on a plan to conquer Jiang country with the imperial advisor, and took down Jiang country with lightning speed. Then he let Jiang country's Chongling princess escape, wanting to use this to bait Jiasa country, and then take over Jiasa country?" "Yes, this is what I meant." Ing Hong did not conceal and said, "Jiasa country was founded by Buddhist cultivators, and that group of bald donkeys is very united. My Bronze Pillar country rashly attacking will cause dissatisfaction among the other countries. If Jiasa country interferes in the matter of the Chongling princess, this one can legitimately attack. Unfortunately, the Chongling princess did not escape to Jiasa country, and was saved by a Taoist cultivator called Xiaohua at Black Cloud Ridge. This Xiaohua broke into my Bronze Pillar Imperial Academy under the Blood Steel and Seven Yang Temple, and ruined this one's face." Jianghu opened his mouth, but seemed to think of something and closed it, listening to Ing Hong's explanation. The soldiers this one sent to kill the Chongling princess were all killed, and this one realized that this Xiaohua was skilled, and even the faction behind him was very strong. Ing Hong said, "So this one discussed with the imperial preceptor, and gave him the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 Chi Righteous Thunder method that the immortal envoy gave him, and told him to kill Xiaohua at Black Cloud Ridge no matter what. But then the imperial preceptor and the others besieged Black Cloud Ridge for almost a month, and did not see Xiaohua fight. Instead, those demons and the remnants of Jiang country showed up. The imperial preceptor was afraid something would happen, and discussed with this one. This one took out the country stabilizing Jade Seal, and also gave him the secret art that the immortal envoy gave him. In this one's view, even if Xiaohua of the Taoist sect is powerful, he can avoid the 5 Chi Righteous Thunder, and the 5 Suns Ascension of the 5 brocade cloud painting. But he cannot avoid the wrath of the Son of Heaven. That is the pure destiny of a country. How can the Taoist sect disciples understand this? But, who would have thought? At this point, Ing Hong was slightly dejected because Xiao Hua's dragon energy was many times stronger than his. He really went for wool and came home shorn. It seems that Lung Qingge will not be able to return, and the people of the Imperial Academy will not be able to return. Jianghu nodded. My king has suffered great losses this time. Yes, I am not worried about the dragon energy being swallowed. After all, the Bronze Pillar country is under my control. Ing Hong replied. But the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 Qi righteous thunder technique were given by the Immortal Envoy. If the Immortal Envoy comes to patrol, I will not be able to deal with it. My king, have you thought about why the Immortal Envoy came to find you? Could it be that there is no country in the hidden immortal continent that is stronger than our Bronze Pillar country, and more prosperous in destiny? There should be plenty of countries that are stronger. Ing Hong was stunned and did not understand. If we are talking about destiny, this is what the Immortal Envoy said, right? Xiang Fu was somewhat disdainful and actually interrupted Ing Hong. But Ing Hong did not find it strange at all and nodded. Indeed. To be honest, I have thought about it too. Although the Immortal Envoy has proposed other conditions, but if I think about it carefully, I am afraid this matter is related to the country of Xi. Sigh, my king. Since you understand, why do you have to enter the trap? Xiang Fu sighed. The battle between immortals and Buddhas is unpredictable. If we are not careful, we will not even have a corpse left. Why should our Bronze Pillar country get involved in this muddy water? Xiang Fu, with our Bronze Pillar country's position and strength, it is the best place to rule the country of Xi. Ing Hong smiled bitterly. If the Immortal Palace is looking for a country, it has to be our Bronze Pillar country. My king has probably seen through it long ago, but you want to borrow the Immortal Palace's wind to sweep our Bronze Pillar country's flag all over the hidden immortal continent, right? Xiang Fu is the one who knows me well. Ing Hong nodded. If not for the sudden appearance of Black Cloud Ridge's Xiao Hua, this one's plan should have been carried out smoothly. Forget it, many thanks my king for telling this old subject. Hearing this, Xiang Fu frowned and said, this was originally an excellent opportunity for the rise of our Bronze Pillar country. However, the appearance of the Dao sect's Xiao Hua made my king's plan go awry. The most important thing now is how to get rid of Xiao Hua, take back the Immortal Palace's item, and push everything to our desired trajectory. Chapter 35-30. Prime Minister's father, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Ing Hong said in a low voice, if the Immortal Palace can choose me, then the Dao sect. In other words, the power behind Xiao Hua. Could it be that Xiao Hua wants to take advantage of the chaos? That's extremely possible. The Prime Minister's father nodded. However, the Dao sect is weak in my hidden immortal continent. We don't need to care about it, let's resolve the crisis in front of us first. Prime Minister, what's the plan? Ing Hong asked respectfully. The Prime Minister's father smiled as he looked at Ing Hong and said, this old official thought about it just now, and there should be a plan that can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I wonder if my king would like to hear it? Kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Ing Hong frowned, somewhat puzzled. This old official remembers that when the Jiang country was destroyed, Lung Qingge killed the Jiang country's imperial advisor, Qin Haoyue. Where is he imprisoned? The Prime Minister's father asked. It should be in the Jade Mountain dungeon. Ing Hong thought of something and his eyes lit up. This old official does not know about this. I believe that the remnants of the Jiang country and even the Dao sect's Xiao Hua do not know about this either. If Xiao Hua wants to help Princess Ling restore the country, he must borrow the power of the Jiang country's original Dao sect. Otherwise, he will have no reason to do so. The Prime Minister's father said calmly, my king can send an expert to guard the Jade Mountain and take the opportunity to capture Xiao Hua. Ing Hong was distressed and sighed. Prime Minister's father, the problem is that the Imperial Advisor is unable to kill Xiao Hua with the power of the 5 Qi Thunder, so I have no other methods to capture him. My Bronze Pillar country doesn't have it, but the hidden immortal continent does. The Prime Minister's father laughed. Even if the Confucian cultivators don't have it, there are still the Buddhist sect and the Dao sect. Moreover, Xiao Hua took my Bronze Pillar state's 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. According to what this old minister knows, this 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal is not an ordinary Imperial Jade Seal. It was passed down from ancient times. That immortal palace's emissary is afraid that because my king has this 5-dragon imperial jade seal, he left behind the secret method of using dragon chi. I understand. Ing Hong's eyes narrowed. The Jiang country is a country founded by Dao cultivators. He does not have the qualifications to use this 5-dragon jade seal. I only need to spread the news. Even if I cannot take back the 5-dragon jade seal, that Xiao Hua will definitely be the enemy of all the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. Yes, that's the second reason. The Prime Minister's father nodded. Moreover, according to what I know, there's a rule when Taoist sects establish a country. One must participate in the Yaotai assembly, pass a competition, and win the so-called imperial preceptor's lot. Only then can one have the opportunity to establish a country. This was also one of the methods that the Confucian cultivators used to control the Taoist sect. If Xiao Hua wants to help the Jiang country recover and become the imperial advisor of the Jiang country, he must participate in this Jade Pavilion meeting. Since he wants to participate, then wouldn't my king have an opportunity to take advantage of it? Prime Minister, this doesn't seem to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone, does it? Ing Hong said with a smile. It's more like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Haha, who cares if it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone, or if it's a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, or if it's a 3-pronged plan, we just need to get rid of Xiao Hua. Xiang Fu also laughed loudly. After the two of them finished laughing, the Prime Minister's father seemed to have thought of something. He rolled his eyes and said, "That's right, my king. What other requests did the immortal emissary make?" "Oh, of course, if my king has any taboos you don't have to tell me." "I didn't say it before because I didn't want my father to worry. Now that it's come to this, why should I avoid it?" Ing Hong said in a low voice. His father was stunned and blurted out, "What does Immortal Master want 100 nascent soul stage cultivators for? How could the nascent soul of a Dao sect cultivator be so easily obtained? Didn't Qin Haoyue of Jiang country self-destruct his nascent soul?" "I don't know either." Ing Hong laughed bitterly. "I have already sent people to find more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and imprison them in the front of the Jade Mountain. When the immortal emissary comes, they will be offered to the immortal emissary. However, after listening to my father's words, that immortal emissary, I'm afraid that he's trying to hide something." "Forget it, no matter how the immortal emissary arranges it, we don't need to ask too much. We just need to do our own things and borrow the power of the immortal emissary to do our own things." His father didn't seem to understand either, so he urged, "My king, hurry up and make the arrangements. In addition, my king still has to prepare his troops and horses to attack the Jiming nation and the Yifeng nation, so as not to attract the attention of the immortal emissary." "Yes, I know," Ing Hong said in high spirits. Just as he was about to raise his head to summon the palace guards, he suddenly laughed. "Oh right, I still have a plan." "I'm all ears." His father asked curiously. "Father, perhaps you still remember the underground elemental stone mine in the Black Cloud Ridge?" Ing Hong laughed. Dao sect Xiao Hua broke the 5 brocade cloud map, and the entire Black Cloud Ridge fell into his hands. That Black Wind King, Golden Eagle King and Myriad Lion King are probably not his match, and the underground elemental stone mine will definitely be discovered by him. Jiang country is gone, and my Bronze Pillar country has lost this battle. I'm afraid that I can't leave any soldiers there to mine. If my Bronze Pillar country retreats, Jiasa country will definitely take down the entire elemental stone mine. When I spread the news that the elemental stone mine is ownerless, not to mention others, the other cultivators of the Dao sect will definitely swarm over. At that time. Haha, that's right, my king's plan is brilliant. His father laughed out loud again, stroking his beard and saying, "The Dao sect is the best at internal strife, and furthermore there is an elemental stone mine there. Even if Xiao Hua doesn't die in the hands of my Confucian cultivator, he will still be skinned by the Dao sect cultivators." Palace guards. Ing Hong smiled, regaining his previous calmness. He walked to the jade steps and sat behind the dragon table, ordering, "Bring all the officials back to the imperial palace." Of course, Xiao Hua did not know that the undercurrent had already reached his feet. He was once again dragged into the vortex of the battle between the immortals and Buddhas. He only urged the other primordial spirits to cultivate with all their might, to heal the injuries of his body. Unknowingly, more than 100 days had passed. Xiao Hua was living a carefree life. On this day he was reciting the Yellow Court. Suddenly, his heart stirred, he put down the scroll, raised his head and frowned as he looked outside the 5 brocade cloud map. After staring for a moment, Xiaohua sighed again and muttered to himself, "Sigh, people go into seclusion for years, decades, why is I so bitter? But it's just been 100 days and there's some karma. It's really troublesome." Immediately Xiaohua was about to get up, but looking at the 5 Chi's thunder in the 5 brocade cloud map, and sensing that the nascent soul in his lower dantian was struck by the thunder, Xiaohua was really reluctant. After thinking for a moment, he first put away little thunder, and then his mind fell into his middle dantian. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was wearing Confucian clothes. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua come in, he cupped his hands and said, "Student greets fellow immortal. TSK. You've only learned Confucian cultivation methods for a few days and you're actually so rotten?" Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, saying very disapprovingly, "You and I are Taoist cultivators, it's better to call me fellow immortal." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smacked his lips and said, "Fellow immortal is wrong. That was then and this is now. Previously, student was ignorant, and cultivated the 5 Chi's unification according to Taoist cultivation methods. How could I have known that the cultivation method was incongruous?" This. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was slightly hot. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was actually talking about himself. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua ignored Jade Archive Xiaohua's embarrassment and continued, "I remember that when fellow immortals saw legalism sword intent that day, you once mocked Huan country sword cultivators for their nondescript cultivation of flying swords. But when you think about students' previous cultivation, wasn't it also the same? The pot calling the kettle black is nothing more than this. That's a problem with the cultivation method." Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat unconvinced and said with a smile, "Now that we've obtained the Heavenly Heart and Heavenly Book, and know the cultivation method of the 5 Chi's unification, we're already on the right track. A so-called title doesn't count for anything, right? The path of Confucian cultivators is to be scrupulous, to the point of no compromise. Even if it's the path of the mean, it must also be neither deviated nor slanted." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Fellow immortal, don't you see that today's Confucian cultivators are all pursuing power, falling into the Taoist cultivation method, to the extent that they're neither Confucian nor Taoist, and instead have cast the essence of Confucian cultivators to the back of their minds. Now that student has entered Confucianism, I should follow its method and keep its form. Only in this way can I truly learn the essence of the 5 Chi's unification." Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you're right. I'm very fortunate. I'm afraid fellow immortal's body has also changed now." Correct. A bit of true chi rises in the chest, the myriad of sword intents disappears from the body, the 5 Chi's unification clouds appear, and the 3 flowers converge. Crown gives birth to immortality. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded, and his body flashed with true chi of 5 colors. The sword shape of the core of loyalty from before was already in a state of collapse, and a small 5-colored dot faintly appeared where the core of loyalty was originally. "Congratulations, fellow immortal, congratulations." Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua returned the salute. "Congratulations, congratulations. Although we're both fellow immortal, we're also one body. Does fellow immortal have something to do?" I naturally have something to do. Could it be fellow immortal doesn't know?" Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and pointed outside. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "Fellow immortal's idea is somewhat unimaginable, but it's worth a try. If it succeeds, both student and fellow immortal will benefit greatly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then I'll have to trouble fellow immortal." Jade Archive Xiaohua turned around and left the middle dantian. Not long after he returned, holding the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 silk handkerchiefs in his hand. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He took the 5 brocade cloud painting and spat out true chi from his mouth. The 5 brocade cloud painting slowly rotated in the middle dantian, and separately landed in 5 different places of the middle dantian. At the same time, the originally rich true chi in the middle dantian was slowly repelled by the 5 brocade cloud painting outside the Great Formation. Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua saw this and immediately beamed with joy. Although he already knew from the auction at Jianghu that Confucian cultivators cultivated righteous chi, which was fundamentally different from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth cultivated by Taoists. The true qi in his middle dantian was formed from spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and there was simply no way to convert it. His previous idea was to use his current true qi as a foundation, and slowly think of other methods based on comprehending the 5 qi's origin cultivation method. But now he saw that the 5 brocade cloud painting formation could actually be arranged in the middle dantian. The righteous qi in the void was produced according to the righteous qi's refinement method, so naturally it could be converted into righteous qi. This true qi was the purest true qi of a Confucian cultivator. Chapter 35-31. Seeing that the 5 brocade cloud painting formation in his middle dantian had been completed, an awe-inspiring qi immediately came out of Xiaohua's body and rushed into his middle dantian. The previous qi also went through the 5 brocade cloud painting formation and went back into the formation. Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands again. This way, I don't have to read the scrolls to distinguish the awe-inspiring qi. Fellow immortal is wrong again. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was about to take out the silk handkerchief in his hand, but after hearing Jade Archive Xiaohua's words, he stopped and shook his head. The awe-inspiring qi can't be compared to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is the spirit of heaven and earth, the origin of heaven and earth. This awe-inspiring qi reveals the human heart and humanity. If fellow immortal doesn't read the scrolls, this awe-inspiring qi is dead. How can a pool of stagnant water be more useful than a clear spring? The scrolls of ancient scrolls are like small streams, pushing through the old to bring forth the new. Flowing water is nothing more than this. Yes, I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua was convinced. The path of Confucian cultivator was not so simple. He had just touched the door of the 5 qi's unification. He really didn't know what was behind this door. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his hand again and the 5 silk handkerchiefs fell into the formation. Immediately after, the immortal execution stage appeared. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua landed on the immortal execution stage and waved his hand. A thunderbolt appeared out of thin air and fell on the immortal execution stage. When the 5 qi's righteous thunder fell from the immortal execution stage, it passed through Xiaohua's body and fell into the nascent soul in his lower dantian. Seeing the awe-inspiring qi of the 5 brocade cloud painting formation rushing into his body, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "Fellow immortal is right. Now I have to review my homework. I won't see you off." Finished speaking, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua no longer paid attention to Jade Archive Xiaohua. He let the 5-colored heavenly heart sit cross-legged on his head and took out a scroll. He shook his head and began to read. Ha! Jade Archive Xiaohua came out of his middle dantian with a laugh. He looked around and waved his hand, taking the heavenly star formation jade talisman into his hand. Now, the 10 primordial spirits were all cultivating. Instead, Xiaohua himself had nothing to do. Perhaps I should find some time to visit Lu Zhen. When Xiaohua had this thought, he couldn't help but feel homesick. Green-robed Xiaohua could be considered diligent. He had already taken the time to look at the map of the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua knew that there were at least several hundred Lu towns. If Xiaohua wanted to see all of these places one by one, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Xiaohua slowly walked out of the quiet room. He saw Lu Yi sitting cross-legged in front of him, seemingly cultivating. Wang Bianfei was holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, guarding it. Seeing Xiaohua come out, joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly went forward and bowed in greeting. "Master has come out of seclusion." Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Lu Yi is bitterly cultivating, why aren't you cultivating? Although you've become a junior brother, you can't be lazy." How would this disciple dare? Wang Bianfei knew that Xiaohua was joking, so he hurriedly replied, "Disciple and senior brother agreed that when one of us cultivates, the other will be on duty. Today is senior brother's turn to cultivate, so disciple will be on duty." That's right. Xiaohua smiled. "You brothers being harmonious is exactly what this old man likes." You have to know now that you've already stepped into the ranks of cultivators, the years in the future will be long, your lifespan will be endless, and your cultivation will have no end, but a person's feelings may have an end. Yes, disciple understands. Wang Bianfei smiled and said, "Senior brother is very good to disciple, and disciple's relationship with senior brother is also not bad. Elder, listen to what disciple is saying now. Oh, that's right, if you didn't say it, this old man wouldn't have been able to tell. Xiaohua smiled. That's right, Wang Bianfei had always been speaking the language of hidden immortal continent, and Xiaohua couldn't tell at once. This is all thanks to senior brother. Wang Bianfei smiled as he looked at Lu Yi in the distance. Xiaohua nodded, he was really satisfied with the two of them. Then he thought of something and asked, That's right, where's your mother? How is she now? Oh, disciple's mother has a residence outside the cave, and senior brother Qin personally asked about it. It's not good for her to change her language for the time being, so disciple can only slowly teach her. Happiness appeared on Wang Bianfei's face again. Senior brother Qin? Oh, it's Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaohua smiled and said, He did a good job. In the future when you enter my sect, you have to treat people who are kind to you well. Disciple understands. Wang Bianfei nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Wang Bianfei was exceptionally intelligent, even more so than Lu Yi. However, his knowledge was lacking and he wasn't as flexible as Lu Yi. However, what he heard and saw in these 100 days already let him know that he might have already arrived at an unfamiliar place. However, he didn't reveal a single word about where he came from, and didn't even ask about it. Lu Yi also didn't ask a single word because they knew that when the time came for them to know, Xiaohua would definitely let them know. That's right, master. Seeing Xiaohua sitting on the seat of honor, Wang Bianfei thought of another matter, and hurriedly said in a low voice, Disciple still has something to report to master. Speak, did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? Xiaohua asked curiously. Disciple. Wang Bianfei was actually a bit hesitant. Disciple knows that master is a Dao cultivator, and disciple also cultivates Dao magic. However, a few days ago Copper Pillar Academy sent a lot of scrolls and among them, some are about painting disciple. Haha, this old man understands. Xiaohua laughed. Didn't this old man say before? Whether it's Confucianism, Tao or even Buddhism, as long as you want to cultivate, this old man will agree. At the same time, this old man can also give you pointers. Thank you, master. Wang Bianfei was really beaming with joy. After all, Confucianism and Tao cultivators had different cultivation methods. These days Wang Bianfei also learned a lot from Lu Yi, and he was really afraid that Xiaohua wouldn't agree. However, Xiaohua frowned again. Bianfei, you have to think clearly. Whether it's Confucianism or Tao, you have to focus on one thing, and if you do two things at once, I'm afraid it's not good. If you can't do both, you might as well focus on one thing. Hehe, master, don't forget how you took me in as a disciple. Wang Bianfei listened and said with a smile, Senior, don't look at how senior brother and disciple cultivate together. It seems that we cultivate at the same time, but disciple has taken advantage of it. Xiaohua suddenly realized and said curiously, Could it be that you? At this point Xiaohua didn't say anything else. Wang Bianfei also said with a smile, Master is right, disciple does have this talent. Ah, good. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. This Lu Yi was born with a unique talent. In the future Xiaohua would be able to teach him the Buddhist sect's secret technique. This Wang Bianfei in front of him was actually able to cultivate in his dream. His 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 2 days of other people. Furthermore, his divine sense could even surpass other people. These two unnamed disciples of his were not bad. You should first cultivate Dao's Qi refinement technique and then paint. When the time is ripe, this old man will teach you Confucianism's cultivation method. Xiaohua said with a smile. Thank you, master. Wang Bianfei was naturally happy. Right, how is Yuanya recently? Since Xiaohua returned to Black Wind Ridge, he first fought with Lung Qingge and the others, and then went into seclusion, so he didn't have the chance to ask Yuanya. Brother Ya. Wang Bianfei was stunned, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Disciple has been guarding the cave and hasn't seen Brother Ya and the others much. It seems that Brother Ya is always with senior brother Qin and the others. Xiaohua nodded. Wang Bianfei had only been in Black Wind Ridge for 100 days, and it was already good that he could solve the language problem. If he asked too much he probably wouldn't know. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Let the head of Copper Pillar Academy in. Wang Bianfei stared blankly for a moment, then a look of reverence appeared on his face. This was what he originally wanted to report. That handsome Do Shanjun had already asked to see Xiaohua 3 times. Today after he came he even waited outside the cave. It seemed like he was determined to wait for Xiaohua to come out of seclusion. After waiting for Wang Bianfei to leave, Dou Shanjun came in not long after. Dou Shanjun stood in front of Xiaohua, looked him up and down and bowed. Disciple greets Taoist Xiao. No need to be polite. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, you and I are old friends. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Taoist Xiao is too polite. Dou Shanjun slightly smiled, and his not-so-small eyes flashed with a layer of indescribable charm. Head, what business do you have here today? Xiaohua asked straightforwardly. I heard that you have come 3 times in a row. Dou Shanjun said, Disciple has come under the orders of the head of Copper Pillar Academy to deliver a copy of the books in my library. Today is already the 3rd time, and there are a total of 1,126,403 books. Taoist Xiao, please accept them. Dou Shanjun took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned, took the scroll and opened it to take a look. Inside was the number of the 1,000,000 books and it was clearly written. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why didn't you use your jade eyes? Oh, could it be that this collection of books are all books? Correct, it is indeed 1,000,000 books. Dou Shanjun said proudly. If not, how could Disciple come 3 times? If I use my jade eyes to record the books in my library, I can only know the meaning. How can I see the form and obtain the essence? Taoist Xiao admittedly has my Confucian cultivation, but I'm afraid that these... Oh, then many thanks to the head of North Gua Academy. Xiaohua only understood at this moment and said with a solemn face, this gift is very heavy. Head of Copper Pillar, please tell the head of North Gua Academy that I will definitely agree to whatever he says. Good. Dou Shanjun's heart finally settled. In Taoist Zhao's eyes, there is no difference between Confucian and Taoist Xiao. Disciple thanks Taoist Xiao on behalf of Confucian. No need to be polite. Seeing that Dou Shanjun had no intention of getting up, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and asked again, Head of Copper Pillar, is there anything else? Indeed. Dou Shanjun nodded, looked at Wang Bianfei and Lu Yi and said, Disciple has an extremely important matter to ask Taoist Xiao. Just say it here, they are all my disciples. Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 35-32. Haha. Dou Shanjun laughed and said, these 2 are really lucky to be able to become Taoist Zhao's disciple. However, although Taoist Xiao doesn't avoid these 2, he still has to consider them. There are some things they can know and some things they shouldn't know. Xiaohua frowned, got up and said, all right, come with me. After saying that, Xiaohua led the way to the quiet room. Dou Shanjun naturally followed Xiaohua. After Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the praying mat, Xiaohua smiled and said to Dou Shanjun, Minister, my quiet room can be said to be simple and crude. There's nothing to entertain guests, so I'll have to trouble you to stand. Dou Shanjun didn't care about Xiaohua's embarrassment at all. He only looked up and said with a smile, Taoist Zhao's cave is really simple and crude. How come there's not even a spirit field or a pill room? Xiaohua smiled faintly and waved his hand. This old man was just speaking up to hear. Xiaohua was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, Dou Shanjun, you actually dared to spy on my cave? Yes, with Xiaohua's current cultivation, even if Dou Shanjun used a Confucian cultivator's magical ability to check him, he would definitely know. Moreover, although his quiet room wasn't protected by the capital star formation, it was still protected by a formation. How could Dou Shanjun see through it? Dou Shanjun's words were obviously trying to tell him something. It's not spying. I just casually took a look. Dou Shanjun looked at Xiaohua and casually sat opposite him. His tone seemed to be casually. Xiaohua said coldly, Fellow Taoist Dou is really interested. You're so interested in my cave. You actually casually took a look and saw so much. What a magnanimous Confucian cultivator. Dou Shanjun shrugged and said helplessly, Taoist Xiao is cultivating in seclusion. I have something to ask but I can't find it. Naturally, I'll casually take a look to see if the master is avoiding me. This is human nature. It has nothing to do with Confucian cultivators, right? Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. Fellow Taoist Dou, what exactly do you want? This place is already quiet, feel free to say it. Spiritual Master, please set up the capital star array. I'm afraid that the words I'm about to say will be overheard by others. Dou Shanjun said with a smile. Is it that serious? Xiao Hua's heart stirred as he asked curiously. Dou Shanjun nodded. Not bad. However, without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Hua was shocked again and cried out, What? You actually know about the capital star array? Student not only knows about the capital star formation, but also knows that Reverend's capital star formation has some flaws. Otherwise, it wouldn't have collapsed under the attack of the 5 brocade cloud painting. Dou Shanjun's words shocked Xiao Hua even more. After some thought, Xiao Hua waved his hand and laid down the capital heaven star formation. Then he went straight to the point. Dou Shanjun, speak. What do you want? Unexpectedly, Dou Shanjun didn't answer. Instead, he asked with interest, Oh? Taoist Master Xiao is really amazing. He actually has the Du Tian star formation jade talisman. Did Taoist Master Xiao refine it himself? Or did you get it from somewhere else? Xiao Hua became impatient and waved his hand. This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with fellow immortals' visit, right? Of course it has something to do with it. Dou Shanjun said with a smile. If this jade talisman was refined by Taoist Master Xiao, I can tell Taoist Master Xiao how to refine it. If this capital heaven star formation was obtained by Taoist Master Xiao, I can help Taoist Master Xiao to complete this capital heaven star formation. What? Xiao Hua almost jumped up and said in surprise, Dou Shanjun, who are you? At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know that Dou Shanjun was definitely not a simple Confucian cultivator? Taoist Master Xiao, don't worry. I am the Dean of the Copper Pillar Academy. There is no doubt about this. Dou Shanjun said with a smile. Now and in the future. Xiao Hua's face was somewhat gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Dou Shanjun, whose face was still incomparably handsome. Moreover, Dou Shanjun said again, I will definitely not interfere with Taoist Master Zhao's matters of establishing a country, revenge, and so on. I will only be the Dean of the Copper Pillar Academy. I will not overstep my duty. Alright, since fellow immortal has spoken so clearly, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's see the door and see the mountain. This Xiao doesn't know what this Xiao has that Confucian cultivators can covet. Xiao Hua nodded. Hee. Dou Shanjun stretched out his finger and shook it in the air. He said with a smile, You naturally didn't have it before, but now, you have it. 5 brocade cloud painting? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dou Shanjun. Fellow immortal Dou's appetite is not small. Taoist Master Xiao is wrong. Dou Shanjun said with a smile. I have already seen the 5 brocade cloud painting before. Why should I look for Taoist Master Xiao now? Oh? What is it? Xiao Hua was startled, his mind raced. He had obtained a lot of things from Leng Qingge and the others. He really did not know what Dou Shanjun wanted. Suddenly, his heart lit up and he laughed. So fellow immortal Dou has taken a fancy to the 5 Dragon Imperial Jade Seal? Indeed, the 5 Dragon Imperial Jade Seal was an item that could suppress one's luck, and was extremely important to Confucian cultivators. This Dou Shanjun must have been entrusted by the king of the Copper Pillar country, right? Unfortunately, Dou Shanjun still shook his head. I have already said that I am not interested in the matters of Jianghu country and Copper Pillar country. What I want is the 5 Qi Thunder. 5 Qi Thunder? Xiao Hua was truly surprised. He looked at Dou Shanjun in disbelief. What do you want that for? I'm sorry, I have no comment. Dou Shanjun shook his head in fear. If Taoist Master Xiao knows about this, would be harmful. I'm sorry, I have a use for the 5 Qi Thunder. I'm afraid I can't give it to fellow immortal Dou. Xiao Hua shook his head and replied. This time, it was Dou Shanjun's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe and asked, What is it? Taoist Master Xiao, how did you discover the effects of the 5 Qi Thunder on the nascent soul stage in such a short period of time? Speaking to here, Dou Shanjun rubbed his chin with his hand and nodded with interest. Not bad to be able to cultivate your nascent soul into a hidden nascent soul, and to be able to condense your nascent soul into a nebula. Your luck is not just a little bit better than others. Furthermore, to dare to release your nascent soul from the 5 brocade cloud map, your guts are enough for you to discover the secrets within. Dou Shanjun, who exactly are you? Xiao Hua could no longer sit still. He jumped up and placed his hand on the small universe bag and asked cautiously. Sit down, sit down. You're already a nascent soul stage grandmaster, and your strength is comparable to a spirit severing stage cultivator. Why are you still so rough? Do Shanjun raised his hand and laughed as if he was talking to a junior. You don't have to care who I am, you just have to know that I won't hurt you. Do Shanjun was so fearless and even sat here to negotiate with him, at least his attitude made Xiaohua feel amiable. If he really did have any ill intentions, why would Do Shanjun wait until now? Thinking to hear, Xiaohua sat down and said, I have a use for this item, I can't give it to fellow immortal Do. Alright, this item indeed has an inconceivable effect on condensing a nascent soul. Do Shanjun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, then I won't take it from you. However, could Taoist Master Xiao let me take a look at it? This. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After all, this item was extremely important to him, and Do Shanjun was an enemy, not a friend, who knew what he would do if he gave it to him. Do Shanjun's face turned cold, his expression somewhat unkind, and said indifferently, Xiaohua, you don't trust Rin so much? If I had a heart, why would I be so long-winded with you? As soon as Do Shanjun said this, Xiaohua's quiet room suddenly became as cold as winter. A kind of indescribable fear emerged in Xiaohua's heart. This was a kind of omen that Xiaohua couldn't resist against danger. Xiaohua was startled, then said with a smile, Fellow immortal Do, you think too much. I was just thinking, this 5-chi legitimate thunder is so important, even the Beigua Academy didn't let fellow immortal Do know about it, now I can't let fellow immortal Do see it for nothing, right? Ha ha ha. Do Shanjun laughed, thinking about how Xiaohua blackmailed by Hou Yuqin and the others on the Black Wind Ridge, and how he mercilessly took away Leng Qingge's Chengkuan bag. How could Do Shanjun not know that Xiaohua wanted to obtain benefits from him? While laughing, the coldness in the quiet room disappeared. Do you want the Du Tian Star formation or the method to refine jade talismans? Since Do Shanjun knew about Xiaohua's narrow-mindedness, he didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. Hee. Xiaohua beamed with joy, patted his small Chengkuan bag, and took out the 5 silk handkerchiefs from his middle dantian, then said, Fellow immortal Do should take a look at this 5-chi legitimate thunder first. What star formation, what jade talisman, it's easy to talk about. Hee. How could Do Shanjun not see through Xiaohua's little scheme? He only glanced at Xiaohua's smiling face, then took the silk handkerchiefs. Do Shanjun didn't hide from Xiaohua. A clear light slowly flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, a pure white appeared in his eyes. That pure white was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for it to diffuse into his pitch-black eyes. At first glance, Do Shanjun's eyes looked like a black and white grid. Tiny runes appeared on this black and white grid, and the runes were like ants rushing out, filling Do Shanjun's eyes. See, Dao Sect runes? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and a kind of unimaginable feeling appeared in his heart. He stared at Do Shanjun without blinking, knowing that Do Shanjun was using a Dao Sect divine ability that he didn't know about to probe these 5 silk handkerchiefs. As the runes in Do Shanjun's eyes changed, a kind of indescribable aura gradually emitted from Do Shanjun's body. Although this aura only leaked out a trace, it was enough to shock Xiaohua once again. Strange, Do Shanjun didn't seem to notice Xiaohua's gaze. He muttered, raised his hand, raised his index and middle finger, and pointed at his own forehead. Bang! A strange silver rune exploded in Do Shanjun's forehead, then disappeared in a flash. Looking at Do Shanjun's eyes again, those runes suddenly flashed with 5 colors, extremely bright. Chapter 35-33. Whoosh! The 5-colored brilliance was extremely dazzling. Xiaohua's vision blurred and he couldn't see Do Shanjun's appearance clearly. When Xiaohua closed his eyes and opened them again, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the black and white starry eyes from before. Obviously, Do Shanjun's eyes carried a hint of disappointment. Do Shanjun didn't intend to hide it from Xiaohua. What? Xiaohua frowned. This thing isn't the real 5-chi thunder? Yes. Do Shanjun nodded. This is a fake. However, it's not beyond my expectations. The Immortal Palace wouldn't give the real 5 brocade cloud painting and 5-chi thunder to Tong Zhugua. The Immortal Palace? Xiaohua was shocked. What does this have to do with the Immortal Palace? How would I know? Do Shanjun waved his hand and threw 5 silk handkerchiefs to Xiaohua. Although this thing is a fake, it seems like it was refined by the great artificer of the Immortal Palace. Is still useful for you? Yes. Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed, but he still hurriedly took the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Tell me, which one do you want? After a moment, Dou Shanjun's expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, I won't look at your things for free. Don't. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Dou didn't take it away. You just want to look at it? Why, if you don't want it, then I'm leaving. Dou Shanjun's expression was calm as he pretended to get up. Don't? Xiao Hua still said the word don't, but the meaning was completely different. Fellow immortal Dou, let me think for a moment. Yes, the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Dou Shanjun frowned and ignored Xiao Hua. He looked at the ground as if he was thinking about something. This matter was very important. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and smiled. I won't hide it from fellow immortal Dou Tian. The Dou Tian star array was refined by me. Naturally, I don't need this array diagram. Okay, then I'll give you the refining method of the jade talisman. Dou Shanjun said. But just as he reached his hand into his pocket, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, the refining method of the jade talisman? You don't need to be in such a hurry. What do you want? Dou Shanjun raised his eyebrows and sneered, don't be too greedy. Fellow immortal Dou, look, this Xiao doesn't want it anymore, but you insist on giving it to me. This Xiao doesn't care about those 2 things of yours. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. Dou Shanjun snorted and said, tell me, what do you want? I want a cultivation technique. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said greedily, from nascent soul to spirit severing, and even Mahayana to tribulation transcendence cultivation techniques. See. Dou Shanjun sucked in a breath of cold air, his face turning cold. Xiao Hua felt that his entire body was unable to move, and the quiet room surroundings were once again filled with ice like before. How did you find out? Dou Shanjun asked coldly, his eyes filled with confusion. Not to mention Dou Shanjun not explaining, Xiao Hua was also shocked. He really didn't know how he provoked Dou Shanjun. Hearing Dou Shanjun's question, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and replied, Immortal friend Dou, what did I find? What secrets do you have that you're afraid I'll discover? I just don't have a spirit-severing cultivation technique. I just want to ask if you have one or not. If you don't have it, you don't have to do this, right? Oh, Dou Shanjun's expression slightly relaxed. After pondering for a bit, the surrounding coldness disappeared, but Xiao Hua still couldn't move. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled by Dou Shanjun in front of him. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid he's at the 7th or 8th level of elemental energy. Dou Shanjun stared at Xiao Hua for a long time. Seeing that Xiao Hua's gaze was pure and didn't seem to be fake, he slightly nodded and said, Taoist Master Xiao, you are really greedy. Ah. Hehe, there are really too few high-level cultivation techniques in Hidden Immortal Continent. I want to grab all the opportunities one can. Xiao Hua laughed, looking very calm. Grab all the opportunities you can? Dou Shanjun's eyes seemed to light up. He slightly nodded. You're right. I was too careful before. Of course, in Hidden Immortal Continent, there are still too few cultivators like you who can suppress an entire country and whose strength can also reach the 5th level of elemental energy. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He somewhat didn't understand what Dou Shanjun said. He didn't even know what he said wrong. Seeing Xiao Hua in a daze, Dou Shanjun slightly smiled. He took out a jade eye scroll and handed it to Xiao Hua. Oh, this is the cultivation technique you want. But I only have cultivation techniques before the Mahayana stage. I don't have anything else. Huh? Xiao Hua was really overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and wanted to grab it faster than lightning. Unfortunately, Dou Shanjun was still a bit faster than him. He withdrew his hand and laughed. Taoist Master Xiao, don't be anxious, I still have something to say. Hee. Xiao Hua's face was a bit hot. He laughed embarrassedly and said, Isn't Taoist Dou making fun of me? You already said you want to give it to me. It's not that I don't want to give it, it's that I want to discuss a cooperation with Taoist Master Xiao. Dou Shanjun's expression became indifferent again. He said, I wonder if Taoist Master Xiao is willing? I'm not willing. Xiao Hua decisively shook his head and replied. What? Why didn't Taoist Master listen to what the matter is and immediately refused? Dou Shanjun felt very strange. Xiao Hua sighed and said, Counting with my fingers, I have already cooperated with more than one Taoist master, it seems. Every time we cooperate, strange things will happen. There has never been a single time that went smoothly. Therefore, I still have lingering fears about these cooperation. Hee so that's how it is. Dou Shanjun's smile was very strange. It seemed like he was smiling insincerely. That's not strange. If he was confident, why would he look for another helper? Since you want to be his helper, if you want to get benefits, you naturally have to help him deal with those accidents. But the problem is, I don't want to get these benefits. Xiao Hua was very distressed. The bitter smile on his face became even stronger. You don't want? If you don't want to get benefits, then why are you asking me for a cultivation technique? Dou Shanjun smiled coldly. Moreover, I saw your fight with Lung Qinga. Although your strength is at the 5th grade of essence energy, in reality, you can only display an upper 4th grade of essence energy. Your magic power is very vigorous, but unfortunately, you can't use your techniques. You can only display 70% of your magic power. Also, your magic treasure is also not good. It can't match your magic power. Oh, also, your divine sense was refined with a secret technique, but you don't know how to use it at all. That shapeless 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel of yours was also forged incorrectly. Lung Qinga and the others are indeed much worse than you. They were also frightened by your magic power, otherwise. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air again. These were all secrets that he was well aware of. He didn't expect that Dou Shanjun would see them all. Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask, who are you exactly? I am a Confucian cultivator. You don't need to think too much. Dou Shanjun said indifferently, you only need to know that if you cooperate with me, not only can you obtain a cultivation technique, you can also make up for these flaws. Xiao Hua was really hesitating. This temptation was too great. You should think about it. Dou Shanjun raised his hand and the jade eye fell into Xiao Hua's hand. He lowered his head and looked at the ground, his brows slightly wrinkled as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and scanned it with his divine sense. He couldn't help but be shocked. This jade eye wasn't ordinary, it was the ink cloud pupil. After Xiao Hua briefly read through the contents, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. There was indeed a cultivation method inside, and it was something that could be cultivated from the Yuanying stage. The chant was obscure and looked very difficult to understand, but Xiao Hua knew that what was inside was true based on what he had comprehended. Damn this Dou Shanjun. I'm afraid he's not a simple Confucian cultivator. Could he be a descendant of a first-class family? Xiao Hua put away the ink cloud pupil and thought to himself, his identity is probably not easy to investigate, but he's looking for me, for what? The authentic 5-Chi Thunder? If that's really the case, he might have gotten benefits, but I might also get benefits from the 5-Chi Thunder. Forget it, I should ask first. Thinking of this, Dou Shanjun raised his head and asked indifferently, Taoist Master Xiao, have you thought it through? Of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Cultivators have always lost their lives. In order to live forever, I'm going all out. However, Taoist Dou, can you tell me a thing or two first? So that I can think about it a little more? Impossible. Dou Shanjun sneered, I've always been a lone wolf. Today, after hearing what you said and seeing that your cultivation is not bad, I'm thinking of cooperating for the first time. As for what it is, you don't need to know now. You just need to do your best to cultivate, and when the time comes, as long as you have enough strength, I'll naturally look for you. Then, you have to tell me what the benefits are, right? How about what Taoist Master Dou said earlier? Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. Taoist Master Xiao, you have to change this greed of yours. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of trouble to your cultivation in the future. Dou Shanjun replied with a smile. Then I'll pick one? Any one. Taoist Master Dou can satisfy me? Xiao Hua probed. Dou Shanjun said impatiently, of course I can. Hurry up and say it. The method of using divine sense. Xiao Hua seemed to have already thought it through. As soon as Dou Shanjun's voice fell, he immediately answered. Dou Shanjun was obviously stunned and said curiously, I thought you would want a magic treasure that is worthy of your magic power? I have a lot of magic treasures. I can slowly refine them. But this divine sense, it really makes me worried. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. And I have to praise you. Your choice is right. Now, where in the hidden immortal continent would there be a way to use divine sense? Dou Shanjun nodded slightly. He clapped his hand and took out another ink eye. However, his finger moved again and another ink eye appeared in his hand. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, this is the secret technique you want. In addition, I'll also give you the method of refining jade talismans. If you can complete the capital star array, it will also be good for me. Chapter 35-34. Great. How could Xiao Hua, who liked to take advantage of others, not be happy when he saw such a big advantage? Then he immediately kept Mo Yuntong in his space, and would never let these Mo Yuntong stand out again. Seeing that Xiao Hua had kept Mo Yuntong, Do Shanjun did not hesitate. He stood up and said, I will be leaving when I have the chance. I will look for you. Just. Is it that simple? Xiao Hua anxiously stood up and asked curiously, Fellow immortal, aren't you going to leave a sound transmission talisman or something? There's no need. If I want to find you, there are plenty of ways. Do Shanjun waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Remove the formation. All right. Xiao Hua looked helpless. He felt that the three Mo Yuntongs were a little hot. All right. Just as Xiao Hua was about to put away the capital star formation, Do Shanjun suddenly thought of something and anxiously said, That day, you took the 5-dragon imperial jade seal from the Confucian cultivator. That thing is not something that can be used by a Taoist cultivator to establish a country. You should give it to me. What? How could Xiao Hua, who even pulled out a strand of hair for half a day, easily agree? Do Shanjun snorted coldly and said, This 5-dragon imperial jade seal was passed down by the Confucian cultivator in the ancient times, and was bestowed by the immortal palace. Whoever obtains it will be the true son of heaven recognized by the immortal palace. Furthermore, if you keep this 5-dragon imperial jade seal, what about the other Confucian cultivators, other countries and those aristocratic families? Would they think so? Aren't you causing trouble for Jianghu country? Do you want your Black Cloud Ridge to never have a peaceful day from now on? If fellow immortal did not say so, I would have taken this 5-dragon imperial jade seal as the imperial jade seal of Jianghu country. Xiao Hua immediately understood and laughed. I never thought that this 5-dragon imperial jade seal would actually be such a hot potato. It's not just a hot potato, it's also the ambition of the king of the Copper Pillar country. Do Shanjun sneered. If Ing Hong did not obtain this item, how could he have the heart to destroy Jianghu country and the thought of building an empire? That Jianghu country is just the beginning, there will be Jiasa country and so on and so forth. Then, if I return this jade seal to the Copper Pillar country, wouldn't that mean that I will be helping the tyrant and even increase their strength? Wouldn't it be even more difficult for my country to recover? Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Do as you please. If I'm not mistaken, Ing Hong has already spread the news that the imperial jade seal is in your hands. It wouldn't be long before Confucian cultivators or soldiers from other countries would come to rob them. How did you establish your country? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I've obtained a great deal of benefits from fellow immortal today, so I'll give this imperial jade seal to fellow immortal. Consider it as giving fellow immortal a great merit. After saying that, Xiao Hua reluctantly took out the 5-dragon imperial jade seal from his meridians and gave it to Do Shanjun. This thing was able to draw out Xiao Hua's dragon vein, so there must be something fishy about it. Xiao Hua didn't discover this fishy thing, so he couldn't help but feel unhappy. Great merit? Not bad. Do Shanjun tilted his head as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, I didn't think about this before. It seems that I can do something with this thing. Fellow Taoist Do, no matter what you do, it's better to spread the news that this item has already fallen into the Copper Pillar Academy. Xiao Hua anxiously shouted. Do Shanjun took the imperial jade seal and impatiently waved his hand. Do I need you to tell me that? How could I take advantage of you for nothing? Seeing Do Shanjun keep the imperial jade seal, Xiao Hua kept the capital star formation, and when he sent Do Shanjun out of the quiet room, Lui had already stood up and stood together with Wang Bianfei. Taoist Master Xiao has good eyes, these two are both people with good bones, congratulations. Do Shanjun's face returned to its previous state. Although he was congratulating him, there was no smile on his face. How could that be? They are all poor children who were casually picked up by me. How can they compare to the elites of the Copper Pillar Academy? Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, When you return to the academy, you can bring my gratitude to the Northern Gua Academy. It's really hard for him to collect so many books. Originally, there was no need to hide anything in front of Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, but since Do Shanjun wanted to hide it, Xiao Hua had to say some words to show that he would not reveal anything. Do Shanjun was indeed very satisfied. He stopped and respectfully said, Taoist Master, please wait. I will definitely bring Taoist Master's good intentions back to the Copper Pillar Academy. The matter of war is a war between two countries. Cultivators of my generation should focus on cultivation and should not get involved in war. Good Taoist Master Do, please take care. Xiao Hua nodded and walked to the top of the cave residence. He sat down and looked at Do Shanjun, who hurried out of the cave residence with an indifferent expression. He really didn't expect Do Shanjun's cultivation to be so high. Moreover, from the divine ability he revealed, he was a Taoist senior. His cultivation had probably reached the Mahayana stage. However, he was somewhat confused. Why would such a powerful figure hide in the Copper Pillar Academy? In particular, this Taoist senior actually practiced the divine ability of Confucianism. Not only did he practice the wood essence, but he also practiced the Z. Is this senior hiding from something? Xiao Hua secretly thought. However, looking at his appearance today, he seems to be looking for something. Is it the 5-Chi Thunder? What does he want the authentic 5-Chi Thunder for? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua seemed to be enlightened. It was very obvious that the fake 5-Chi Thunder obtained by Lung Chinga was extremely beneficial to Xiao Hua's Yuanian growth. Its effect even surpassed the Scarlet Heart fruit that Xiao Hua just obtained. Of course, it was not only more effective than the Crimson Heart fruit. Although Xiao Hua had obtained the Crimson Heart fruit, he did not have the method to refine it, so he did not dare to consume it directly. Even if he refined the Crimson Heart fruit into a medicinal pill, it would have an obvious effect when consumed in the early nascent soul stage. When consumed in the middle nascent soul stage, the medicinal pill's effect would certainly be greatly reduced. How could it have the long-term effect of the 5-Chi Righteous Thunder nourishing the nascent soul every day? Since Xiao Hua's Yuanian could benefit from this 5-Chi Thunder, why couldn't Do Shanjuan's Yuanian benefit from the 5-Chi Thunder? This senior probably wants to find the authentic 5-Chi Thunder to wait for a chance to enter Mahayana realm or undergo tribulation. Xiao Hua did not know if his thoughts were correct, but there was a trace of luck in his heart. Fortunately, this Xiao did not offend him too much that day, and this Xiao fought with him for the righteousness of the Taoist sect. Even if he was unhappy, he would not say anything. To be able to bestow the cultivation method today, he should have the intention of valuing me. I did not expect the hidden immortal continent to have such a powerful Taoist cultivator. This is really out of this Xiao's expectations. In that case, the other Taoist seniors should also be hiding in various places of the hidden immortal continent with various appearances? Right, there is also that senior who escaped from the Western Sea. He should be one of the best, right? While Xiao Hua was guessing, Wang Wanfei took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Old Master, hearing that Old Master has come out of seclusion, Xiao Jian, the Princess of Chongling, Black Bear, Qin Shishu and the others have all come to greet you. Ask them if there is anything important? Xiao Hua said with a smile, if there is nothing, let them return. Yes. Wang Wanfei responded. But a while later he turned back with Qin Xiaoyao behind him. Old Master, Xiao Jian and the others do not have anything important, they just want to report on the progress of reviving the country. This one knows that Old Master is impatient with these things and sent them away. Wang Wanfei said respectfully, Black Bear and Qin Shishu have important matters to report. This one will bring Qin Shishu in first. Good, Xiao Hua nodded. Wait for the 2 at the door. After the 2 left, Xiao Hua said with a smile, Xiaoyao, what matter do you have? This disciple greets Old Master. I wish Old Master well. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to slight and went forward to bow. And rise. Xiao Hua nodded. Qin Xiaoyao stood up and said, according to Old Master's previous arrangements, this disciple has 3 matters to report to Old Master today. Speak. Xiao Hua had the bearing of a master at this time and said, the first is about Old Master's instructions to the Fortune Gate. This disciple has taken 3 people with similar cultivation to this disciple into the Fortune Gate's outer sect. As this disciple's junior brothers, they are Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong. These 3 junior brothers knew about Old Master's plan and were very happy. Moreover, our relationship is harmonious. Although our positions were different before, now that we are all junior brothers, we are very harmonious. The 46 disciples of Jiang country in the Black Wind Ridge were also taken in by this disciple and the other 3. There are 13 disciples under this disciple, and 11 disciples under the other junior brothers. They are considered second-generation disciples. These disciples have good and bad aptitudes. The specific situation depends on their luck in the future. There are a total of 671 Dao soldiers. Although Old Master said to pick some with good aptitudes, this disciple has checked some of the Dao soldiers. Their aptitudes are more or less the same. They are much better than the average disciple, but they are slightly worse than this disciple's disciples. If Old Master really wants to pick, he should be able to pick some that are similar to the second-generation disciples. However, this disciple feels that our fortune gate has just been established and does not have many disciples. Moreover, if we choose some and not others, it will easily make the selected disciples arrogant, and those who are not selected feel disappointed. Therefore, this disciple simply took them into the fortune gate's outer sect, allowing them to worship the second-generation disciples separately. They are considered third-generation disciples. These Dao soldiers are usually trained by these disciples. When they heard that they were accepted into our fortune gate's outer sect, they were very grateful. Especially Old Master's magic tools, medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, they were overjoyed. And not bad. Xiaohua smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about external cultivation materials, there will be no shortage in the future. Moreover, if there are exceptional disciples, they will have a chance to enter the fortune gate's inner sect. This old man will personally guide them." Many thanks for Old Master's kindness. Qin Xiaoyao was even happier and said, "However, this disciple is unable to find the demon spirits that Old Master mentioned that are fated with our Dao gate. Moreover, the black bear, golden eagle and white lion do not allow this disciple to choose disciples from the demon spirits. Forgive this disciple for not being able to complete Old Master's decree." Chapter 35-35. Haha, this is not your fault. Xiaohua nodded. Let black bear, golden eagle and white lion worry about the spirit demons. This old man doesn't understand the cultivation method of the spirit demons. In the future, just treat them as a branch of the fortune gate. Yes, Master is wise, Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile. That's all there is to the fortune gate. After all, it has only been a short time, this disciple can't do much. Good. Xiaohua nodded and said loudly, "Where is Lu Yi? This little one is here." Lu Yi hurriedly ran into the cave and shouted, "What orders does Master have?" "Go and call Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi and Jiang Haodong." Xiaohua ordered. Lu Yi acknowledged and left. Xiaohua looked at Qin Xiaoyao and asked with interest, "Xiaoyao, you took in hundreds of Dao soldiers under your wing. Are you afraid that you will not be able to contend against the Fae of Black Cloud Ridge in the future?" When Qin Xiaoyao heard this, panic appeared on his face. He knelt down and kowtowed, "Master, please forgive me." When this disciple did this disciple did not have such thoughts. However, when all the Dao soldiers were assigned to the second-generation disciples, this disciple suddenly became vigilant. This disciple. I'm afraid this is a natural reaction to guard against Black Bear and the other's strength. However, the matter has already been done. If this disciple goes back on his words, it will be even more disadvantageous for this disciple. Therefore, this disciple can only make the best of it. If Master doesn't like it, this disciple will go back and correct it. Since that's the case, you don't have to change it. Xiaohua frowned and said, "Human nature has always been somewhat scheming. If you are thinking of danger in times of peace, that's fine. Even what you think may not be the truth, but the fortune gate is in this old man's hands. This old man does not want it to be too dirty. Perhaps you will have some competition, but this old man feels that these competitions should be placed on the surface. You don't have to look down on Black Bear and the other spirit demons, and Black Bear and the others don't have to see you as enemies. Master is right, but if this is really the case, it will be extremely difficult." Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to get up and knelt on the ground. Even in the previous Jiang country, there was not much of a gap between the first and second imperial masters. However, due to the interests of their disciples, there were many disagreements in the imperial court. Yes, I know I'm too idealistic, but how can there be reality if I'm not idealistic? Xiaohua chuckled, "How about this, pass down my decree. Anyone who enters my fortune gate, whether it's the so-called inner or outer disciples, is forbidden from killing each other. If anyone is found to have done so, I will kill them." "I understand." Qin Xiaoyao bit her lips and nodded. In addition, the imperial court of the Jiang country is not a place for us to cultivate. Tell the disciples that there is no need to be greedy for the temptations of the mortal world, and do not involve themselves in the affairs of the Jiang country. When Qin Xiaoyao heard this, he hastily called out, Master, this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Master, please listen to this disciple's report. Go ahead. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. 1 in 100 may not even make it to the top. The remaining 99% are aiming for the mundane world's glory and wealth. If Master were to cut off their path, who would want to join our Fortune Gate? Also, if my Fortune Gate's disciples do not participate in the imperial court, then how can Jiang country worship my Fortune Gate? When Dao cultivators establish a country, what they establish is the foundation of the Dao sect. If Master is not in Jiang country to control the imperial court, how can you establish a country? Qin Xiaoyao knew that Xiaohua did not understand this and hastily suggested. Xiaohua laughed. Hee, this old man has never set his sights on a small country like Jiang country. However, since my Fortune Gate's wings are not fully grown yet, I'm afraid I can only continue what you did before. But, Qin Xiaoyao, remember, if anyone is greedy for glory and wealth, this old man will definitely not let them enter the Fortune Gate's inner sect. Yes, this disciple will remember. Qin Xiaoyao hastily replied. Get up, Jiang Ming and the others have arrived. Xiaohua calmed down and waved his hand, signaling Qin Xiaoyao to get up. Qin Xiaoyao hastily stood up and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Although Xiaohua did not get angry when he questioned him, the pressure coming from Xiaohua's body made him feel an irresistible pressure. Everything in his heart seemed to have been seen through by Xiaohua, and the feeling of being seen through really made him uncomfortable. Of course, he was still glad that Xiaohua's thoughts were exactly the pursuit of a cultivator. He had no reason not to agree and abide by Xiaohua's wishes. Master, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong are here to greet you. Qin Xiaoyao had just stood up when Lu Yi arrived with the 3 disciples. Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong followed behind Lu Yi and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple greets Master. Hee, get up. Xiaohua looked at the 3 disciples who were similar in age to Qin Xiaoyao. Their faces were filled with excitement, and with a flick of his sleeve, he lifted them up. Yes, Master. The 3 disciples stood up, looked around and respectfully stood beside Qin Xiaoyao. Jiang Ming looked at Qin Xiaoyao's pale face and his heart skipped a beat. He looked around and asked in a low voice, Master, may I know, why did Master summon this disciple here? Xiaohua chuckled, all of you are my Fortune Gate's first-generation disciples. If your cultivation is not high, this old man would be ashamed. Today I called all of you here to see your cultivation, and see if this old man can give you some pointers. Jiang Ming and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Many thanks for Master's guidance. This disciple is eternally grateful. Qin Xiaoyao, come with this old man first. Xiaohua flew into the quiet room and ordered. Meh. Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had already received pointers from Xiaohua and had benefited greatly from it. He didn't expect Xiaohua to call him first. Jiang Ming smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, go ahead. You are our eldest senior brother. Why don't you go first? Qin Xiaoyao was full of gratitude and hurriedly followed behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the first to call him. Perhaps he wouldn't give him any pointers, but at least he had given him face. Moreover, this also showed that Xiaohua wasn't really angry. After entering the quiet room, Xiaohua sat on a praying mat and pointed to the place where Do Shanjun had been. Close your eyes and face the sky just like normal cultivation. Do not rashly use your quintessence. Yes, this disciple understands. Seeing that Xiaohua was very serious, Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sat down. Then Xiaohua took out the soul bridge again. With Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei's spirit enchantment, it wasn't too troublesome for Qin Xiaoyao, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong. In just 2 hours, the seal of the 3 people's spiritual energy was broken. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the disciple named Qin Qingyi actually didn't have a seal on his spiritual energy. This situation made Xiaohua a little confused. Previously, he thought that Lu Yi and the others couldn't cultivate because of the seal. Now that he saw that Jiang Ming and the others could still cultivate with the seal, it meant that the seal was actually not directly related to cultivation. It should be related to the spiritual energy and cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua first saw that Qin Xiaoyao had a seal and thought that all the humans in the hidden immortal continent would have a seal. However, Qin Qingyi overturned his inference. Forget it. This matter involves too many things. It's not something that I can figure out at this time. At this time, Xiaohua had some understanding that the spirit root was really the foundation of cultivation. In the future, if he could find a disciple whose spiritual energy wasn't sealed, that meant that the disciple had a spirit root, then this disciple should be able to cultivate easily. Then Xiaohua told Jiang Ming and the other two about their cultivation methods. Xiaohua found that Qin Xingyi was the youngest among the 4 people, but his cultivation was the highest. Similarly, his understanding of the Dao sect's cultivation methods was also the most profound. After guiding the 4 people's cultivation and bestowing them with cultivation methods, spirit pills and magic tools, Xiaohua took out 4 jade eyes and handed them to the 4 people, instructing, "This is a simple secret technique. You can all practice it. After practicing this secret technique, you can use the secret technique to find a disciple or a Dao soldier with a spirit root. You can focus on cultivating the disciples with spirit root. Dao soldiers with spirit root can be promoted to the 2nd generation of disciples." The secret technique recorded in the jade eyes was the result of Xiaohua's comprehension during this period of time. Ordinary Dao sect cultivators could use this secret technique to find whether there were traces of a seal in the spiritual energy sky. Spirit root? Qin Xiaoyao and the others were surprised. Obviously it was the first time they heard this name. Haha, everything is recorded in the jade eyes. I'll leave this matter to you. Xiaohua smiled and said, "In the future the disciples of my fortune gate will be based on the spirit root." Yes, disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao and the others carefully put away the jade eyes. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and said, "Also, among your disciples if they don't have spirit root, choose some clever and loyal ones. When this old man has time I'll enchant them." Yes. Although everyone was a little confused, they still respectfully agreed. "Xiaoyao, stay. You all can go." Xiaohua looked a little tired and said with a wave of his sleeve. After waiting for Jiang Ming and the others to leave, Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Master, you've worked hard just now. Why don't we talk about the other 2 matters tomorrow?" "No matter, just say it," Xiaohua said with a smile. The second matter is about Jiang country's 2nd state preceptor Li Xiang, Senior Li. Qin Xiaoyao said carefully, "Disciple has received information that Senior Li did not fall in Jiang country, but was imprisoned in the Jade Mountains dungeon by Tong Zhugua. Senior Li's dozens of disciples were imprisoned with him." After Qin Xiaoyao finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the ground with a flicker in his eyes. He actually did not understand the real purpose of Xiaohua's order to find Li Xiang's whereabouts that day. Logically speaking, Xiaohua's strength was far beyond Li Xiang's, but after all, Xiaohua did not have any power in Jiang country. The so-called Fortune Gate was just newly established, and could not be compared to Li Xiang's power in Jiang country. If Xiaohua really rescued Li Xiang and the dozens of disciples, who knew who the Fortune Gate would belong to in the end? Did Xiaohua have other intentions for looking for Li Xiang? Li Xiang was actually not killed by the king of Tong Zhugua? Xiaohua was a little surprised. "And you found out that he was imprisoned in the Jade Mountains dungeon so easily?" Chapter 35-36. That's right, Master's doubts are also this disciple's doubts. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly added, "This disciple suspects that this is a trap set by the Copper Pillar State. They are trying to lure Master to take the bait." Hehe, the Copper Pillar State doesn't even have an imperial preceptor now. How long can they last? They actually dared to set a trap? Wouldn't that mean that their monarch is tired of living? Xiaohua sneered. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly added, "Master, don't be careless. After all, the Copper Pillar State is a country of Confucian cultivators. Even if they don't have a ruler, other countries still have a ruler. Perhaps the Copper Pillar State is colluding with other countries to set a trap for Master? There is such a possibility." Xiaohua immediately thought of Dou Shanjun's warning before he left. Perhaps the Copper Pillar State and other Confucian cultivators were using Li Xiang as bait to trick him. Oh, this is bad. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. Since he had given the Imperial Jade Seal to Dou Shanjun, when Dou Shanjun returned to the Copper Pillar State, he would definitely present the Imperial Jade Seal to the ruler. Then, wouldn't Li Xiang be useless? Would the ruler of the Copper Pillar State immediately kill Li Xiang? The most important thing right now is to go to the Jade Mountains underground prison. Where is the Jade Mountain's underground prison? Xiaohua asked. Hearing Xiaohua asking for the location of the Jade Mountain without much thought, Qin Xiaoyao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He understood that Xiaohua wanted to go to the Jade Mountain to rescue Li Xiang, but the problem was that after Li Xiang was rescued, he would come to the Fortune Gate with several dozen disciples. What would Xiaohua do? This thought had just flashed through his mind, and now it was surging up again. Thinking about what Xiaohua had said to him before, Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. He took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it over to Xiaohua. He said, "This jade eye records the address of the previous Jade Mountain. However, this disciple still has to remind Master that saving people may be necessary, but the arrangements after saving people may not be satisfactory. Just like what Master just said, you must always be on guard against human nature." AI perhaps. Xiaohua saw Qin Xiaoyao frown several times because of Li Xiang's matter. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. How could he not know what Qin Xiaoyao was thinking? Today my Dao sect has withered. This old man also wants to hold up the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, this old man's ability is limited. This fortune gate is this old master's and also yours. You have placed the fortune gate in your hearts, and this old master will cherish it. If anyone covets it, then this old master will not be polite. You don't need to worry about that. Yes, master understands. These disciples are relieved. Qin Xiaoyao let out a long sigh of relief and said, "However, I feel that compared to the previous matter, the third matter is slightly more important." What's the third thing? Xiaohua asked curiously. The gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Didn't I say it before? On the hidden immortal mainland, if I want to be a country's teacher, I must obtain the approval of the Dao sect. To put it bluntly, to reassure the Confucian cultivators, I must participate in this gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Previously, I didn't know how to participate, nor did I know the name of the gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Some time ago, Marshal Uncle Qingyu was overseeing the Black Wind Ridge. I asked him and confirmed this matter. Moreover, from what Marshal Uncle Qingyu said, this gathering of the Jade Pavilion is held once every 5 years. It will be held at the beginning of next year. Counting on my fingers, this is the right time for Master to get up. Humph. Xiaohua sneered, the gathering of the Jade Pavilion. I don't know if it is the Dao sect's gathering or the Confucian cultivators' gathering. Our Dao sect's cultivators are in charge of a country, and the Confucian cultivators are relieved? Qin Xiaoyao smiled and said, people under the eaves have to bow their heads. If Master has the ability of the Immortal Palace, you probably don't need to look at the face of the Confucian cultivators. But today our fortune gate has just been established, this work of face still needs to be done. Moreover, Master has just killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor. If you don't go to the gathering of the Jade Pavilion, I'm afraid it will arouse the dissatisfaction of the Confucian cultivators. At that time, it will be difficult for Master to handle, and it will be difficult for Jiang country to recover. It will also be difficult for our fortune gate to develop. This old man naturally knows this. Xiaohua laughed and said, it's not like this old man hasn't lived a life of suppressing my tale. If I pretend, this old man can pretend better than you. Forget it, let's go take a look and see what kind of situation our Dao sect has on the hidden immortal mainland. Congratulations on Master's victorious return. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly bowed and handed over a jade eye. Victorious return? Xiaohua was stunned. He took the jade eye and asked curiously, is there a fight at the gathering of the Jade Pavilion? Yes. Qin Xiaoyao smiled and said, to obtain the approval of the Dao sect seniors, there must be a competition. With Master's skill you will definitely suppress everyone. However, Master should take it easy. Who knows which cultivator is the Confucian cultivator's spy? If Master shows off his ability, he will be killed by the Confucian cultivator. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded and took out a small cosmos pouch and handed it to Qin Xiaoyao, saying, these are some pills that this old man refined according to Qin Qingyu's jade eye. There is also a training method for a formation. Take it and comprehend it yourself. Then, according to the requirements of the formation, gather the second and third generation disciples of the Fortune Gate's outer court and practice according to the situation. Qin Xiaoyao received the small cosmos pouch and swept it with his divine sense. Ecstasy appeared on his face again. He knelt down and kowtowed without thinking and said, Master is really generous. This kind of pill. AI, this disciple won't say anything. Even if those Tao soldiers died, they wouldn't have been able to obtain one in the past. The past is the past. Now, all of you are my Fortune Gate's disciples, so you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. You have to know that this is nothing. You are the most precious part of my Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua helped Qin Xiaoyao up and said, also, the Black Bear Spirit and the others don't understand our Tao Gate's training method. When you understand it, you have to teach it to them. Of course, this old man will tell the Black Bear Spirit. Qin Xiaoyao nodded. This disciple understands. This disciple will go and distribute these pills, supervise them to cultivate and properly train the formation. Good, call the Black Bear Spirit in. Xiao Hua waved his hand indicating Qin Xiaoyao to leave. Not long after, the Black Bear Spirit ran in and threw himself in front of Xiao Hua, crying bitterly, Master why did you go into seclusion for 100 days? This little one missed you so much that he didn't eat or drink. This little one was so worried that he wanted to kill this little one. Sweat. Xiao Hua looked at the cowardly Black Bear Spirit who loved to bootlick and chuckled, if you want to learn you should look for Wang Yifei. Lu Yi's knowledge is half-baked, you won't be able to learn anything from him. Master, how did you know? The Black Bear Spirit raised his head, his nose full of tears, looking very pitiful. The two little Black Bear's eyes were still filled with confusion. Damn it. Xiao Hua kicked the Black Bear Spirit's shoulder and said angrily, what do you mean you don't eat or drink? Go tell that to that female bear of yours who watches the stars and the moon every day. Don't show off in front of this old man. Hurry and stand up for this old man. Yes, master. The Black Bear Spirit stood up with a bitter face, looking very wronged. This little one doesn't understand these things. Whatever Brother Lu tells this little one will say it accordingly. Forget it. Xiao Hua couldn't be bothered to say more to this Black Bear Spirit who was more cunning than him but couldn't get the point every time. He waved his hand and asked. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, the Black Bear Spirit acted like he was going to throw himself in front of Xiao Hua again. However, looking at Xiao Hua's slightly raised foot, he didn't dare and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Xiao Hua was surprised. Why don't you dare to say it? Master, you have to make a decision for this little one. The Black Bear Spirit finally threw himself on the ground again. However, this time he was smart and kept a distance from Xiao Hua's leg. Seeing the Black Bear Spirit's appearance, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the Black Bear Spirit was lying outside the cave, if Xiao Hua wanted to kick him, wouldn't he still be able to do so? Therefore, Xiao Hua could only say unhappily, what's wrong? Did Qin Xiaoyao bully you? Qin Xiaoyao? He dares. He bullied this old man will tear him to pieces. Hearing this, the Black Bear Spirit was slightly bewildered. His bare face showed anger. Could it be that he said something in front of Master? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and scolded, Shut up. You are this old man's Black Bear Guard, how can you compare to him? How dare he speak ill of you in front of this old man? This old man was just casually asking. Hearing Xiao Hua say that he was the Black Bear Guard, the Black Bear Spirit immediately beamed with joy and said, That's right. This lowly one is Master's Black Bear Guard. What is Qin Xiaoyao? Even if you are this old man's Black Bear Guard, you can't be arrogant and despotic. If this old man finds out anything. Xiao Hua sneered. I don't dare, this lowly one definitely doesn't dare. The Black Bear Spirit didn't even dare to get up. He just lay on the ground and shouted, Master's methods are heaven-defying, and he is deeply indebted to this lowly one. How can this lowly one lose face for Master? This lowly one now has the Golden Eagle and White Lion, and is really protecting Black Wind Ridge for Master. I'm afraid that just relying on those boy of yours won't be enough. Xiao Hua didn't wait for him to finish speaking and waved his hand. This old man is preparing to set up a large array in Black Wind Ridge. You all have to assist Qin Xiaoyao and the others to defend against the enemy. This old man has already given the key to the array formation to Qin Xiaoyao. You don't understand these things, just listen to him. Alright. This lowly one will listen to Master's orders. The Black Bear Spirit drooped his head, looking very unwilling. After beating the Black Bear Spirit, Xiao Hua asked lightly again, What urgent matter do you have that you need this old man to decide for you? That's right. At this moment, the Black Bear Spirit seemed to have suddenly woken up. He hurriedly shouted, Master, you have to decide for this lowly one. As he spoke, he made a lunging motion, but the Black Bear Spirit didn't get up. This touching lunging motion couldn't be completed. Get up. If there's anything, just say it. Xiaohua smiled and waved his sleeves, helping the black bear spirit up. The moment the black bear spirit got up, his spittle flew everywhere. He explained everything clearly. How was he still a stupid bear? He was even more eloquent than a fox. Chapter 35-37. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded slightly. This old man was fighting against the Copper Pillar State, and then went into seclusion to cultivate, so I put this matter to the back of my mind. I thought they would stop, but I didn't expect them to go overboard and bully our family's boy. That's good. Let's go call Qin Xiaoyao, Xiaojian and Changling. This old man will vent your anger for you. Yes, old master, many thanks, old master. The black bear spirit crawled up from the ground and hurriedly ran out. But just as he ran to the cave abode's entrance, he stopped and turned back in confusion. Old master, we're not going to gang up. Why did you bring so many people? It's enough for master to go alone. Just call when I tell you to call, why so long-winded? Xiaohua snorted. The black bear spirit didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly left. Xiaohua stood up from the jade chair and slowly walked out of the cave. He muttered to himself, this black cloud ridge now belongs to the Xiao family. How can they allow others to snore beside their beds? This Jiasa country has miscalculated. When Xiaohua left the cave, it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, shining in front of the cave, shining on the entire Black Wind Ridge. In this sunlight, one could see the flowers and plants on the mountain, the gurgling streams and the faint fragrance of the earth in his nose. Where was the barren Black Wind Ridge from that day? Good. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense, scanning the entire Black Cloud Ridge. He was quite satisfied as he thought to himself, Lung Qinga had originally set up a great formation in the Black Cloud Ridge to kill this Xiao, but due to a freak combination of factors, she actually transformed the entire Black Cloud Ridge, giving birth to earth-shattering changes. This Xiao, on the other hand, has benefited greatly and saved a lot of effort. However, it will be difficult to guard this place with so many Confucian cultivators. I'm afraid this Xiao's plan of setting up the formation in the Black Wind Ridge will have to be changed. If I'm going to do it, I'll make it bigger and bring the entire Black Cloud Ridge into my Fortune Gates territory. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his divine sense again, carefully looking over the entire Black Cloud Ridge, thinking about how to set up the formation. Master. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were standing outside the Immortal's cave. When they saw Xiaohua come out, they immediately bowed. However, when they saw that Xiaohua didn't pay attention to them and was instead looking at the distant sky in a daze, they didn't dare to say anything and stood to the side. A long time later, Xiaojian, the Changling princess, Qin Xiaoyao and the others came over with the black bear spirit. Before they came close, Lu Yi immediately walked over and motioned for them to not speak and wait for Xiaohua's orders. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiaohua smiled and said, "You're all here? Disciple and the others greet master." Everyone didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. "Get up." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Today I called you all here to help Black Bear vent his anger." Vet. Xiao Jian and the others were stunned as they didn't really understand what Xiaohua meant. However, Xiaohua didn't explain. He stretched out his hand and said to Qin Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, give me the Jade Eye formation. This old man wants to change it." "Yes, master." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly took out the Jade Eye formation. Xiaohua took it and then handed it back to Qin Xiaoyao a moment later. He said, "In the future, train according to this formation. Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion will listen to your orders." "Yes, master." Qin Xiaoyao took it. As he spoke, he scanned with his consciousness and was shocked. He asked again, "Master, isn't this too big? The entire Black Cloud Ridge." "Yes, the entire Black Cloud Ridge. In the future, this will be our territory. Whoever dares to say no will first knock out their front teeth." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "Good." The Black Bear spirit shouted first. "Beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground." Hiss. Xiao Jian looked at the Changling princess. Shock and joy flashed through their eyes. Black Cloud Ridge was not like Black Wind Ridge. That was the border between the three countries. If it was protected by a formation then how inconceivable would that be? The two didn't dare to imagine. Black Bear, lead the way, Xiaohua ordered. The Black Bear spirit happily moved the Yao cloud and flew to the back of Black Wind Ridge. Seeing Xiaohua and the Black Bear spirit leave, Xiao Jian seemed to think of something. He glanced again at the Chongling princess. The Chongling princess frowned slightly and looked into the distance in thought. Chongling master has left. We should hurry. Yuanya urged from the back of the green leopard, who almost never left the Chongling princess' side. All right. The Chongling princess hurriedly responded. Red clouds appeared under her feet and carried her to catch up. The Black Bear spirit flew into the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before arriving at a mountain peak that had already collapsed. Before the group landed, they saw a golden eagle fly up from the bottom of the mountain. Master. The golden eagle flapped its wings in the air and called meekly. This one greets Master. And, are they still here? Xiaohua asked coolly. Yes, they came 2 months ago. They were very powerful. I and others couldn't stop them. Several children under the second brother were also injured by them. The golden eagle replied, if it weren't for the old master's face, I'm afraid our lives would not be guaranteed. They are very arrogant. Xiaohua snorted coldly. The Black Bear spirit immediately added fuel to the fire. Yes. This one visited 3 times and told them clearly that this Black Cloud Ridge is Master's territory and for them to leave immediately. They refused to see me twice and attacked this one the 3rd time. This one almost could not see Master. Why didn't you tell Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and scolded. The Black Bear spirit immediately stopped talking. He placed his 2 paws in front of him and said rather embarrassedly, Old Master, please don't blame me. I saw that Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian were very busy and I couldn't help much. If I couldn't even help old Master look after the mountain gate, I would be too embarrassed. Master. The golden eagle at the side hurriedly shouted. It is not that big brother did not tell them, but they are not much stronger than this one. If this one and his brothers could not handle it, they may not be able to. All of you are in the right. Xiaohua scolded. Right now my Black Cloud Ridge is everyone's Black Cloud Ridge. If you encounter something you cannot handle in the future, it is better for everyone to work together. Yes, this one understands, the Black Bear spirit hurriedly answered. Xiao Jian, Chongling and the others hurriedly responded. Xiaohua looked at the mountain peak that was completely different from when Little Yellow, Little Black and Little Silver came. He pointed with his hand and said, Chongling, your message seal should have flown here that day. Yes, Chongling knows. This should be a backup plan that Royal Father left behind. The Chongling princess bit her lips and said softly, Do you know what is below? Xiaohua said with a smile. The Chongling princess shook her head. Royal Father did not mention it. Chongling does not know. This is an energy stone mine. Xiaohua said with a smile. It seems that Jiang country, Bronze Pillar country, and Jiasa country have all discovered it. Jiang country was destroyed, and the people of Jiang country most likely submitted to Bronze Pillar country. The Bronze Pillar country state preceptor surrounded my Black Cloud Ridge and set up defensive formations. Even if the people of the 2 countries did not completely leave, maybe they only left some people to guard the mine. Now that the Bronze Pillar country state preceptor is dead, Jiasa country wants to take advantage. They are dreaming. An energy stone mine? Xiao Jian's eyes turned green when he heard this. He had once been a king and naturally only thought of the importance of this energy stone mine. But the Black Bear spirit and the golden eagle were puzzled. Yuanya. Xiaohua called. Yes, master. Yuanya stilled. He had not expected Xiaohua to suddenly call him. He hurriedly urged the green leopard to fly to the front. Xiaohua pointed with his finger and said, You follow the Black Bear over and smash their cave entrance. Let this old man see if your strength has improved these days. Yes, master. Yuanya did not say much. He urged the green leopard to fly down. Although the Black Bear spirit knew that Yuanya could not even defeat him, he did not dare to grumble and followed. Where is Baisher? Xiaohua asked again. Master, second brother is guarding the other end of the Black Cloud Ridge. This little one is guarding this place. Big brother is on the other end. The golden eagle replied respectfully. Not bad, that's right. Xiaohua praised. In the future you all will still be the 3 demons of the Black Cloud Ridge. This old man should be the one behind you all. That is this little one's honor. The golden eagle was careful. Xiao Hua's method of killing Leng Qingge was truly admirable. He did not dare to have any other thoughts. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Hua was very relaxed as he led everyone down from the sky. They saw that this was a place with messy mountain rocks. In front of a pile of rocks near the foot of the mountain, there was an empty space that was a few feet large. At the edge of the empty space, there was a large amount of fresh soil and rocks. Obviously, because the mountain peak collapsed, it blocked the passage to the underground Yuan stone mine. The soldiers of the Jianghu country came to clear it again. At the foot of the mountain, a rather new stone door blocked the entrance of the cave. The entrance looked to be only 20 feet wide. Moreover, there was still a small half of it underground. Master, this used to be the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge. Black clouds covered this place all year round. This little one and the others have been here before. However, it seemed a little fierce, so we did not come here often. This cave entrance is very hidden. This little one has never seen it before. If Master did not come here, I am afraid that this little one would have been sold and helped count the copper coins. The golden eagle said softly. At this time, Yuanya had already landed in front of the cave. The green leopard lay beside him and the black bear spirit arrogantly followed behind Yuanya. Yuanya held a black demonic weapon in his hand and walked to the front of the cave. Without hesitation, he swung his arms and shouted, "Open!" Boom! As the demonic weapon in Yuanya's hand smashed into the mountain gate, a loud sound rang out. Not only did the entire mountain gate explode into pieces and fly in all directions, even the entire cliff shook a few times. Even the black bear spirit at the side was shocked. He could not help but look at Yuanya and cry out, "Damn it, yeah, you're good. I'm afraid your strength has already surpassed mine. You can be considered as a younger generation that will surpass us in time." Chapter 35-38. Hearing the black bear spirit's praise, Yuanya grinned and turned to look at Xiao Hua in the distance. And of course it could be Chongling. Then he stood to the side. Who is so daring? After a while, 3 to 5 armored soldiers ran out, roaring as they ran. However, when they saw the ferocious black bear spirit and Yuanya, who was standing coldly at the side, they shrunk their necks and hurriedly ran back. Not long after, a group of bald monks wearing simple monk robes rushed out with weapons in their hands. Oh! Xiao Hua stilled. But other than their bald heads and robes, these monks did not look like monks. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. Furthermore, the muscles of the monks were firm, and a few of them were even bare-chested, looking very valiant. Are these monk soldiers? Suddenly, Xiao Hua came to a realization and turned to ask Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hurriedly answered, "Master, it is so. Jianghu country was founded by Buddhism, and their Buddhist power is naturally soldier monks. These soldier monks are similar to Tao soldiers. They do not read Buddhist scriptures, only cultivate Buddhist abilities, and they do not abstain from meat." How is this the righteousness of Buddhism? Xiao Hua sighed. For power, for profit, they threw away their roots. At this moment he understood that these soldier monks were also on the path of protectors. However, their cultivation couldn't be compared to the Buddhist protectors. "You that brat." At the front, a burly soldier monk holding a cudgel pointed and said, "Why did you break the stone door of my cave residence? Do you know that this is Jianghu country's territory in Black Cloud Ridge? You are provoking Jianghu country. Do you want to fight Jianghu country?" Roar. Why would the black bear spirit pay attention to them? He opened his mouth and a gust of wind blew out, causing the dozen people to sway. Then he sneered. "Who do you think you are? Tell your master to come out or grandfather will eat you all." "How dare you?" The soldier monk finally managed to stand still. He tried to put on a brave front and shouted. "Whoa." Just as the soldier monk opened his mouth, Yuanya immediately brandished his demonic axe and leaped down from the sky, shouting, "Monk Yuna, eat this." The soldier monk had just steadied himself when he heard the sound of the wind. He did not expect Yuanya to attack so quickly. He hurriedly raised his staff to meet the attack. Kacha. With a loud sound, the Chime club was immediately split into 2 halves by Yuanya. The soldier monk staggered back a few steps and sat on the ground with a plop, with blood flowing out of his hands. You. The other monk soldiers were shocked and quickly retreated. They had received an urgent report from the soldiers and knew that the black bear spirit had been defeated by their general. That was why they wanted to come out and show their faces. Who knew that the black bear spirit would be so fierce today? How dare you! With an angry roar, a ray of Buddhist light appeared in the cave. A wooden fish the size of a fist flew out, carrying a huge force and producing a soul-stirring rhythm. It smashed towards Yuanye's head. Seeing this, Yuanye raised his demonic axe to meet it. However, when the rhythm entered his ears, his eyes flashed with a kind of daze. His hands and feet unconsciously slowed down. He saw that the wooden fish was about to hit his head and he was about to die. How dare you! Qin Xiaoyao also roared, but it was no less imposing than the one in the cave. He opened his mouth and a ray of fire appeared. Within the fire, a 3-inch-long flying sword streaked across the sky like a meteor. With a boom it pierced the wooden fish. However, the Buddhist light on the wooden fish shone brightly. The Buddhist light was like rain, instantly extinguishing the flames on the flying sword. Moreover, the wooden fish suddenly expanded and immediately shook the flying sword back a few feet. It was obvious that the flying sword was no match for the wooden fish. However, it was at this moment that a pitch-black brilliance flashed past. With a piu, Yuanye broke free from the rhythm. The demonic axe that was originally raised immediately smashed onto the wooden fish. Since ancient times, Buddha had been able to subdue demons, but demons were also the mortal enemies of Buddha. Under the demonic axe, the Buddhist wooden fish let out a crisp sound. The Buddha's light suddenly disappeared and it fell straight down. Damn it! A rough voice sounded. However, the person still did not appear. It was obvious that he was still rushing towards the cave from underground. However, another ray of Buddhist light flashed and a demon-subduing pestle flew out of thin air and smashed towards the flying sword. Oh no! Qin Xiaoyao saw the demon-subduing pestle fly out. The wind whistling was several times stronger than the wooden fish. He could not help but feel that things were not good and wanted to retrieve the flying sword. At this moment, Xiao Jian, who was next to him, hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, don't worry. I will help you." As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand. A ray of watery light flew out of his hand and flew towards the demon-subduing pestle. The light screen showed the shape of a ring. When Qin Xiaoyao saw it, he was overjoyed and hurriedly cooperated with Xiao Jian to activate the fire sword. Rumble. With a loud sound, the two magic artifacts displayed their power and knocked down the demon-subduing pestle. Why are these two magic artifacts so powerful? A slightly gloomy voice resounded. Following which, a round plate flew out from the cave along with a tall monk. That plate flickered with a misty green brilliance and actually covered the flashing blue ring and the flashing flame sword in an instant. Magic treasure? When Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian saw the power of the plate, they were immediately shocked. They hurriedly activated their magic power and tried to retrieve the fire sword and ring. Unfortunately, no matter how they activated their magic power, the fire sword and ring could not escape from the plate's control. With this little ability, you still dare to come to my cave? The tall monk landed on the ground. He waved his hand and the demon-subduing pestle and wooden fish landed in his hands. He coldly looked at Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian, who were sweating profusely. The black bear spirit sneered at the side. "Bald donkey, my master is here. Why aren't you kowtowing?" "Master?" The monk was stunned and hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiao Hua, who was as calm as water in front of everyone, he scanned with his Buddhist awareness. Shock appeared on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Jiasa country's Laozhen greets Taoist Xiao." However, Xiao Hua did not look at Laozhen at all. Instead, his gaze landed on the plate and said indifferently, "Are you not going to come out?" Just as Xiao Hua's voice landed, the plate immediately flashed with light and was about to fly back. Xiao Hua sneered and waved his hand. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of space and smashed towards the plate with a rumbling sound. Bang! With a loud sound, the plate was struck by the seal of overturning the sea and immediately turned into pieces that fell to the ground. A low scream came from within the cave. Following that, a slightly shorter cultivator jumped out from the cave. His face was sallow and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The moment that person came out of the cave, he cried out in grief and indignation, "Taoist Master Xiao is so mighty. Don't you think that bullying the weak is a disgrace to the Taoist master?" Haha, you junior, you didn't even come over to greet me when you saw me. You actually hid in the cave and bullied my 2 Foundation establishment disciples. Are you not bullying the weak? It's good that you came out now. In a while I will take your life. Xiaohua laughed and said. The cultivator clenched his teeth, not daring to say anything. What's your name? Xiaohua asked again. I am Jianghu. The cultivator did not dare to remain silent and reluctantly replied. Xiaohua sneered, are you from the Jiang country? Yes, this junior is. Jianghu did not deny it and admitted, the Jiang country was destroyed. This junior had no place to stand and could only rely on the Jiasa country. Jianghu. The Changling princess could not endure and said angrily, my royal father treated you well. You actually abandoned my Jiang country. Are you worthy of my royal father? Jianghu smiled faintly and said, Princess of Changling, everything you said is smoke. Why mention it again? If I did not rely on the Jiasa country, how could I live in this world? How could I see the princess? Facing a person who once died, does the princess not feel that you are asking too much? You. The Changling princess trembled in anger but could not continue to criticize. After all, Jianghu's words were not without reason. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at Shenao and Jianghu. Whose subordinate injured the boy of my Black Wind Ridge. Leave behind an arm and you can get out of here. Daoist Xiao. Shenao's expression changed and he said urgently, it was my disciple who had a conflict with the Black Wind King's boy. But my disciple also died. Why do you want my arm? Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, no other reason. Because this Black Wind Ridge belongs to this Xiao. You injured this Xiao's people here, so you have to pay the price. Daoist Xiao, when did this Black Wind Ridge belong to you? Jianghu gritted his teeth and said, the abode in this cave already belonged to the Jiasa country before the Black Wind King and the others came. Daoist does not have the right to make us leave. Also, Daoist wants to use your cultivation to drive us away. Do not blame the Jiasa country for meeting Jiang country at war. Aha, meeting at war? Are you threatening this old man? Xiaohua laughed loudly. This Black Cloud Ridge is not the border of the Jiasa country. What right do you have to say that this is the Jiasa country's? Since this old man says the Black Cloud Ridge is this old man's, then it is this old man's. Even the Bronze Pillar country had left with their tails between their legs. Was the Jiasa country still dreaming of taking advantage of them? If your Jiasa country has the ability, why did you slip away in advance when the Bronze Pillar country set up the Great Formation? And when this old man broke the formation, you all secretly came back. No matter what, this place belongs to my Jiasa country. Lushan insisted, if Daoist Xiao is not afraid of my Jiasa country's counterattack, you can kill us all. Moreover, Daoist master, I'm afraid you still don't know the importance of this elemental stone mine. If you let me. Do you think this old man is afraid? Unfortunately, before Lushan could finish speaking, Xiaohua sneered, if you don't call me Daoist master Xiao, this old man will not make a move. You all took my Black Cloud Ridge's elemental stone mine and injured my Black Cloud Ridge's disciples. How can this old man forgive you? With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and a golden light flashed. Lushan almost didn't see it clearly before he felt a pain in his left arm. His entire arm that was holding the demon-subduing pestle fell from his body. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.